everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
I Become Deathstroke, Chapter 166 to 225, Chapter 138, Joker returns 1409 words in the midst of flashing blades and swords, sparks flew between the two. The Laughing Bat breathed heavily, not only from the battle with Su Ming, but also because of the news Su Ming had revealed which made his heart restless. He didn't want to admit what Su Ming said, but all the actions of this Deathstroke could only make sense if he came from outside the comic world. But if the outside, which he considered the real world, is also being manipulated, then this cycle is unbreakable. No matter how many walls he breaks through, into whatever world he enters, he is always controlled by unseen fate. He just wanted to free everyone from the shackles, from being manipulated by fate, but if the outside is the same, what should he do? Whatever the case, he must find a way out and then decide, there will always be a way. Now he must first deal with this Deathstroke to talk about the future. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and the Laughing Bat calmed down. He decided to use the weaknesses of Deathstroke he had discovered before. This Deathstroke seems to have a good impression of the Justice League members, so why not start with them? Having thought it through, he instantly pulled a few bat darts from his belt and threw them towards the unconscious Barry, the black darts seemingly blending into the surrounding darkness, nearly invisible to the naked eye as they flew toward their target. Su Ming couldn't let him kill Barry right in front of his eyes. He immediately shot at those bat darts, aiming at the balance points to change their flight paths. Diana herself is invulnerable, and the Joker is obviously unrelated to Deathstroke, so the Laughing Bat's target on the flash was a stroke of luck. After tossing the bat darts, the Laughing Bat didn't even look, directly slashing at Su Ming with a great sword. Su Ming was busy shooting at the bat darts, and although he saw the attack, he could not evade significantly due to the Laughing Bat's tricky dart throwing, where the darts shielded many shooting angles. He was limited in the angles he could shoot precisely, but Su Ming made his own choices. Bang bang bang. Screech screech screech. All the bat darts had their directions altered, embedding deeply into the stone pillars around Barry, none hitting but extremely close and very dangerous. Su Ming's abdomen got a cut, despite his promethium metal armor being broken through. Originally, and metal is not as hard as promethium, but combined with the fire god's forging technique and divine power, it's different. The wound wasn't big, not enough to spill intestines, but it was a wound nonetheless. Su Ming touched his belly, finding it full of blood. Such an injury would take about a minute to self-heal, but can he really get a minute now that the Laughing Bat has discovered his weakness? Sure enough, the Laughing Bat started laughing. He pulled out a few more bat darts from his belt, these adorned with flickering red lights. They were bat dart bombs. He threw them towards Barry and the others with interest, curious to see how Deathstroke would handle it. As long as he stands still and shoots at the bat darts, the Laughing Bat would immediately give him another wound. If Deathstroke distanced and shot, the Laughing Bat would sneak into the darkness to escape. He had plenty of bombs. He was still Batman, his stealth skills excellent, and withdrawing now could earn him more chances in the future. Deathstroke would not catch him. The Laughing Bat hoped that Deathstroke would back off, allowing him to retreat entirely. Unexpectedly, Deathstroke didn't move at all and instead proactively attacked with his sword. What's going on? The Laughing Bat hurriedly blocked but was pushed back several steps by Su Ming's strength. Do you not care about their lives? Su Ming didn't reply, and almost in the next moment, the two were surrounded by explosions, the bat darts previously thrown out intercepted in midair, enveloping them both in smoke. The Laughing Bat had dark energy protection, and Su Ming had armor. This explosion, at most, shook them a bit. But unexpected things kept happening, and the Laughing Bat turned his head to look behind him, at where the three should have been blown away. Through the smoke, a figure appeared to be laughing wildly as if having a fit, holding a gun, supporting his forehead with his wrist, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. Oh gosh, how exhausting. Even before seeing the person, just by the sound, you knew who it was. As the smoke cleared, they could see the Joker leisurely tidying his hair, sniffing and tilting his head a bit. Somehow, he had escaped from consciousness, using the bat darts embedded around Barry to cut the ropes, and then pulled out a gun to blow up all the bombs. The Joker's marksmanship wasn't particularly accurate, but what did that matter? Shooting more often would always compensate. And if he couldn't hit the flying bombs at all? He never thought about it. If there were a guaranteed win in every game, wouldn't that be boring? The Laughing Bat coldly said this name. This madman indeed brought him surprises as usual. Seems like someone's calling Uncle Jack. The Joker smiled gleefully, covering his eyes. But I can't see. You want candy. Mistaken identity. How did you wake up? The Laughing Bat warily sidled over, keeping an eye on both Deathstroke and the Joker, the situation turning unfavorable, and he was being pincered front and back. The Joker put away his gun, which fired not bullets, but small flags with a Joker face painted on them, like the kind stuck into a giant hamburger. He clasped his hands together, resting his pale cheek on the back of his hands, leaning his head to make a sleeping gesture, eyes straight on the Laughing Bat, wearing the Joker's signature huge grin. He and the Laughing Bat looked like brothers. Isn't it true that Bat still doesn't have humor? Ha ha, friends, isn't it common sense that beside a truly sleeping person, there's always one pretending to sleep? Ha 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 ha. Hidden in the Bat Cave, his mad mind never lacked whimsical ideas. Until then, the Laughing Bat had never seen him standing. He, after leading the Watcher to the Bat Cave, only saw the unconscious Joker. Indeed, the Joker had used anesthetics on himself, making him faint, wanting to play games with Batman. This game's name was Coming Home Every Day to Find Joker Playing Dead. In the main world, Bruce always locked the Joker in Arkham, but breaking out was as easy for him as drinking water, so later, Bruce locked him in the lowest dungeon of his Bat Cave. Only during the metal event, Bruce wandered the world looking for metal, persuaded by the Dream God. The Justice League couldn't find him, so they sent Hal to investigate. Bruce had left Blue Beetle to guard the place, so while one wanted in, the other wouldn't let him, leading Hal and Blue Beetle into a fight. Their ruckus was too big, unintentionally letting the Joker escape from the bottom floor. At first it seemed Joker fell into the dark river beneath the Bat Cave to escape, but he somehow returned after circling around. He wanted to keep playing with Batman. Being locked in the Bat Cave was nice, seeing Batman every day. Harley broke up with him, and he had nowhere else to go, others weren't interesting. The Bat Cave was great, everyone there was talented, they spoke nicely, and he loved being there. So the Laughing Bat could be said to have stumbled upon the unconscious Joker, unaware that he had long since awakened, merely feigning unconsciousness. After all, he carried the Dionysus factor, full of frantic and hyperactive thoughts. Anesthesia had little effect on him. The Joker originally planned to jump up to give Batman a surprise when Batman helped him, but this Batman wasn't the one he wanted. But he wouldn't miss out on such fun. He just kept pretending to be unconscious. After all, his complexion was always pale. Playing dead was a basic skill for the Joker. Unfortunately, he found that the Laughing Bat was not only unlike Batman, but more like himself. This displeased him greatly. Chapter 167, Chapter 139, Joint Battle 1312 words, he, have you figured it out? This only means one thing. You're not me, you're not Batman, you're nobody. The Joker was originally speaking to the Laughing Bat with a smile, but suddenly his tone turned icy, and he spat fiercely. He spat until his mouth was dry, then bent over and began to cough. Not just anyone can become Batman by wearing a black leather outfit, and not just anyone can become the Joker by painting a smile on their face. A guy like the Laughing Bat is just an imitator. He not only mimics me but also wants to replace Batman. He's damn annoying. He must be killed before Bruce returns, or else my reputation will be ruined. His smile is different from mine. Gotham only needs one type of smile. Various thoughts flashed through the Joker's crazy mind, and some hallucinations appeared. He seemed to see Batman and the Laughing Bat fighting each other, while he could only hide in a corner biting a handkerchief. Batman, you go ahead. Dealing with the Laughing Bat has taken up too much of my time. I don't have time to deal with you. Laughing Bat, ha ha ha, you lost. I am Batman's biggest enemy, you should retire. Nightwing, I need to go help Batman. We're tired of your tricks, Laughing Bat is the real big bad guy who wants to destroy the multiverse. Damien, you're washed up, Uncle Jay. Go back to the countryside and join a circus to retire. Barbara, you're not scary at all. The citizens now love Laughing Bat's dark theories the most. Your chaotic ways are outdated. Catwoman, you better leave. You can attend my and Bruce's wedding, since you're no longer a threat. Countless familiar heroes emerged, none of them cared about him anymore. In the past, they would beat him up and feed him his favorite big ear clips, but now they treated him like air. They rushed towards the Laughing Bat, lifted him high, and threw him up while laughing in the dark of night, leaving only the Joker alone in a corner under the dim streetlights. This hallucination was too real, making the Joker tremble all over. He would rather die than let it happen. Batman's Joker must be him and only him. He is the only one who can play with the bat. This extra, knockoff that came out of nowhere. Die 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 die. The Joker's thoughts are sometimes easy to guess, his expressions are very rich, and at this moment Su-Ming seemed to see words on his face. For some reason, the Joker seemed very eager to kill Laughing, which was good. The Joker isn't great at fighting, but his miscellaneous little gadgets always manage to stall Batman, and the Dionysus factor allows him to self-heal. The more you hit him, the happier he gets, and his nonsensical talk can attract attention. Su-Ming seized the opportunity and immediately joined in again, the great sword constantly swinging at Laughing. Godslayer can't harm him, both parties know this, so Su-Ming pretended to want to reclaim the Nightfall greatsword, making Laughing focus more on their weapons. Laughing Bat had seen the Joker and Batman working together before, they defeated him. But he thought the world had long changed, and such a scene wouldn't appear again. Yet now, Joker plus Deathstroke was even harder to deal with than Joker plus Batman. It seems that a changed future isn't necessarily better. He thought he'd captured the Joker and confirmed he'd be unconscious for a long time, feeling at ease about it, but didn't expect this lunatic always brings surprises. Is there a strategy where you knock yourself out, send yourself into the hands of the enemy, and then pretend to be unconscious to observe? There is, and the Joker can do it. But this isn't any strategy or long-planned scheme, the Joker just does it for fun. Under Su-Ming's attack, he kept retreating. Su-Ming wanted to knock out his weapon, so he did his best to prevent that. As for the Joker, in the distance behind him, he kept fiddling with his suit, checking every pocket and even pulling open his collar to look inside the suit. Strange, where did I put it? He, Mr. Soup Spoon will be angry now. Joker, what are you doing? Su-Ming continued attacking while reminding the Joker this was a battlefield. If he wanted to go crazy, change the time to do it. Did you see my colored pencils? I can't be without them. As he spoke, he scratched his green hair, teary-eyed looking at Su-Ming, his face filled with helplessness. The words of lunatics aren't easy to understand, but fortunately, the listener was Su-Ming. The Joker wasn't looking for pencils or utensils to match Mr. Soup Spoon, he was looking for weapons. He likes using pens to stab people, whether it's a pen, pencil, or ballpoint pen, any will do. When he needs a weapon, he first thinks of pens. Guns aren't good, those kill without a happy process, no screams, death is too quick, he usually doesn't use them. He had secretly observed that Laughing Bat is special, normal weapons don't hurt him, so he needs colored pencils. In his chaotic mind, colored pencils are colorful things represent stronger weapons can hurt the Laughing Bat. His real intention is needing a powerful weapon. A series of thoughts flashed through Su-Ming's mind, and he immediately threw the dagger strapped behind him to the Joker. This dagger was taken by Cindy from the Zero Claw of Earth-11, a pair of Promethium metal daggers. Su-Ming took one as a spare. Only he doesn't generally use short weapons, but now they are suitable for the Joker. The Joker's commonly used weapons include a folding knife, the strong acid flower on his chest, the taser in his glove, and because he's been hit by Batman too much, he also uses bat darts. He caught the dagger Su-Ming tossed over, drew it from its sheath, and couldn't help but smile through his tears. There's a bird on it, its eyes are so big, looking at me, moi, ha ha ha. He pinched the dagger with 2 fingertips, laughed at the pattern on it, and his big mouth leaned over to kiss the owl relief on the handle blood red. He cocked his head, wobbling as he slowly walked towards the laughing bat, continuously laughing, using the tip of the dagger from a distance to gesture on him, like picking a spot to strike. He. The dagger posed a threat. Laughing Bat could feel it. He could sense where the Joker looked, there it felt like being pricked. The Joker kept licking his lips, seemingly intending to eat him alive. Laughing thought about ways to escape, but Su Ming wouldn't give him that chance. A thought flashed through his mind, and the Godslayer in his hand instantly turned into 2 scimitars, Su Ming holding one in each hand, launching a violent storm-like attack on Laughing. He completely disregarded Laughing Bat's attacks, a stance of exchanging injury for injury. After all, he had X-metal bones in his body. Nightfall Greatsword couldn't sever his bones. Using soul power to control all his ribs connected into one piece, like putting on X-metal inner armor, he now showed overwhelming superiority towards Laughing Bat. The Joker also approached like a shadow, as the Laughing Bat busied himself with dodging. He'd sneaky suddenly stab him, plus his nonsensical trash talk never stopped. Things are better now. Su Ming just needs to focus on attacking, leaving the auxiliary task of talking to Joker. Chapter 168, Chapter 140, Success and Trade. 1570 words. Want to hear a joke? The Joker stabbed with a dagger, but Laughing Bat sidestepped to dodge. He wanted to counterattack the Joker, but Su Ming's scimitar immediately arrived, swinging at his fingers. He could only retract his hand and evade, because although he wouldn't be hurt, the weapon could be knocked away under great force. If Deathstroke took back that black great sword, he would be in danger. The Joker seemed oblivious to the great sword that almost landed on his head just now and continued his aggressive charge, looking as if he didn't care for his life. Not listening. Then Uncle Joker will show you a magic trick. The deranged Joker stumbled, seemingly unable to stand steadily, almost falling under the Laughing Bat's great sword. But as he patted his chest, the yellow flower pinned to his suit squirted out a stream of green liquid. Somehow, this green liquid hit the Laughing Bat right in his wide-open mouth. Laughing Bat coughed twice, and his attack inevitably slowed down because the dark energy protection weakened significantly after Barbato's defeat. The strong acid felt like burning coals in his mouth, and his lungs were taking on water. But the acid, which could normally turn a person to bones and metal to slag, only went this far, causing no substantial harm. He. Refill, master. How about it? Do I look like your butler? The Joker continued his banter, asking these questions, but didn't use the chest flower again. Instead, he directly stabbed with a dagger at Laughing Bat's face. He hated that face, hated that smile, and hated the way he mimicked Batman and himself. Everything about this guy he despised. Laughing Bat brought the great sword across to block the attack, giving Su Ming an opportunity. He clapped his hands together, and the dual blades instantaneously transformed into a question-mark-shaped golden long staff, resembling those held by European shepherdesses, only larger. While Laughing Bat parried the Joker's offense, Su Ming swung the long staff from the side, hooking Laughing Bat directly. The long staff rapidly shortened, and Su Ming jumped, using the handle to accelerate towards the Laughing Bat. Su Ming was already fast, and Laughing Bat was struggling to deal with him alone. With the Joker continuously using gadgets and words to harass, Su Ming finally seized the opportunity. Laughing Bat's first reaction was thinking Deathstroke aimed to snatch the weapon, yet this gave him the chance for an accurate strike at Su Ming. He swung directly at Su Ming with the great sword. Su Ming didn't dodge, allowing the great sword to slash his shoulder. The armor shattered, the deltoid partially severed, and several blood vessels were cut. But the clavicle halted the attack, producing a ding sound. Then, instead of grabbing for the sword, Su Ming clutched the blade with one hand, making a fist with the other and punching at Laughing Bat's chest. Laughing Bat didn't bother to dodge. What use was a fist? He decided to pull back the great sword for another slash. However, he made a fatal mistake. It was at this moment Su Ming decisively revealed his trump card. The four knuckles of his fist instantly sprouted for long sharp spikes, piercing through the hand armor, flashing with a silver-white gleam, and plunged into Laughing Bat's chest. It was X-Metal. If he intended to mimic Wolverine, how could he forget this move? Logan has only 3 claws per hand, but Su-Ming has 1 more. And if he wished, he could control the X-Metal to sprout spikes from any joint, though his armor would become perforated. Appearing as if aiming to reclaim the great sword, Laughing Bat mistakenly estimated his other weapons as non-threatening, keeping his focus split between Deathstroke and the Joker. Because the Joker represented more surprises and uncertainties, and his weird laughter and words were hard to ignore. Although the Joker was unaware, Su-Ming was merely using him as a decoy. Su-Ming seized the opportunity to close in, unveiling his trump card and succeeding in one fell swoop. For silver spikes pierced through Laughing Bat's chest from the front, making 4 holes in the heart and protruding out the back. Then, upon Su-Ming's mental command, the X-Metal retracted instantly, black blood gushing from the wound, draining away Laughing Bat's life and strength. The dark power began to flow away, and Laughing Bat collapsed to the ground. What an insidious tactic, cough cough, but you made a mistake, a colossal mistake. The Laughing Bat grabbed Su-Ming's armor, staring at the dark top of the Bat Cave, where countless glittering little eyes gazed back at him. They were bats. He was unwilling, there were things he hadn't accomplished yet. I don't know what mistake I made, but you certainly made a big one. Su-Ming brushed his hand aside, picked up his Nightfall greatsword, and without acknowledging the Joker weeping like a cat mourning a rat nearby, said coolly to the Laughing Bat, I once told a lackey something, and now I'll say it to you again. Mess with Deathstroke. Without waiting for any rebuttal from the Laughing Bat, Su-Ming swung his sword, decapitating him. Yikes, good, good. The Joker clapped nearby, tears streaming down his face from laughter. A perfect work of art, I want it, I want it. Deathstroke, sell it to me. What do you want? The dagger? Su-Ming frowned, the Joker's whims were unpredictable, but the dagger was not for sale, it was a souvenir from Earth-11. The dagger? Oh, you mean this? No, take it back. Compared to little birds, I prefer bats. The Joker nonchalantly tossed the Prometheum dagger back to Su-Ming, not caring for its sharpness. I want this, I want to preserve it, and talk to it every day. He bent down decisively, picked up the Laughing Bat's head from the floor, ignoring the black blood staining it, and cradled it in his arms. The purple suit was instantly stained black in a large area. He then placed the head on his shoulder, beside his own head, pulling the Laughing Bat's face into a grin, saying joyfully to Su-Ming, look, I can now laugh with 2 mouths at once. Turning his head to look at the spiked helmet-wearing head, and then at the flopping headless body like a dead fish, the Joker burst into laughter. He had ultimately won. The one who laughs last laughs best, once again proving that chaos and madness are the real victors. They made his laughter. As for this imitator, when Batman next came to play, he'd make sure this head watched from a dark corner. Make it envious of him, yet helpless. The head was of no use to Su-Ming. He didn't need such bloody evidence when settling accounts with the Justice League. After all, this was the Batcave, and Bruce would definitely review the security footage upon his return. Sometimes hired assassins needed to leave some evidence, like an ear, a hand, or a head, something to prove a task's completion, facilitating identity verification. Only with these could one collect their commission. It was a professional necessity. However, firstly, Batman wouldn't default on payments he didn't know what money was, nor was he interested in it. Secondly, since the Joker wanted the head, Joker's money was still money, and selling to 2 parties wasn't an issue. There were such examples in the mercenary world, where many people simultaneously placed bounties on a target, allowing one to accept all these tasks and claim all the rewards upon completion. How much are you offering? The major event was over, and it was time for Su-Ming to prepare for future life. A little extra money was always good. Can I owe you first? Ha, no, that's still not okay. The Joker held the head tightly, looking at Su-Ming warily, as if afraid he'd snatch it away. How about this? I'll give you something good, in exchange, hee. Something good? What good thing could the Joker have? His blood. Indeed, his blood contained the Dionysus factor, capable of enhancing Su-Ming's self-healing ability, but its side effects were too significant it could truly drive someone insane. Moreover, the Joker himself was unaware of the Dionysus factor. He only used his blood to create the Joker virus. Laughing gas. Its inhalers would laugh themselves to death. It was powerful indeed, but not as versatile as fear gas. The Scarecrow's gas had higher production, readily available everywhere. Su Ming pondered for a while, realizing the Joker did indeed have something he fancied: his purple, smiley face-painted Joker car. Though its appearance was somewhat bizarre, it was originally a good car that had been modified, complete with a super engine, nitrous oxide propulsion, and onboard weapons. It was essentially an altered 007 vehicle, though not as good as the Batmobile. It was still impressive. If the Joker intended to trade it, this deal would be hugely profitable. Come, stretch out your hand, close your eyes, and I'll give you the treasure, hee hee. The Joker reached into the pocket of his suit, fiddling for a long time, and mysteriously held something in his hand. Su Ming squinted his eyes like Batman, thinking this wouldn't be an electric shock button, right? Was the Joker planning to pull that trick? Chapter 169, Chapter 141, Settling Accounts 1088 words. Are you planning to shock me? I'm a cyborg, your toy that can knock out ordinary people will just amuse me. Su Ming calmly stretched out his hand, just like he said, Joker's electric toys were just entertainment for him. If Joker plays tricks, just toss him into jail, and he can ask Batman for a reward: the Joker's capture fee. Oh no, why would you doubt an old friend like me? Deathstroke, you really break my heart, hee hee. Joker pretended to wipe his tears, sneaking a peek at Su Ming through his fingers, but his peeking was so exaggerated, with all 5 fingers spread wide, as if afraid Su Ming wouldn't see his big eyes. That's good, don't waste time. Once the Justice League returns, you won't be able to leave. Su Ming isn't Batman, he doesn't have the leisure to play games with Joker, nor does he want to solve riddles or hear jokes. He just wants to get paid, find a good place to sleep, and spend the money. Once he gets the money, he'll order 2 family buckets from KFC, eating one himself and giving one to Barry. Barry was a significant help in his achievements, and Su Ming is someone who knows to return a favor, but since it's money earned from killing, Little Flash certainly wouldn't take it, so he'll give him some food instead, something that's hard to refuse. Su Ming had a mental list of debts, not yet calculated carefully, but certainly several million US. He saved the world, survived, satisfied his bloodthirsty urges from after the transformation, and made a big profit. Even though he hasn't received the money yet, that long string of numbers made Su Ming enjoy being a mercenary even more. Joker noticed Deathstroke seemed distracted, with blood still dripping from his shoulder, yet he was holding back a strange laugh. The laugh was a bit creepy, but it sounded genuine, and Joker happily laughed along. Haha, do you want to guess what it is? Here's a hint, found it in the Batcave. Batman's good stuff. Then give it to me, you can keep the head to play with. Su Ming hung his gear back on his body, beckoning with his finger for him to hurry up, as he still planned to collect his debts. Joker sighed, his shoulders slumped, feeling bored since no one else was as interesting as Batman, not even playing guessing games. All right, here you go, I think it's a good thing. He lightly placed a small item in Su Ming's palm. He didn't know what it was but had a feeling it was important. This feeling made no sense, but Joker believed himself. The most crucial part was he liked the item. The smiley face on it was sincere, like someone high on laughing gas, putting him in a good mood. Originally, he planned to give it as a gift to Harley, hoping they might reconcile, as his last attempt to kill her might have damaged their relationship. A small gift might make Harley think of him, maybe even try to kill him, breaking the monotony. But now he wanted Laughing Bat's head as a ball more, so exchanging the item with Deathstroke was also good. However, the moment the item reached Su Ming's hand, before he could even see what it was, a blue light instantly whisked him away. The blue light flashed and vanished. Su Ming was no longer there, leaving Joker holding the head, maintaining the gesture of giving an item. Joker quickly retracted his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, No mistake, but I haven't closed my eyes yet. He loudly counted on his fingers, reassured that he still had 5 fingers, not 4 or 6. But where did Deathstroke suddenly disappear to? Interesting, ha 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 ha. He clapped his hands. A living person vanished before his eyes. It was the best show, so you're playing hide and seek, huh? Hee, here I come. Joker started searching everywhere in the Batcave for Deathstroke, behind the burnt brother eye host, under the chair holding the Watcher, even inside his own shoes. He searched everywhere. The result was nothing. Deathstroke vanished into thin air. I give up, come out. Exhausted and panting, he couldn't find anyone and admitted defeat, wanting Deathstroke to emerge and explain how he did it, as Joker enjoyed the game, and wanted to learn how to play it with Batman. Yet no one would answer him now. He wandered around a bit, realizing Deathstroke had left, and felt deflated. You left, so I should go too. Am I really leaving? Really leaving? I'll take the head with me. He looked around, with only Barry and Diana still tied to stone pillars, unconscious, Laughing Bat's headless corpse unmoving, and the Watcher's mouth gagged, only able to make muffled noises. There was no other movement in the cave. Ha 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 ha, then I'll take that as a yes. He lifted Laughing Bat's head, nodded in satisfaction, and prepared to leave. But as he approached the cave entrance, he seemed to remember something, turned back, and took out a lipstick from his pocket, drawing big smiles on Diana and Barry. Seeing the two unconscious superheroes now with happy expressions, he laughed heartily, hugging the head, and ran away quickly. The Watcher breathed a sigh of relief, as Joker ignored him, this lunatic. However, Joker returned once more, stuffing the lipstick into his hand. Hold it carefully, ha ha. Joker licked his lips, like a snake flicking its tongue, teasingly tapping his chin, nervously looking at him. Smile, smile, give me a grin. The Watcher gagged, his whole face distorted, couldn't possibly smile. Why so serious? A smile should penetrate your mind. Previously he heard the name Watcher, and Joker wasn't happy again, though the joy of obtaining Laughing Bat's head made him almost forget about the old man. After all, only Batman was worthy to watch him, and this Watcher sounded like a knockoff. As annoying as Laughing Bat, and he can't even laugh. Joker grabbed the lipstick, painting a smile on the Watcher's brain with great force. A brain can't withstand such strength. Instantly, it looked like adding chili oil to tofu. Smile, very good. Joker clapped in satisfaction, not knowing how he saw a smile amidst the mess of red and white chaos. But he felt better, disregarded the convulsing Watcher, laughed loudly, and swaggered away into the night's darkness outside the cave. Chapter 170, Chapter 142, Dr. Suming's curse could finally be heard, but he was no longer in the Batcave. The Joker's unintended action got him into trouble. He looked down at the little badge in his hand, just a yellow circular emblem that many Boy Scouts or kids have, sometimes given as a dining gift by fast food restaurants. But this one was special, with a few bright scarlet bloodstains on it, splattered as if they were part of the badge and couldn't be wiped off. It was a smiley badge, with 2 black dots as eyes and a simple arc as a smiling mouth. But paired with the eerie bloodstains, Suming immediately knew what it was. It's the badge of the Jester. In Watchmen, the Jester liked to wear it on his chest. The Pharaoh tried to kill this former teammate, but Dr. Manhattan saved the Jester at the last moment, teleporting him into the sea from a tall building, sparing his life. However, the badge fell, and the bloodstains on it were left from the fight between the Jester and the Pharaoh. Originally, the Watchmen universe was a standalone universe, but during the N52 rebirth, the editors merged their world into the main universe, placing this inhumane superpower deep within the main cosmic space. The story background of Watchmen is the Cold War period, so this inhuman blue man was used as a symbol of the United States' great power, and the editors gave him a plethora of overwhelmingly powerful abilities. In the original comics, there was such a line. There were no gods before in the world, and now there is one. He used to be an American. Indeed, he is a god. Although not involving the concept of the multiverse, his abilities in any monistic universe are top-notch. He exists and doesn't exist simultaneously, a complete quantum aggregate, capable of foreseeing the future, creating and destroying worlds, manipulating time, altering cause and effect, annihilating particles. This was only a small part of his abilities. Figures like Barbados, if he wanted to, could be wiped away with a single thought. However, while God uses faith and divine art, he uses quantum theory, one theological and the other scientific. Of course, God excels as the God coexisting in the multiverse, whereas Dr. Manhattan is confined to a single universe. Watchmen is one of DC's most successful comics, telling the story of a superhero codenamed Pharaoh, feeling the threat of nuclear war looming heavily, assassinated his teammates, framed, and misled Dr. Manhattan, making him the common enemy of humanity. Manhattan, under his manipulation, instantaneously destroyed many cities, exhibiting inhuman and destructive power. Mankind found a common enemy, and the world achieved peace. After everything, when Dr. Manhattan learned the truth, he deemed Pharaoh's actions as right, so he silently bore the burden and headed towards the alien system. Before leaving, he also killed the teammate, Rorschach, who planned to reveal the truth to the world. Rorschach believed Dr. Manhattan was wrongly accused, and people needed to know the truth. However, after becoming a quantum convergence, Dr. Manhattan no longer had human thoughts, knowing only pros and cons, deeming world peace and Earth's existence most important, irrelevant to truth. If Rorschach exposed the truth, a world nuclear war would erupt, and the previously dead would have died in vain. Thus, someone hindering peace became his enemy, and with a thought, he blasted Rorschach into blood mist. After the world converged, Dr. Manhattan appeared in the main universe, still the same formula, the same flavor. Threats to the world's continuation must be handled, accidents not allowed. However, after so many years, his methods changed. He stole 10 years from the main world, and no one knew where these years went. Only the speedster, Barry's nephew Wally, noticed that everyone in the universe lost 10 years, but his information remained vague. Upon his reminder, Batman excavated in the Batcave and unearthed something from the rocks, the Jester's badge. Bruce didn't know what this thing was for, so he always kept it as a decoration in the Batcave. His research yielded no progress. It's just an ordinary aluminum product with an iron clip at the back. The paint and pattern were very common, probably selling for 5 US cents in a place like Gotham. But Batman always had a feeling that this thing was special, though he never found out how. Su Ming had a hypothesis about the 10 years of lost time. Manhattan might have extracted this time as a temporal and spatial prison, an incomplete independent world. There were no heroes or villains, just an ordinary world, his controlled peaceful world. Coupled with Slade's previous encounter, Su Ming suspected he was imprisoned by Manhattan in there. Manhattan could infinitely extend this period. If he wished, he could even make 10 years become eternal, or let it reboot continuously. Maybe Slade knew too much, and Manhattan decided on a lifetime imprisonment, or maybe Slade carried some unfavorable concept, and thus needed isolation. In short, within this temporal labyrinth formed over 10 years, Slade experienced life after life, one illusory existence after another. Chapter 171, Chapter 142, Dr. 1341 Words. But everything was interrupted by Su Ming's sudden appearance. Deathstroke escaped from prison. Perhaps Dr. Manhattan noticed these changes, but maybe he thought the new Deathstroke needed observation, or for other reasons, he didn't deal with Su Ming right away. No one can understand his thoughts. However, the moment Su Ming obtained the Jester badge, he had direct contact with Dr. Manhattan and was immediately invited over. Su Ming raised his head, many planets in the distance slowly rotating, the light in the cosmos gentle but not warm. Beneath his feet was an expanse of gold and blue structures, like a palace, the architectural style full of mathematical beauty, every angle and slope meticulously calculated, as if from the future. He floated in midair, clearly in cosmic space, but able to breathe freely, all of this due to the person in front of him. A blue-skinned, over 10 meters tall naked man. He was Dr. Manhattan, a completely rational former human. Su Ming was already prepared, he had no fear of Dr. Manhattan, his own brain now protected by X-metal, which is the origin of the DC universe, Dr. Manhattan wasn't capable of penetrating it to read his thoughts. Most crucially, Dr. Manhattan could be said to be the most rational entity, like a supercomputer. As long as your words are reasonable, you could ensure absolute safety. Su Ming gently opened the pin behind the badge, attaching this smiling face badge to the chain armor on his chest. He did indeed want revenge on Dr. Manhattan, to avenge Slade's past experiences, but that was just a thought, and no one knew. Outsider. A standard American accent sounded in his ear. Dr. Manhattan's pale, star-like radiant gaze focused on Su Ming. He, like Su Ming, also floated slowly in the air, sitting cross-legged, expressionless. He was the man in the DC universe who wouldn't smile. You know me, suggesting your origin might be a higher dimension, but you altered the course of history, and the future became a mist. Su Ming smiled calmly. The butterfly effect of a transmigrator is hard to avoid. This isn't a bad thing. Nobody wants a completely certain future. Manhattan fell into a brief silence, just less than a second. He slowly nodded. Your conclusion is partly correct. I checked the thoughts of 50 billion humans and alien beings across the universe. They don't need a certain future, even though some people like fortune-telling to glimpse future knowledge. The thought is actually from a fear of the future. Then can you send me back to Earth? We're good. Su Ming fiddled with the badge on his chest, implying that he, like Jester, had no stance, existed only for himself and the task. Negation. You cannot stay in this world anymore. The World Forger, Watcher, and Anti-Monitor are all dead. I must do my best to repair it. Manhattan said calmly, as if Su Ming had broken a vase, and he was a very patient host. Before that, you must leave. You do not belong here. This is also a fact. How did the Watcher die? What's going on? If the DC world is a boiler, then these three guys are responsible for maintenance, adding fuel, and dumping garbage. Without them, it's fine if there are no problems, but if a problem arises, there's no one to fix it. Isn't change a good thing? Su Ming said stiffly, not wanting to leave. If he left, when would he receive the mission reward? He had not experienced the pleasure of lavish spending. Although there was such an experience in Slade's memory, Su Ming did not enjoy it. Memory is a very thin thing. Regarding spending money in the past, Slade didn't care much. He didn't work as a mercenary just for money. It was more to satisfy the bloodthirsty desire. So the memory was more like XX day. Luther's money arrived. XX day took daughter to the sailboat hotel for seafood. Not bad. Such memories. Su Ming wanted to experience the process to get the conclusion of the not bad. Some believe time is linear, some think time is tree-like or a great web, yet you still can't see the true nature of time. Change is not always good. The Blue Man added a sentence to him, but Su Ming found it difficult to understand. Being looked for by Dr. Manhattan, he knew it was something inevitable. It's already later than expected that he acted now. All right, you can send me away, but can Batman pay the money he owes me first? Su Ming spread his hands, saying very calmly, debt repayment is justified. That is what I earned from my labor, at least let me see it. Currency, a human payment method, used to exchange matter. Manhattan was still expressionless, but currency can't even circulate between different countries, so you, who will leave, won't need it. I can give you something universal in any universe to help you maintain your life. After speaking, he waved his hand. Su Ming felt a weight in his hand. A bag appeared instantly. Upon opening it, there were several beautifully colored stones, red and green, all emitting a beautiful luster from the opening. Gemstones. Energy. Only energy possesses the most universal value. Manhattan immediately explained. He did not conceal this concept. Su Ming sighed silently in his heart. So be it, endures for now. Once he's ready, see how he deals with this exhibitionist. Anyway, you're going to send me away. Can I decide my destination? Su Ming went with the flow. He did have a place he wanted to go. Reasonable. That's good. There's a hole in the wall of origin. Can you throw me outside it? Su Ming didn't know if his guess was correct. About the world outside the wall of origin, no one knows what it is. But before, when he was chatting nonsense with colleagues in the real world, everyone expressed that the outside was other universes, like Detective Conan, Pocket Monster. Su Ming had a different view. even if it was another world, the closer ones should be American comics, right? Though it might also be nothing outside, just the origin itself, then Su-Ming would be drifting as space garbage in the unknown zone. Now is the time to verify his guess. He was willing to gamble. After all, such unclear matters always have a 50-50 chance. He had X metal inside him, inherently connected to the DC world. He would always find a way back. Manhattan's initial intent was probably to imprison him in that time segment, or send him to some special plane, like the Spirit-Thin prison or Divine Speed plane, but Su-Ming did not plan to follow his arrangement. He had his own plan. The doctor finally fell into the longest contemplation since the meeting, the peculiar matter outside the wall even he could not comprehend. His quantum would also be absorbed by the wall of origin. When this wall of origin cracked, he too wanted to send some quantum to explore outside it, even infinitely extending time, conducting hundreds of thousands of years of exploration outside the wall. Yet there always seemed to be an immense force hindering him, making him naturally forget about it, something preventing him. He could feel it, yet he couldn't describe it, couldn't resist it. Everything outside the wall remained unknown, and the person before him was also unknown. No clues, maybe letting the unknown remain unknown was a fine decision. He had no emotions, his thinking patterns were different from ordinary people. After various calculations, he recognized this method of handling it. Since Su-Ming was willing to leave, it meant he could negotiate. If Rorschach had been this compliant, he wouldn't have to kill him. But hypothesizing or negating past matters was meaningless, thus ignored. Manhattan raised a finger, using action to replace words. A blue light flashed, Su-Ming disappeared once again. Chapter 172, Chapter 143, made the right bet. 1478 words. In the next moment, Su-Ming was enveloped in blue light, streaking across the cosmic space. During this peculiar flight, he vaguely perceived four gigantic silhouettes brushing past him. Ah, those should be the Omega Four gods. They appeared after the metal event in the new event. Justice is absent. They are four strange ancient giant gods representing entropy, mystery, marvel, and knowledge. For this, they constantly devour planets throughout the universe to seek energy. Su-Ming speculated that they might have been released from the Wall of Origin, as he had never heard of them before. However, these concepts inherently belong to the DC world. Su-Ming wasn't deeply acquainted with the four gods. The information provided in the comics was vague. His initial reaction was that DC had launched four Galactus, each headed for Earth. These beings are incredibly powerful, each representing a rule of strength that ascends to the essential level of the cosmos. However, even if Su-Ming wanted to get involved in this matter, he couldn't for now. After he finished mulling over the four gods, he found himself outside the wall. The gap in the Wall of Origin was already far behind him, and he was now amidst the churning gray mist of the Sea of Origin. Manhattan, true to his earnest nature, sent Su-Ming away without waiting an extra second. No wonder he was ostracized to the universe's depths by the editors. Su-Ming wavered on whether to settle scores with him. Though he wanted to seek justice for the original Slade, holding a grudge felt like arguing with a vending machine. But now wasn't the time for these thoughts. Su-Ming decided to follow his plan first. If his guess was correct, it wouldn't be long before he would see other worlds. He was enveloped in a special blue energy, allowing him to continue flying and breathing in this eerie environment. But who knew how long this thin blue light would last? The gray originating matter was neither tangible nor had a temperature, like headless thoughts perhaps residing in everyone's mind. They rolled incessantly like waves or boiling magma, presenting a darker color but seemingly hiding something tangible within. Unseeable and indescribable, it was there yet impossible to delineate. There was no concept of time and space here, and Su-Ming didn't know how long he had been flying within it, but eventually, the gray matter dissipated. The scene before him made him breathe a sigh of relief. His speculation was correct. Outside of DC, there truly were other universes. Within the pitch-black space, shiny dots like colorful giant soap bubbles appeared, resembling scenes from the Doctor Strange movie. So, this is what the multiverse looked like. As one world after another flew by Su-Ming, he couldn't make himself turn back but could slightly alter his direction. Manhattan's energy was both protection and impetus, allowing him to survive but preventing a return. Fortunately, Su-Ming had obtained DC's most valuable X-metal, and it was time to explore elsewhere. He flew through space like a blue arrow, zeroing in on the fringe of each world to hear the sounds within. It felt like selecting watermelons at a market, but here he could hear the sounds without slapping them. For instance, this somewhat darkened soap bubble ahead prompted Su-Ming to slow down and fly close to its edge, allowing him to hear someone shouting inside. "Grant me strength. I am He-Man." Okay, this used to be a work of F.A. Company before DC acquired it. This universe is called the He-Man universe. The cosmic giant He-Man's world level is quite high. He-Man, his sister She-Ra, and their nemesis Skeleton King, are all mighty beings traversing the universe with their physiques. If Batman had a chance to ask He-Man that old question, He-Man's answer would certainly differ from Superman's. He-Man, no, I truly do not bleed. It's not to say he's stronger than Superman. He-Man was originally children's literature, where neither good nor bad characters can bleed. That lightning transformation setup seems like a kind of lineage or magic. Though powerful, it's unsuitable for Su-Ming. He bypassed this world and continued flying forward a bit. Moving forward, actually, this space lacks any directional concept. It felt like something flew past rather than him moving, or the world moving. The next world he approached emitted a green glow. But before Su-Ming could prepare, familiar background music played, and he seemed to smell canned spinach. He turned away immediately, as there was nothing of value in this world. World after world went by, he heard countless chaotic voices but none that were his targets. The ponies are all looking for their cute marks. Nemo, watch out for the great white shark. Patrick Star, would you like to blow bubbles? Only 25 cents. Haha, playing in the mud is so fun. Pikachu, I choose you. Watch Blue Cat, learn from Blue Cat, I'm proud of my pose. Su-Ming's expression shifted. Had he gone in the wrong direction? Why did he feel like he was moving further from the American comics zone? He looked back but couldn't see the path he took. In this directionless pitch-black world, it was impossible to discern his bearings. Sigh, at least I know what I'm looking for. It just takes more time now. Who knows how much time passed or how many worlds he bypassed. Su-Ming finally perked up, realizing he was nearing his target. Eventually, he spotted a massive aggregate not far above him. It looked like a snowflake ball, with countless smaller bubbles enveloped by a large outer shell. Such complex multiverse systems typically represent numerous Earths and timelines, existing in rare numbers among known entities. The key judgment factor was the presence of another massive luminous multiverse nearby. The two world systems formed a binary star-like system, with a faintly visible Mickey Mouse face on the outer wall of the other multiverse. Disney Universe, huh? Su-Ming merely glanced at it, uninterested in fairy tale princesses, and circled around it slightly to accelerate towards the Marvel multiverse. He always thought Marvel was right next to DC, not expecting such an arduous journey. The closer he got, the more he realized the vastness of this multiverse system. It was unclear whether it grew bigger or if he became smaller. Without further thought, he collided with the transparent outer wall. It was a thick wall, though not seeming as solid as DC's wall of origin. The pain and hardship in crossing it made Su-Ming grit his teeth. His armor became scorching, wounds started to split open, and he felt like being thrown into a pressure cooker, even with the protection of Dr. Manhattan's energy. After an indeterminate time, he eventually succeeded in entering the interior of the multiverse. The blue light on him dimmed, its energy expended in crossing the world barrier. Yet, he had only entered the Marvel multiverse system. He still needed to enter an exact world. For example, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Earth 199999. The power level there wasn't high, but there were many good items. However, the remaining energy on him flickered. He didn't have much time, and these worlds didn't have visible numeric markings. The Marvel system encapsulated many worlds. The rights to Star Wars and Terminator were also within Marvel. Among the tens of thousands of small soap bubbles, they must exist. DC and Marvel designed their multiverses differently. Within DC's wall of origin are superhero worlds, whereas Marvel contains other category works here. For instance, he heard familiar phrases from a neighboring world that looked like a glass marble. Inspector J and Inspector K, this mission is left to you. This is the Men in Black world. There are good things in it, but now he needed a Marvel superhero world. He endeavored to fly deeper, likely where more complete and important worlds resided as he neared the center of the system. But it seemed the protective energy was on the verge of vanishing. Losing protection in such uninhabited deep space would likely turn him into a popsicle like Yondu. He could only choose a world with 6 bright points, likely the Infinity Stones, and plunged in. The world rapidly expanded before him. After traversing the small world's barrier, he soared through the cosmos, the blue light on him flickering intermittently. He attempted to recharge using Dr. Manhattan's gemstone, but they were non-reactive, evidently not meant for that. An unknown gravitational pull suddenly enveloped him, directing him to fly towards a certain direction. He could only watch as he was guided by unknown energy across the stars and seas, through numerous nebulas and black holes, finally reaching the Milky Way galaxy, and then the solar system, until a familiar planet came into his view. Chapter 173, Chapter 144, Landing 1337 words. Luckily, it's Earth. If he had gone wrong and suddenly found himself facing the Imperial Death Star, that would have been quite a spectacle. The blue energy was running low, and the remaining resources had to be used wisely. After penetrating the atmosphere, he would have to rely on his own power for the landing. This time, the crossing was conscious, and everything he saw set his imagination soaring. If the world had boundaries, why couldn't the powerful ones from the original world step out? What were they lacking? And what determines whether an existence is single universe level, or a multiverse powerhouse? Manhattan is clearly stronger than Barbados, yet the latter is multiverse level while Manhattan is only single universe level. Is this decided by editors? Or is there some unknown reason? The friction from re-entering the atmosphere caused massive burns on his skin, and the Prometheum armor didn't help much. He had already turned the Godslayer into a drop pod, but the temperature insulation was barely effective. Enduring endless pain, he could only try to distract himself by thinking of random things. In ancient times, Guan Yunchang drank wine and played chess while having poison scraped from his bones. Now Su Ming was lost in thought during atmospheric re-entry. Fortunately, descending at such high speed wouldn't take long. He could see the blue sky outside, indicating he had entered the middle layer of the atmosphere. Through the golden Godslayer, the sky seemed to emit a faint glow. He was now at an altitude of around 80,000 meters. The protective blue light had completely vanished. Captured by Earth's gravity, he was subjected to gravitational acceleration, and if he continued accelerating infinitely, he would quickly exceed his speed tolerance. Descending too fast isn't a crash landing, it qualifies as a meteorite hitting Earth. In other words, he had to slow down now. Luckily, he had the Godslayer. An ordinary glider or parachute wouldn't withstand this, but this divine weapon was sturdy enough to serve as a deceleration tool. Godslayer, gliding wing. The golden weapon instantly expanded, and a pair of massive golden wings were fixed onto Su Ming's body. A slight jolt to the body was absorbed by the X-metal skeleton. The gliding wing's deceleration effect was average, but the air was too thin at this high altitude, and Su Ming couldn't hold his breath for long. Even with the bad oxygen tank, that was for the next step. First, descend to the troposphere. Once he could breathe, he could slow down gradually. It would be best to aim for a sea or lake for landing, minimizing impact, and then use the oxygen tank to get back to land. The key was that landing in water allowed for easy concealment, avoiding the many nosy folks in Marvel. While outside the atmosphere, Su Ming's focus wasn't on Earth itself. If he had managed to look around despite the pain, he would have noticed there wasn't a single satellite surrounding Earth, making his efforts to remain unnoticed quite unnecessary. As he descended and passed through layers of clouds, he finally saw the situation below clearly. A series of green islands lay scattered across the vast blue ocean. Despite not knowing the exact location, it was definitely not the poles. Based on the water's color and surrounding geography, Slade's experience indicated he was somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. In that case, let's land closer to one of the islands. Such islands usually have few people, and are easy to blend in with. Su Ming transformed the gliding wing into a parachute. The God Slayer was now like his Swiss Army knife, capable of transforming into whatever he needed. Of course, the God Slayer's core size was limited, preventing it from transforming into something overly large or complex, but simple tools were within its capability. The problem was that it was always a conspicuous golden, making him feel like a flare while floating in the sky. Fortunately, it was daytime, otherwise, he'd be visible from 100 nautical miles away. Following the wind's dance, he controlled his direction, heading toward the coastal waters surrounding the small island. It wasn't time yet to choose his own course. Despite having decelerated, he still splashed down in the ocean with a several-meter-high wave, his whole skeleton trembling, but that was all. He quickly sank to the ocean floor. Coral reefs, clownfish, and various marine life wandered around, while the bright sunlight filtered through the sea surface, making it feel like the undersea palace of the immortals. Of course, Su Ming wasn't artistically inclined. His first thought was to confirm his landing point, and then reflect on how being a hell paratrooper, or an interstellar soldier wasn't easy. A large coral reef community, and from the large marine animals in the distance, probably dolphins, suggesting there should be people on some nearby islands. In the past, European sailors considered dolphins encountered at sea as a good omen, and in many legends and stories, ships in peril often found salvation by following dolphins. In fact, those ships merely followed dolphins to areas where dolphins fed regularly. Unlike sharks and tiger whales, dolphins prefer continental shelves and large islands. These spots, where ocean currents slow down and sediment accumulates, harbor abundant microorganisms, attracting scale-armored marine life. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp, eventually drawing shallow water predators like dolphins. Thus, near dolphin activity zones, there must be places that slow down ocean currents, forming natural harbors, which those ships that follow dolphins often find salvation in. Having natural harbors and island resources allows humans to survive. The island was large, and Su Ming had confirmed this from the sky. Though dense vegetation obscured signs of habitation, human presence was still possible. Taking out the bad oxygen tank and holding it in his mouth, Su Ming oriented himself and headed towards the shore. Thankfully, this was a volcanic island, so the seabed was sturdy, with plenty of coral reefs to stand on. Otherwise, he would have been mired in the sandy seabed. Splash! He climbed out of the water, clinging to the reef, the seawater streaming from the gaps in his armor, refracting sunlight into a rainbow-like glow. Removing his helmet and the oxygen tank, he took a deep breath. The sea air always carried a slight, fishy tang, coupled with a refreshing feel. The Marvel world felt different. In DC, he always sensed a weight on his heart. Here he felt as if the world allowed him more space to breathe. Of course, it might just be a delusion. After all, Barbados was a constant problem there, leaving Su Ming with no rest. When the chance arises, I should consider adding an oxygen device to my helmet. Briss's bat oxygen tank is nearly exhausted. Su Ming put away the small bat gadget. It was, after all, a keepsake. He didn't put on his helmet, instead tucking it under his arm, as he began searching the coastline for a port. Once he found a port, he could gather information. His skills were sufficient to even craft a raft for seafaring. Of course, surrounded by islands, he wouldn't end up in a situation like Bear Grylls, having to resort to enemas with seawater. On one side was the calm, expansive sea, on the other, a deep green forest. The island wasn't developed, but its scenery was spectacular. He walked along the forest's edge, among dense trees and plants, sunlight filtering through the leaves, with shadows of small animals and birds deeper within the woods. Animals on islands generally aren't very threatening, at most consisting of wild boars and poisonous snakes. If they showed up, they'd just serve as extra rations for Su Ming. The last time he ate was Spam lunch meat, and who knows how long ago that was. After moving a while, he suddenly saw a bird with red feathers and a beak curved like a straw perched on a branch, instantly realizing where he was. Chapter 174, Chapter 145, Hawaii 1230 words. This bird with a red body, black wings, and a long curved beak is called a scythebill, and Slade remembers it. It perched atop a tall tree, looking down at the black and yellow figures below, its eyes shining like black gems with curiosity. This bird is very beautiful and extremely rare, with a straw-like beak, belonging to the pipette bird family, and it alone has blood-red feathers all over its body. The reason for its rarity is that, worldwide, it inhabits only one place. That place is Hawaii. The Hawaiian Islands consist of 132 islands, centrally located in the Pacific Ocean, known for their picturesque scenery and pleasant climate, and are a world-renowned tourist destination. Su Ming did have the idea of earning money to vacation in Hawaii, but it should be in DC's Hawaii. Now, having been dropped here by Manhattan, he is indeed in Hawaii, but the money didn't arrive with him. This island is not small, roughly estimated during the descent to be about 100 square kilometers. He deliberately chose a larger island. If this island were square, it would cover an area of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. So the question remains, without luxury yachts on the surrounding sea, no tourists on the island, the usable area of this island is not small, would the Hawaii government let the money slip away? It seems the world I've landed on is not synchronized with the real world in terms of time. If it were Hawaii in 2018, being a world-famous resort, in this season, private yachts should densely fill the ocean. But if the current timeline is before 1778, then he would have arrived in Hawaii even earlier than British explorer Captain Cook, with the island inhabited only by cannibals. Su Ming really doesn't want to be that early. Famous heroes and villains haven't even been born yet, and the world is not lively at all. What matters now is still to find a living person to ask questions. He's gathered enough intelligence from the external environment, but more information is needed from human society. Whether a mercenary or an assassin, they both depend on human society for survival. The island isn't small, but for Su Ming's pace, it's not big either. After intentionally increasing his speed, he quickly found the location of the port. A small port, looking like it only has a few wooden houses, a simple dock, and some dark-skinned mariners working on the dock, carrying goods like pineapples and coconuts. This is a man-made channel leading to the sea, forming a small port that penetrates the island, hidden by the lush surrounding jungle, trees spanning across the water like a corridor, making the small port invisible from the air, very concealed. Fortunately, seagulls also live here, circling in the sky, occasionally swooping down to steal human goods. Su Ming used them to confirm the port's direction. There is good news, too. Despite the small size of the port, a small cargo ship is docked at the pier, with an internal combustion engine emitting faint heat. Good thing it's not a sailing warship or a raft. Looking down at his uniform, Su Ming saw that his waist and shoulders were torn. The armor clearly didn't blend in with the surroundings. But this is an island, he could totally walk around shirtless, in just shorts. He removed all his armor and hid it, along with various light and heavy weapons, in a hole he dug in the jungle, taking only his bag, which contained a handgun and some grenades. That would be enough to handle some small emergencies. Now, he looked like a swimming enthusiast who had just come out of the ocean, only with slightly whiter skin. The target for gathering information was a fisherman not far from the port, a white man who appeared quite robust from behind. Su Ming greeted him in Hawaiian, which startled the fisherman due to someone suddenly appearing behind him, nearly making him drop his fishing rod into the ocean. Su Ming quickly stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod, placing it back in the fisherman's hand. The fisherman was a white man in his 40s or 50s, with a face weathered by the sea, confirming Su Ming's earlier guess. At this moment, he looked at Su Ming with curiosity, or more specifically, at his scars. These were the battle scars from times when Deathstroke hadn't undergone surgical transformation. The transformation gave him a healing factor but didn't repair them. Scars are connective tissue of the skin, a normal part of the human body, and the healing factor as a subsequent development doesn't manage previous accounts. There were dozens of scars just from gunshots, not to mention those from shells and knives. The fisherman sensed danger from Su Ming, akin to the premonition before a storm at sea. He had never seen a soldier who could inspire fear merely through presence. But seeing him completely drenched, the fisherman figured he might be a tourist vacationing in Hawaii, either swimming or surfing. Su Ming squatted beside him, naturally switching to English, wanting to learn the exact year, and how to reach a major city from the man's mouth. If it were a local, their knowledge might be insufficient, but white mariners are usually well informed. My name is Slade, an American, and yours? The fisherman calmed down significantly, refocusing his attention on his float bobbing on the waves. I am Bird, a former British mariner. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This man had clear eyes and clean fingers, indicating no smoking or drinking habits, suggesting he wasn't just any sailor. This man had lost a leg too, with a wooden peg leg painted a color that had lasted at least 5 years. Where's your ship? Su Ming asked nonchalantly, as though making small talk, sitting beside the man and staring at the dock together. Sunk 8 years ago. He answered calmly, as if it were a matter long past, but his rod quivered slightly in the water, creating ripples on the surface. Sank in combat. Hit a mine and sank just outside the home port. I'm not sure if it counts as combat sunk. Bird gave a bittersweet smile, full of self-mockery. Su Ming narrowed the time frame even further. Sea mines capable of sinking a steel ship wouldn't date back too far. What was your ship's name? Maybe I've heard of it. Bird laughed and shook his head, his expression looking numb. She was never famous. Though she made the papers when built, you're far too young to know. The war is over. Indeed, regardless, the war has ended and I retired early, sigh. Bird lifted his fishing rod, seeing the bait at the end of the line was gone. He took another red worm from an iron can beside him, threading it on the hook. The shiny hook pierced the worm's body, and it squirmed in agony before Bird cast it back into the water. She was called the Swordfish, an A-class destroyer, launched in 1897, and was considered a new ship when she sank 20 years later. I was her captain. Su Ming understood, with the A-class destroyers classified, having sunk in 1917, the war being the First World War, and 8 years since its sinking, it must be the summer of 1925 now. Chapter 175, Chapter 146. The Island 1368 words. It was indeed an awkward situation to be sunk by a mine during World War I because no one knew whether the mine was laid by the enemy or friendly forces. At that time, there was no sonar, and the technology of charting and making mines was relatively outdated. Britain and Germany had laid 310,000 mines and if the iron chain fastening the mine broke, the mine would drift with the waves. If there was a problem with the fuse, it would explode immediately once in the water. Even before early magnetic mines appeared, sea turtles could hit them and die. There were many problems. The defending side's ports would dispatch mine layers to lay mines extensively outside the ports, leaving only one channel open. This made it convenient for defense and prevented enemy landing operations. The attacking side, on the other hand, used submarines to lay mines on port channels to block supply routes or delay enemy action. So it remains a mystery whose side sank Bird's ship. Speaking of World War I, it was somewhat better. During World War II, Britain and Germany laid a total of 1 million mines. The British records for laying mines were just one sentence, deployed in the English Channel, the Mediterranean Sea, and the North Atlantic. What's the difference between such a broad range of records and having none at all? In this era, British sailors were deeply superstitious about a theory that if the ship was gone, so were the people. If the ship sank, the captain must go down with it as a gentleman. The captain of the Titanic was like this, and so were countless navy captains. After Britain defeated the Spanish Armada, it became the dominant maritime power for hundreds of years. Countries wishing to develop a navy would go to Britain to learn. Naturally, this ethos gradually influenced the world, and going down with the ship became a trend in the naval world. until the United States Navy broke this rule during World War II. The American approach was that if a ship sank, they would build a new one. As long as people were unscathed, the Army and Air Force would surrender if they could rather than fight to the death. Because experienced military personnel are more valuable than weapons. From when the United States joined World War II in 1941 to when Japan surrendered in 1945, America launched over 140 aircraft carriers in 4 short years, manufactured 40 billion rounds of various bullets, 300,000 aircraft, and 200,000 tanks. Once, the British Army lost 500 tanks in the Battle of El Alamein in 1942, but before the troops could pull back for rest, the Americans had 600 brand new Sherman tanks ready for them. Of course, the design of the Sherman tank had some issues and was called a mobile oven or lighter by soldiers. Its characteristic was that it would catch fire if hit, and sometimes it even caught fire without being hit, but having a tank is better than not having one, right? American naval captains all knew that a ship sinking wasn't important, as long as you returned alive, they would give you a new one. The military arsenal operates with such indulgence, and this is the victory of production capacity. So later, other countries no longer followed the code of people going down with the ship. It's just that as for 1925, those things in Su Ming's memory hadn't happened yet. This period was quite awkward. World War I was over, and World War II hadn't started. What should Su Ming do? Speaking of which, at this time, Captain America was just 5 years old, so I might as well go find him. Bird noticed Su Ming seemed a bit absent-minded, thinking he was staring at his prosthetic leg, so he candidly rolled up his trouser leg, exposing the somewhat darkened wooden material to the sunlight. I originally intended to go down with the ship, but unfortunately, an explosion blew off a leg, and I fainted from blood loss. By the time I woke up, I had been discharged, and was lying in a military nursing home in Liverpool. So he couldn't gloriously die as a naval captain. Even committing suicide would only be as an ordinary person. War was no longer relevant to him. He took his severance pay and crossed the ocean to Hawaii, where a sailor friend once told him it was a good place, intending to spend the rest of his life there. Hawaii was annexed by the United States in 1898, and English could be used here as well. This isolated island in the ocean was like a peach blossom spring, just suitable for a disheartened old man like him. Su Ming probably guessed his thoughts, but as a transmigrator and future person, he knew this secluded utopia was not long-lived. How far is Pearl Harbor from here? 50 nautical miles. 70 nautical miles. Perhaps not even that far. Once World War II breaks out, the British Navy will summon retired officers back to the Army to take up positions. Relying on his previous rank as a destroyer captain, at least a major, there is a good chance there will be a new ship by then. Missing a leg doesn't affect naval combat effectiveness. He could even miss an eye, or a hand, and it wouldn't matter. Put on a hook, maybe get a parrot or a monkey, and his combat capability might even increase. Especially the parrot, it has to be the red-feathered kind, with a mouthful of standard Caribbean accent, very impressive. Su Ming smiled while helping him roll down his trouser leg. This British guy was just unappreciated now. He actually wanted to return to the sea, but failing to die when he wanted to surely left him feeling lost. By the way, let's not talk about the past. What is the name of this island? Hawaiian is a bit hard to remember. Hee, I couldn't remember it when I first got here either. This island is called Kahoolawe, the 8th largest volcanic island in the Hawaiian Islands. Bird laughed as he wiped his mustache, which was a thick, white, straight line and appeared to be well maintained. All right, now Su Ming knew his exact location. Only Kahoolawe, rather than being a future tourist destination, was where the United States tested bombs after 1950. Although atomic bombs were not tested here, several 100,000 conventional bombs were tested until it stopped after President Bush took office in 1995. Because this sizable island had no water source, it lost its value. So to say, you're the only ones on this island. Su Ming was somewhat curious. In Deathstroke's memory, Kahal Island was an empty island, though historically there were indeed people who lived on it, he didn't expect they were British. Yes, I bought it from your governor for £2,000. Bird smiled and nodded. He liked it here, so he bought it. An island without fresh water is not valuable. There are tens of thousands of such islands in the Pacific Ocean, and though this island is somewhat larger, in this era, £2,000 was already considered a fortune. Pounds were a gold standard currency, and after World War I, the pound remained stable, equivalent to 7.3 grams of gold. Bird now seemed to be around 50, but he should have only been in his 30s or 40s when he became captain. Somehow the calculation doesn't add up. This should be related to his background or family, or else the retirement benefits of just a discharged officer surely wouldn't be enough to buy an island. And these people? Su Ming pointed at the people carrying stuff on the dock. Their skin was darker, and he originally thought they were natives. Bird nodded. They are my butler, gardener, and hired workers. We need to buy enough food and water every week from Honolulu, otherwise, it is impossible to survive on this island. He wanted to play at isolation, yet he brought along a butler and gardener. He knows how to live. Chapter 176, Chapter 147, Laying Out the Future 1011 Words. The location of Kahoolawe is quite nice, not far from the major tourist islands like Kauai Island and Maui Island. Additionally, the former Hawaiian royal residence, Oahu Island, is nearby, and you can see the silhouette of the palace from the shore. It's not exactly lavish, but it remains majestic and grand. Of course, the main issue with this island is the lack of water resources. Bird and his few companions living here need to fetch water, and buy supplies from other islands weekly, which is unaffordable with more people. But Su Ming likes it here, he wants this island, and the freshwater problem is easy for him to solve. In the DC world, he has no base, but after coming to the Marvel side, he plans to slowly develop over time while there's still an early opportunity. There are 14 years until the outbreak of World War II, and Su Ming plans to use this time wisely. He's not a scientist, he can't build satellites or nuclear bombs, nor is biochemical virus or robotics his expertise. But who is he? He's a super soldier, which means he's very familiar with various light and heavy infantry weapons. The weapons he's used can be easily remembered and recreated in this era. The AK-47 structure is simple, the Model 40 rocket launcher is also good, and Beretta's semi-automatic pistol looks like black technology in this era. What guns are people using in this era? Single-shot bolt-action rifles, even muskets, these front-loading rifles are still in use. If he can stockpile enough munitions before World War II breaks out, he can make a fortune from the military budgets of the United States and the United Kingdom. Deathstroke is a mercenary like Deadpool, but he charges a high price and manages his finances well, so he fares much better than Deadpool. He has his own plane, yacht, and a luxurious villa with a swimming pool. Though not as wealthy as Bruce or Lex, he still has assets worth tens of millions of US dollars. In Marvel, if Su Ming wants to continue his mercenary business, he needs to set up tens of thousands of safe houses worldwide, prepare various means of transportation and supplies, purchase intelligence, and bribe contacts, which requires a vast amount of money. Whether being a superhero or a villain, it all requires money. The cost of building a suit of Tony Stark's battle armor is unspeakable, and even Hawkeye's arrows, without footing the bill, he couldn't afford. So establishing an arms company, not only can profits support his activities, but it also provides handy weapons, killing two birds with one stone. Having a wealthy identity in a capitalist country is also a good protection. Su Ming has always been curious about how Superman disguises his true identity because, whether it's him or Kara, as long as they wear a pair of black-framed glasses, no one around can recognize them. When needed, they take off the glasses, pull the collar to reveal the S emblem, and they can go on adventures of justice. But their face, appearance, and accent haven't changed a bit. Why can't even your wife recognize you? Of course, for Su Ming, Cindy, or the original Slade, being mercenaries for money is secondary, primarily to satisfy their bloodthirsty desires, which is a side effect of undergoing modification surgery. Being a human weapon for the military isn't so easy. Deathstroke is already considered a successful experiment. Many people think Captain America's serum is the best, but in the comics, he frequently has its effects nullified by various means, becoming weak or aging. Not to mention Baki and the Abomination and Hulk. Now Su-Ming has just left the killings, satisfying his bloodthirsty desires reasonably, but over time, surely there will be a time when he can't suppress it anymore. So he needs to make money, and the mercenary business must continue. This Cahal Island, its geographical location is good, with a significant size, and surrounded by scenic tourist destinations, making it suitable as a private base. Once airplanes are available in the future, transportation will be quite convenient. Tony Stark's home is in Malibu, Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States, on a seaside cliff. And the Stark Company's headquarters in New York City Center on the East Coast. Whenever he's not being Iron Man and going to work once, he needs to fly once. Can Su-Ming be worse than him? His company is based in New York, but he just lives in Hawaii, twice as far away. So next, let's start planning. First, sell the gold jewelry he brought as the startup capital. Then obtain a legal identity, and head to the US mainland. Afterward, it's about development and waiting for that grand era to arrive. As for the island, it won't sprout legs and run away, Bird still wants to fight. His actions and glances all reveal his nostalgia for the sea, and memories of military life. So once he is called back by the army, this small Pacific island will certainly be neglected, and by then, Su-Ming can just buy it. As long as relations are maintained well during this time, it's all very easy. In the future, build his own villa on the island, casually set up some industries for disguise. The underground, being volcanic rock, namely obsidian, is quite sturdy. Reinforced with concrete and steel, a Deathstroke cave can be established, forming a secret base. If there's no fresh water, seawater can be purified or seabed pipelines can be laid from other islands. As long as there's money, in the future, it can easily be done. If transportation is inconvenient, build an airport. If the island's size is insufficient, reclaim land from the sea. Install all sorts of solar and tidal power generation. Thus, there's a vast gap for money. But now Deathstroke has no fame, and taking jobs doesn't earn big money. Though Hawaii is picturesque now, it's far from being that bustling place in the future. Chapter 177, Chapter 148, Honolulu 1431 words. Let's first get some money and identity here. Although we can't use them here, we must pass through customs to get to the United States mainland. In this era, creating a fake identity requires about as much effort as getting a real one, so let's just register a real one. I just swam to your island, thinking it was uninhabited. As a peace offering for coming uninvited, I'll treat you to a meal in Honolulu. Su-Ming stood up and spoke to Bird, his gaze falling on that small cargo ship. Haha, there's no need for an offering, but going to town for some good food sounds nice. I must say, you've swum quite a distance. Praise God, your physical stamina is impressive. Bird readily agreed, showing a hint of envy. Although he was in the Navy, even in his younger days, he couldn't swim several nautical miles in the open sea. The nearest inhabited island from here is at least that far away. However, he did not ask further. The world is vast, and there are all sorts of remarkable people everywhere. He had once seen someone eating stones in Africa, and met a person in India who could go years without eating. Now he just saw another swimming champion, that's all. Maybe it's because I exercise regularly. Wait a bit, and when we load the pineapples and fish onto the boat, we'll head to Honolulu. These goods are usually sold by my steward on the closer Maui Island, but today we'll try our luck on another island. Bird nodded and started packing up his fishing gear. He didn't care much about the small profits from agricultural products. He just planted some pineapples on the island to pass the time. The climate here is decent, and there's enough rain, so the pineapple yield is all right. Even though it doesn't cover all the costs, there's still some income. Su-Ming hadn't seen his pineapple fields, but if he only had this handful of people on the island, the scale couldn't be too large. The island was still mostly wildlife's territory, and occasionally the distant calls of monkeys could be heard. After chatting casually for a bit, Su Ming asked for a piece of canvas, and went back into the jungle to bring his armor and weapons. The holy statue armor looked like chain armor against sharks, and was easy to explain, while Nightfall Greatsword and Divine Gold 47 were wrapped together and deliberately bundled to resemble a surfboard. Such an item wouldn't seem out of place on any island. Su Ming took all his belongings and then followed Bird onto the boat. Bird had his steward give him a brightly patterned short-sleeved shirt, big shorts, and slippers to wear, because after all, they were going to town, and one needed to look decent. Though it wasn't London, wandering around town shirtless was still improper. How could an English gentleman allow the people around him to look like that? The shirt had a red base with coconut tree patterns printed on it, quite the fashion in Hawaii, and Su Ming fit right in with the local style. The little boat was as he had seen before, just a simple fishing boat without even a cargo hold. A few crates of pineapples and some other local products were simply piled on the deck. Accompanying them were the steward and 2 workers, and that already made the boat feel quite full. The steward was responsible for steering the boat, while the workers were not idle on board, having to shovel coal into the furnace. Sweat rolled down their tanned skin. However, this is already considered a good job for island natives, as working for the British pays more. Once aboard, Bird insisted on standing behind the steward, commanding him as he steered, occasionally issuing orders. Port full rudder. Double move 4. Hold steady. Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his face. The steward understanding these naval terms wasn't surprising, but executing them was another matter. Double move 4 refers to both propellers moving forward in 4th gear. But this is a rudimentary little boat with a single propeller and a small boiler and no gears. More coal means faster speed. A World War I destroyer's 4th gear was its maximum speed, cruising at about 25 knots, approximately 46 kilometers per hour. But with this little boat's speed, even if the workers exhaust themselves, they couldn't reach that speed. But putting aside those nostalgic actions and the steward's fairly competent responses, Su Ming turned his gaze to the sea, where numerous seabirds flew above, trailing the boat, hoping to find some easy food. But this little boat disappointed them. Pineapples are not a bird's primary diet. They wanted little fish and shrimp, which were hidden under the pineapples by the workers. Soon, they dispersed. Su Ming smiled faintly, feeling a sense of tranquility, like this vast ocean. Marvel is also a real and expansive world. Once they arrive in Honolulu, the plan is to first sell the gold, rest for a few days, and then take care of business. He's been too stressed for too long, and needs a break. Though he said it would be a while, they arrived 4 hours later. Su Ming was somewhat impressed with Bird, who even with a missing leg, stood firmly on the creaking deck for 4 hours, his voice issuing commands as clearly as when they set sail. Bird really was born for the life of a mariner. The 2 sturdy workers seemed accustomed to his performance. They were tying the boat to the dock with ropes and preparing to unload goods and hire a cart to sell them. Now the sun was high in the sky, just the right time for a meal. Bird pulled out a small stack of pounds, sending the steward and workers to sort things out themselves before coming over to Su Ming. "All right, Slade, there's nothing left for me to manage. Let's go eat now." Su Ming didn't have cash on him, only some gold jewelry to sell, so the first task was to find a place to sell these items. As a newcomer with no information or connections, banks and formal institutions bought gold but not jewelry. However, there's a place where selling jewelry might fetch a slightly higher price, without needing any identification proof. That place is the pawn shop. Many Chinese people have lived in Hawaii since the 18th century, and the Qing dynasty even had diplomats stationed here. Of course, the Qing dynasty fell in 1912, and few Chinese living here returned. But this had nothing to do with Su Ming. He just needed to find a pawn shop. Though pawnbroking wasn't exclusively a Chinese business, at this time, they undoubtedly asked the least questions. They acknowledged tickets, not people, goods, not stories. They didn't ask about the origin of items or the whereabouts of the owners. Those were the rules, and Su Ming liked them. The first Chinese to arrive here were merchants because Hawaii produced sandalwood, which sold at high prices domestically. Hawaii didn't tax merchants then, with profits over 40%, attracting many to travel back and forth. It was they who gave Honolulu its nickname, which the Celestial Dynasty still calls it today, Sandalwood Mountain. Moreover, there were surely pawnshops around bustling docks. Sailors often short on cash but craving strong drinks, and women to relieve the exhaustion of the sea could turn to them. Once the captain or owner sold the goods and paid the wages, they could redeem their pawned items. The harbor of Sandalwood Mountain was much livelier than Bird's private dock. At a glance, there were at least dozens of large cargo ships flying various national flags, and thousands of dockworkers busily loading and unloading goods, working in full swing. Su Ming looked at the buildings along the shore. Some shops flew flags bearing the Chinese character for liquor, and the architecture resembled old domestic buildings, quickly finding ones with the character pawn on them. "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to the bank," Su Ming said to Bird. It must be said that most foreigners took things at face value. If one said this in the Celestial Dynasty, the other party would likely reply, "Oh, really need to get cash. This meal's on me, no rush, get it later." But Bird simply smiled and nodded, signaling Su Ming to hurry back while he waited at the dock. This made Su Ming want to buy him a few oranges on the way back. Chapter 178, Chapter 149, Not a Pawnshop Transaction. 1516 words. The purpose of the trip to Honolulu has been achieved, and the plan went smoothly. Now it depends on what price these gold items can fetch. Currently, the US dollar is in circulation in Honolulu. In this era, the best Remington double-barreled hunting rifle costs about $10, a Comet brand bicycle is just $4. These items are valuable in the future. If preserved well on the antique market in 2018, an old Remington rifle can sell for $7,000, and a Comet bicycle can fetch $5,000. Su Ming's gold jewelry should theoretically be worth $2,000. Of course, that's the price in a jewelry store, and you certainly won't get that in a pawnshop. But Su Ming insisted on selling the jewelry at a high price. Weaving through the crowds at the port, he dealt with a few clueless pickpockets, easily snapping their fingers, and naturally walked into the pawnshop. With retro counters and railings, and some vases and paintings as decorations, an elderly man with round glasses and a grizzled beard was dozing behind the counter. He was dressed in a long gown with a black hat on his head, with an abacus and magnifying glass at hand. Su Ming knocked on the counter with his knuckles and placed a small fabric bundle on the countertop. "Shopkeeper, business has come to you." The old man took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Oddly, before him stood a young white man, yet he spoke with an authentic Beiping accent. But the rule was not to question the source, so he just politely smiled and took the small fabric bundle to open it. Instantly, golden light shone in all directions, and the old man gasped as if sipping broth. Hiss! Not only was the gold of excellent quality, but the gemstones were clear and brilliant, and even the carving and design were exquisite beyond compare. These were undoubtedly top-notch treasures in the world. Of course, this was future craftsmanship, with a more inclusive aesthetic concept of the future. In this era, isn't it world-class? Ever heard of vacuum casting machines or computer micro-lathes? The old man took up his abacus, ran his fingers over it, and the beads clicked and clacked, indicating that he was interested in this business. "Young man, these are good items, solid gold. I won't deceive you, but the rule in our pawnshop is to cut the price in half upon entry. You understand this, don't you?" The old man had a southern provincial accent, prompting Su Ming to switch to the same dialect. In the internet age, who doesn't know a few dialects? "Shopkeeper, I naturally understand the rules, but I haven't come to pawn. I'm offering you a way to get rich." The old man was taken aback. Well, is this a foreign devil becoming a local? He wanted to see what this foreigner would say. "Oh, I'm all ears." He fiddled with his abacus beads, signaling Su Ming to begin his performance. Su Ming was unyielding, happy that the old man was willing to hear a story, making it easier to hike the price. Setting that aside, just look at the quality and craftsmanship of this gold, then look at the clarity and cut of the gemstones. Have you seen this before? The old man's brow furrowed. Going out to do business naturally means earning as much as possible, but this foreigner said it wasn't a pawn and mentioned a way to get rich. This was unusual. He wanted to hear more. Pawnshops valued keen observation most, preferring customers who knew nothing, like second-generation rich kids, who pawned family heirlooms due to lack of knowledge. And this foreigner with very fluent Chinese brought all sorts of surprises from the moment he stepped in, indicating he was worldly. No, as I've said, these are fine items. The old man stroked his beard. People say our trade is crooked, thriving on others' misfortunes, but I'm still a businessman. Honesty breeds wealth. I have a rough valuation of your items, and I'd be willing to take them. Su Ming smiled and nodded, but he didn't believe a word. The old man wanted him to pawn, but Su Ming intended to collaborate in another way. To be honest, these treasures came from the palace, not the one in Beiping, but the Louvre Palace in France. Heard of it? In fact, the jewelry's origin was the Bat Cave, but could Su Ming tell him that? I've heard a little. The old man demurely sipped his tea, but his mouth felt dry. Just hearing the name was impressive. Well, France is currently the world's #1 land military power, unmatched by the Great Qing. And these items were the jewelry of Marie-Louise, Empress of the First French Empire, and wife of Emperor Napoleon, a century ago. Su Ming continued to fabricate, as the parties involved were long dead, and carbon-14 dating wasn't available back then, but an incident occurred. Napoleon was defeated and captured, and Marie went into exile overseas. So, these few pieces of jewelry. You get the idea. Did the old man get it? Actually, not at all. He didn't really understand what these foreign names represented. However, he understood the terms emperor, empire, first strong nation, and empress. No wonder such exquisite jewelry must indeed be royal. The old man remained calm, but inwardly he was delighted. He only needed to remember this story, and he could earn a huge profit when reselling it. Su Ming didn't care about his internal thoughts. He had already seen the old man's interest from his eyes. Now, he just needed to give it a little push, and there was no way he would be on the losing end. These pieces of jewelry later ended up in my ancestors' possession, but the moon waxes and wanes, and just a few days ago, my father's fleet mysteriously disappeared at sea. I'm now looking to buy a ship and hire people to search for him, so I took out these treasures, hoping to find someone with a connection. The old man glanced at him. Is this guy a fake foreigner? Such a smooth talker. Someone with a connection. He didn't say anything but was calculating the jewelry's price in his mind. Regardless of the get-rich-quick scheme, or the story's truth, the intrinsic value of the items alone was guaranteed. Shopkeeper, you're a person with a good eye. This kind of treasure, if you take it to Hebei Dingling for a walk, even old Buddha would crawl out from below to give you 2 thumbs up. The old man didn't know if old Buddha would come out, but he did spit out a mouthful of tea. This must truly be a foreigner, bold enough to say anything. Although the Great Qing fell, respecting the deceased remained a cultural norm. Little did he know, Su Ming was from the future, and had no positive opinion about Empress Dowager Cixi. Just making a joke about her now was already light. If he'd traveled a few years earlier, he'd have definitely looted her tomb before sundianing. Burial items worth over 100 million taels of silver, bombing it all the way down with C4 wouldn't be just like getting them for free. The old man coughed for a while before finally speaking. Young man, do you know what the fate is for gold and silver jewelry after we take them in this trade? Su Ming nodded. It's nothing more than reselling to the wealthy or melting it down and recasting. But this jewelry is expensive. Now that the Great Qing is gone, who else is qualified to wear such jewelry? The old man was still struggling, trying to lower the price, suggesting he couldn't find a market and the goods would tie up funds. However, this was already part of Su Ming's plan. He didn't want to take advantage of his fellow countrymen, hence had already prepared a bright path for the old man. He chuckled heartily, "Shopkeeper, you got this wrong. You're no longer in the Great Qing, but in Honolulu. Though the Queen of Hawaii has abdicated, she isn't dead." The old man's eyes lit up, truly lost sight amidst the chaos. The royal family that ruled Hawaii for hundreds of years, they have wealth. The United States forcibly annexed Hawaii, compensating the Queen with $42,000 and a sugar plantation. The current Queen of Hawaii is wealthy but otherwise has nothing. All he had to do was acquire this jewelry and sell it to the royal family for a guaranteed profit. With good operation, profits could even double. So this was the get-rich-quick way, perhaps even connecting with old nobles, who still hold significant influence in Honolulu. This wasn't just a financial path, but a potential ladder to rise. He didn't understand why Su-Ming approached their pawnshop, but if the deal fell through, Su-Ming would head out and find another foreign businessman, and this lucrative opportunity would fly away. Chapter 179, Chapter 150, Dining 1723 words. Of course, everything the old man could think of, Su-Ming had already calculated. It's because merchants pursue profit, and a pawnshop very much relies on connections and reputation. It involves reselling transactions, so it's impossible to refuse such temptation. The younger generation is truly formidable. The old man wiped the water off his mustache, came out from behind the counter, and invited Su-Ming to sit down for tea. He had no doubt that if this young white man wasn't in urgent need of money, he could easily sell it to the royal family himself, in which case it wouldn't have anything to do with him. However, the royal family is often slow in paying and sometimes uses land or goods for barter, which isn't what the young man wants. As for why he came to a pawnshop instead of a Western comprador company, the old man figured it out because comprador companies are often middlemen and can't immediately come up with enough cash to buy the jewelry. Didn't the young man say it? He urgently needed money to buy a ship and go out to sea, so he wants cash. The old man himself also had a ship, and although he knew that looking for a lost ship was like searching for a needle in a haystack, whether it was to rescue people or salvage goods, the sooner the better. "Shopkeeper, you're too kind, but I wonder if this business could be done." Su-Ming smiled faintly, lifted the teacup, blew away the froth, and took a sip. Tasting genuine tea again felt as if a lifetime had passed. "Young friend, you are straightforward. How could this old man not appreciate it? I am interested in taking up this business, but might I ask?" Originally, there was one more piece in this jewelry. My ancestor sold one to exchange for a fleet and traveled across the seas. However, now times have changed, and I am in urgent need of money, so I am willing to transfer the treasure to Uncle for 10,000. The old man stroked his mustache, and as he addressed him as a young friend, this white man immediately called himself nephew. Are Westerners also fond of creating close relationships like this? The speed at which it happened was too quick. Even though these words gave him goosebumps all over, the price was just right at his psychological price point. The so-called 10,000 was, of course, not copper coins but US dollars. The offer was $10,000, and he had already pointed out the sales channel. The jewelry itself was world-class. Having run the pawnshop for more than 50 years, the number of jewelry he has seen is uncountable, so he was confident he wouldn't be wrong. This young man was using the pawnshop as a broker, not for pawning. There might be something fishy, but missing the opportunity given by heaven would bring regrets. The old man's expression fluctuated, and he even pulled out a few strands of his mustache, but in the end, he nodded and smiled while speaking to Su-Ming. "Good, would dear nephew accept a Citibank draft?" Su-Ming also smiled. It was settled, much easier than he had imagined. He still had many tricks up his sleeve. Naturally. Then let me make some preparations. The old man sent the accountant to handle things, while he stayed and chatted with Su-Ming. Ha ha ha. They looked at each other and laughed. Although they were clearly of different races, they talked happily in the language of the Celestial dynasty, creating an odd scene. The pawnshop was not big, but it had deep roots. It's unclear which Chinese business association was behind it, but they immediately produced a $10,000 draft. After politely declining the old man's invitation to stay for a meal, Su-ming headed to the nearby Citibank and exchanged it for cash. Wearing a flashy Hawaiian floral shirt, and holding 100 bills of $100 denomination each, with Franklin smiling at him. Actually, in this era, there was another currency called the gold yuan certificate, directly linked to the Federal Reserve's gold reserve, and one note was equivalent to 10,000 US dollars. But now, for the United States, Hawaii was just the countryside, and such large bills couldn't be spent at all. Hawaii wasn't considered a city yet, it was just a slightly larger town. A $10,000 at this time was almost equivalent to 80,000 in Su-ming's era. The business of a space-time profiteer is truly terrifying, as Su-ming made over 100 times in profit. The pawnshop certainly did not lose either, as they could sell it to the Hawaii royal family for more profit. However, Su-ming did not have an official identity, so it was inconvenient for him to engage in disputes with the royal family. The royal family would not lose either, as nobles are still nobles, and this jewelry, transcending time, symbolizes face and status. Having lost their identity as the rulers of Hawaii, they now needed face. It could be said this was a transaction that satisfied all parties. Next, Su-ming planned to get a formal identity. At that time, the United States did not have population censuses and identity verification. In the 1920s, the vital registration system was introduced, with detailed records of a person's birth, growth, and death filed with the state population statistics offices. After 1939, President Roosevelt began to implement the Social Security number system, which essentially acted as a form of identification. It was essential for tax payment and pension contribution. Hawaii's situation was more special. It only became a U.S. state in 1950. At this time, it wasn't clearly defined as either a colony or a puppet country, it was a unique existence. Hawaii's people themselves rose up and overthrew the feudal monarchy, willingly embracing the United States. As for why some people saw that the army that staged the uprising was all white. American warships cruising around the outer seas. Some people in black suits moving stealthily. You must have mistaken it. Do you dare to say that in front of 20,000 Navy Corps? Su-ming appeared very young now. As long as he pretended to be an American born in Hawaii, he could get a real identity record, traceable and verifiable, just by spending some money. It's safe to say all the preliminary preparations were completed. He could soon go to the mainland United States and set up his plans. He returned to the small cargo ship, where Bird was still waiting for him. Lying on a deck chair, with his fishing rod by his side. The butler and workers weren't there, they were probably still out selling goods and eating. The sea breeze rustled his gray hair, making him seem even older. The captain collected his fishing rod and rubbed his eyes strained by the sea glare. "Ah, it's a nice day, isn't it? Well, then let's go. You pick the place, then. I'm going back to the United States in a few days, choose something with a bit more character. Indeed, a young person staying here too long will become lazy. It's too comfortable here. Let's go try that lock and mook." Bird smiled and nodded with that British gentlemanly demeanor, as if he were going to a banquet at Buckingham Palace. Su-ming wasn't omniscient. He had no impression of this so-called lock and mook, so Bird led him into Honolulu City to a small local restaurant. And then he realized, Slade hadn't not encountered this before, it would just have a name change in the future. In the future, its full name would be called Hawaiian-style meat, chicken, egg, and gravy over rice, referred to as Hawaiian loco moco rice. It did represent a kind of Hawaiian cuisine. The main population in Hawaii consisted of Americans, Japanese, Chinese, and locals, so they brought together various food features from different ethnicities to form this hodgepodge. The taste was okay. At first bite, it was somewhat like Sichuan cuisine but with seafood, fruit, and cream flavors. But it was already better than Cindy's stew. Su-ming added another wish to his list: after reaching New York, have a proper authentic Chinese meal. As for now, it was just expanding his intelligence reserve, reminding himself to best avoid trying foods he couldn't understand the names of in the future. Bird enjoyed his meal, not noticing the sympathy in Su Ming's gaze. What good is wealth if you have spent decades of your life eating fish and chips and stargazing, unable to enjoy life even under the rule of British dark cuisine? Running around on the battlefield a few days ago, Su Ming made do, but now, with money and leisure, who wants to eat this mixture of East and West, sea and land stew? Su Ming snapped his fingers twice, like a typical American, to get the attention of the local waiter, and then he ordered again, 2 orders of grilled lobster, and give me a martini, shaken, not stirred. Su Ming had long wanted to taste the favorite drink of 007. If it's the favorite drink of the world's best special agent, then the best mercenary should try it too. However, the server's face was full of confusion, as if he didn't understand at all. Bird laughed and resolved the waiter's awkwardness, asking him to change the martini to a pineapple plum sake, sending him away, and then he quietly explained to Su Ming. According to him, the martini cocktail was invented around 1850, and since Hawaii wasn't very developed, it lacked the ingredients. Martini required gin and vermouth, and the best production places for these 2 liquors were the Netherlands and France, quite literally on the other side of the earth. Since there were many sailors here, rum was the most common, but the mariners favored Cuban rum, which was too strong and unsuitable for mixing cocktails. In his view, Su Ming most likely came here due to the prohibition to enjoy himself, but to drink the drink with regional characteristics to make the trip worthwhile. Su Ming forced a smile, hoping that this beverage would not be like the Loch and Mook. Chapter 180, Chapter 151, Leisurely Days 1380 words. Fortunately, the taste of the sake is still normal, quite strong, with a hint of fruit aroma. Su Ming pushed the cover rice to the side, ate the lobster, and started drinking. As a super soldier, his ultra-fast metabolism made alcohol almost ineffective, but since it was a time for relaxation and leisure, having a drink to set the mood was nice. This shop isn't big, but the tables and benches are made of sandalwood from the island, with a beautiful color and a faint fragrance. The sea breeze blowing in from outside was quite refreshing. Bird, have you ever thought about going back to the United Kingdom? Bird picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mustache. He showed a standard gentlemanly smile, but his eyes had a slight hint of confusion. I don't know how long I'll live, but after I die, I still want to be buried behind the church in my hometown. A captain of a destroyer now can only command a sampan with a displacement of less than 3 tons. He didn't know what to say about himself, and maybe he would change to another ship, but who could say what the future would hold? Su Ming nodded and took another gulp from his glass. This fruit sake was invented by the island's Japanese residents, but it wasn't served in those small white porcelain cups. Instead, it was poured into a large glass, half full, like Western liquor. If you had the chance, would you want to go back to the battlefield? Hearing Su Ming's words, Bird's eyes lit up for a moment but quickly calmed down. As a soldier, he did wish to return to the battlefield, but he saw no sign of any war breaking out. The Anglo-French Allied army had won, and Germany was beaten down. Now Germans found it difficult even to eat, let alone fight a war. Would it be possible for the French to go to war with the UK? That was a possibility, since the French had always been the old rivals. In history, the wars between the UK and France lasted for hundreds of years, and the French constantly desired to reclaim the seat of European dominance. The Germans are still digesting the bitter fruits of their last defeat, and as for the war. Are you referring to the French? Su Ming certainly knew it wasn't the French, but he wouldn't say it was a little mustache from Austria. He chose to skip that part. We are all soldiers, smoke and death have long been part of our blood, and God will always give warriors a chance. Even though Su Ming strictly speaking only participated in the battles of metal, thinking of the battlefield made him eager to try again. It was a feeling hard to describe, the passionate excitement could indeed be addictive. Bird's face also showed a joyful expression, as if he suddenly became much younger. Then thank you for your blessing, although war brings many misfortunes, I shouldn't say this, but we are soldiers and soldiers always yearn for a new war. It was on this topic that the two talked about the last World War. Bird thought Su Ming was once a member of the American Expeditionary Forces, and was very curious about it. He wanted to know how Su-ming managed to stay so active despite being injured so much, and what he had experienced. Thus, Su-ming naturally satisfied his curiosity, turning stories like Saving Private Ryan and Enemy at the Gates into a World War battlefield scenario set on himself. Those stories left Bird astonished, and he regarded Su-ming as a divine figure. Warriors always admire the strong, and although the branches of service were different, Su-ming's achievements were indeed terrifying. Of course, Su-ming was just bragging to satisfy Bird. He couldn't possibly tell him that he was a modified warrior, who had just eliminated cosmic-level villain Barbados along with a nest of madman bats, fought alongside a group of masked people, and was then sent here by a blue-naked man from another world. Such topics were way too surreal. Oh God, Slade, you must be his beloved, with so many dangers and wounds, you actually survived. Bird, hearing the end, was so thrilled that he, who usually didn't drink, eagerly asked for alcohol to toast with Su-ming. He admired war heroes vehemently. I have pretty good luck, so I feel that you'll return to the battleship. Su-ming shamelessly accepted the compliment and fed some enchanted soup to Bird, intending to get help from him regarding Cahal Island in the future. Maintaining a good relationship is essential. The two chatted about various things, and in the end, it was Bird who got drunk first. Su-ming carried him back to the harbor and handed him over to his butler, promising to visit Cahal Island in the future. He stood on the wharf, watching their little boat depart. After stretching his waist and arms, he carried his gear and found a small inn by the beach in Honolulu to stay in. In these days, there wasn't any need to register identities, as long as you had money. In the next few days, Su-ming completely relaxed, wandering to the beach every day, drinking some soda and beer. The girls were running into the sea wearing vintage swimsuits, their laughter sounding like silver bells. The sea always made people feel bright and cheerful, watching the white waves approach, retreat, and approach again, like a dance. Unfortunately, at this time, there were still few American girls coming here, and the beach was mostly locals. The social conventions were also very conservative, and swimsuits were all one piece, not showing any belly. But it was already a very good place. Compared to European civilians, the natives in Hawaii were living better than they were. At this time in Europe, many people couldn't even eat, while in Hawaii, as long as they were willing to work by hand, they could freely eat the fish in the sea and the animals and plants on uninhabited islands. After lingering for a few days at different beaches on various islands, Su-ming tried archery for hunting and diving, and even found an equestrian club suited for affluent people, and spent a few days horse riding there. However, his combat instincts still deeply affected him. For instance, when seeing the girls on the beach, his first reaction wasn't to look at their faces or legs, but first to check their upper limb muscles, examine their hands for gun calluses, assess their combat capability, stance, and potential threat. All these calculations happened entirely subconsciously, uncontrollable, akin to instinct. Trying hunting on a deserted island, he knew the jungle better than the native guides, and the hunting scenes were always so bloody that the guides were terrified, thinking he was a pervert, and left not long after arriving on the island. However, the butcher at the Honolulu market, who bought the hunted prey, was amazed by the clean cuts of bled and skinned game, seeing eye to eye with Su-ming. Butcher Old Zhang became his second friend in Hawaii, aside from Bird. Half a month's time passed by unconsciously. At this time, Hawaii's entertainment options were very limited. After all, there were only so many activities to get tired of, and Su-ming was back at the beach. Currently, Su-ming was lying on a deck chair, with a flower lei around his neck, sipping lazy happy soda, feeling like he was gradually adapting to the peaceful era. The high-speed metabolism of a modified person ensured he wouldn't gain weight, and he could drink cola freely, a bottle costing only 25 US cents. Having abruptly transformed from an ordinary person into a super soldier before, now he was merely recapturing the feeling of being ordinary again, adapting quickly as well. He had learned to ignore those calculations and analyses, at least now he didn't instinctively reach for a gun whenever a stranger passed by. He was simply enjoying life now, no longer thinking about all those chaotic things, watching the sun gradually set beyond the sea, with everything around him bathed in the glow of sunset. Chapter 181, Chapter 152, Departure. 1743 words. Ah, this tranquil and carefree state of mind feels like I'm floating. With a sigh in his heart, Su-ming tilted his head back, gulping down a bottle of cola. He opened another one and placed the bottle on his stomach. He later bought a few floral shirts himself, and the one he's wearing now is a yellow and black one. He liked this combination, but unfortunately, this shirt has 90% yellow instead of an even split, with a banana pattern. Watching the sunset and the gentle waves of the sea, he decided to leave. It was getting dark, so it was time to head into the city for some food. With a small breeze blowing, the smell of the sea filled his nostrils. He quite enjoyed this kind of life. The key was that he still had a lot of money left. Things were really cheap in this era. A good meal often cost only a little more than $1 or $2. The money from selling jewelry was enough to last him for years. However, to rest, it's better to go back to the mainland USA, prepare for business, and then maybe head to a beach like Miami. Speaking of which, American girls should have section swimwear by now, right? This piece of information intrigued him. He should verify it. Drinking down another bottle of cola, he stuck the empty glass bottle in the sand, brushed the sand off himself, and prepared to eat. After the meal, he would go back to the hotel for a nap, deal with immigration documents the next day, and then take a ship back to the United States. The route was also optional. He could either take a passenger liner from Honolulu to San Francisco, then a train from the West Coast to the East Coast in New York. Or take a luxury cruise directly, which usually traveled the Panama route, passing through the canal, and touring around to New York. Of course, neither option was fast. Passenger liners were worse, and luxury cruises required frequent stops. No matter which one he chose, he'd be at sea for almost a month, and he'd probably get sick of the sea by then. As he pondered how to civilianize airplanes as soon as possible for his convenience, he realized someone was standing next to him, blocking the light of the setting sun. He turned his head, and saw it was Butcher Old Zhang. In his previous impression, he always felt butchers should be full of facial hair, fat, or muscular, like Shenguanqi mentioned in Water Margin. However, in reality, Butcher Old Zhang was not particularly skinny, but definitely not fat. He looked very refined, more like a schoolteacher. Because Su-ming now appeared as a Westerner but spoke fluent Chinese, and his hunting results were always good, with excellent handling of prey, Old Zhang thought he was a very capable person. Old Zhang knew that in recent years in Europe, hunting was something only the wealthy could afford. Forests and mountains were bought up by landlords and turned into hunting grounds. The profession of hunters, who used to make a living by hunting, had long disappeared. Occasionally, Su-ming would visit the market these days, either selling some prey to Old Zhang, or buying some pork or lamb from him for a barbecue. Old Zhang was a nice guy, often giving him extra offal or scraps of meat. But Old Zhang now appeared quite gloomy, not at all like his usual self. "What's up? Closing up shop a bit early today, huh?" Su-ming asked curiously while folding his chair and carrying it to the beach management office to return the deposit. "Sigh, Mr. Wilson, you're a capable man, could you help us think of a way?" Old Zhang began pouring out his troubles, but Su-ming had no idea what was going on. Su-ming handed him a bottle of cola, signaling him to take his time. After much effort, he finally understood the middle-aged man's troubles. It turned out to be a gang problem. There were gangs in Hawaii too. After all, wherever there are people, there are jianghu rivers and lakes, especially since many of the Japanese who came here were already gang members before, and quickly formed organizations in the new land. But Old Zhang's problem wasn't with them, it was with the local gangs. Currently, they controlled the main island in Honolulu. The issue started with protection fees. Due to infighting and shifts in control between gangs, Old Zhang had already paid protection fees 4 times this month. This fee was not cheap at all. After these payments, he was struggling to make ends meet, and other vendors in the market were also suffering in silence. Many of these vendors were Chinese, who just wanted to live their lives well. However, kindness and honesty were often mistaken for weakness, and the gangs didn't see them as human. So he came to Su-Ming because Hawaii was, after all, an American territory, hoping Su-Ming might know some officials who could curb the gang's behavior a bit. Who did Su-Ming know? At this time and place, he knew no one. But Su-Ming had his own methods. He patted old Zhang on the shoulder and carefully inquired about the gang issues, their areas of activity, and their lairs. All right. I'll help with this, but after it's done, if anyone asks, you have to pretend you don't know anything, okay? All right, thank you, sir, you've saved us all. Even though he didn't know how Su-Ming would handle it, still, since he promised, they could only wait a couple of days to see the results. Su-Ming sighed again and said to him, Chinese people must stay united when abroad, unity is strength. Old Zhang nodded with a smile. Wilson was truly an international friend, but the Great Qing had been weak for a long time, and over a decade ago, it had even lost its country. Yuan Dada was overthrown, and the country was currently divided among warlords. What did the future hold? He smiled apologetically as he left, appearing very humble, which made Su-Ming feel a bit heartbroken. During this era, the status of Chinese people was low everywhere, and it was because the nation wasn't strong enough, thus lacking confidence. He wondered if old Zhang took in what he said. Gangs were like weeds, once cut, they'd eventually grow back. Su-Ming could help them for a while, but couldn't help them for a lifetime. Self-reliance and self-improvement are the only ways out. Su-Ming watched as old Zhang's figure disappeared into the crowd, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. He didn't go for dinner, instead, he returned to the small hotel, and took out his holy statue uniform and Godslayer. Early the next morning, there was big news on the once peaceful island. Overnight, several gangs in downtown Honolulu were completely wiped out. There were hundreds of people, causing great difficulties for the police who came to maintain the scene. They had to put in a lot of effort to piece together a recognizable corpse from the mountain of flesh. Of course, this was Su-Ming's specialty. This era was truly a golden age for assassins, with no surveillance, no satellites, and no one going out at night. The blow had to be ruthless to set an example, and delay the emergence of the next generation of gangs. In just under half an hour, he had cleared out all 4 gangs. They were far less competent than the gangs in Gotham, but their level of evil was about the same. At a glance, it was clear they were involved in all the businesses gangs could think of. Su-Ming directly transformed the Godslayer into dual blades, killed his way into the fronts of each gang's lair, and marched out the back, leaving only himself standing in the aftermath. No difficulty, no challenge. Even if old Zhang were willing to pay, he'd feel ashamed to take it. This kind of work was only worth about a couple of kilograms of pork at most. Deathstroke's mercenary services have always been billed with integrity, charging according to the work done. This time, it was for free because he'd been in a good mood lately. Of course, he didn't kill everyone. He intentionally left a few survivors. With their stories and after this incident, it would surely slow down the growth of the island's gangs. This event caused quite a stir. The next morning, as Su-Ming went out for breakfast, even the lady selling pineapple buns at the hotel entrance knew about it, saying there were ghosts on the island last night, and the gangsters died miserably. This naturally alerted the American garrison, but besides blood footprints, they had no leads. The few survivors were scared out of their wits, and when the police found them, their snot and tears blurred their faces. They kept repeating black and yellow ghost shadow, invulnerable demon, and bells ringing in their ears. Even old Zhang himself was quite scared. He didn't know it was Su-Ming alone, but he was sure it had something to do with Mr. He seemed anxious while selling meat today, but the police didn't suspect him at all. While the military and police played headless chickens, Su-Ming was already on the cruise, heading out into the deep ocean. After breakfast, acting as if nothing had happened, he went to the management section, bribed a small clerk, and easily obtained all his life documents. For the sake of US dollars, the young clerk even gave him several reasonable suggestions. Now his ancestral home was New York, and his parents had given birth to him in Hawaii before they unfortunately died of illness, making him a bona fide American. With this identity, he could pass through customs legally, but at this time, there were only luxury cruises passing by Panama. He directly bought a first-class ticket, with his shark-proof suit and surfboard, boarding the white ship under the envious eyes of the dock sailors. The luxury cruise was well stocked with drinks, and he finally got to drink a martini. At this moment, holding the wine glass, he stood behind the ship's railing, watching as the Hawaii Islands gradually disappeared from the sea's surface. Chapter 182, Chapter 153, Days aboard the ship. 1492 words in this era, taking a ship ride could be said to be one of the most boring things, second only to digging in the Sahara Desert. The first few days at sea were somewhat novel, but Su Ming quickly grew tired of it. The sound of waves beside his ears seemed never-ending, the same frequency repeating over and over, echoing even in his dreams at night. This made Su Ming wake up every day with the urge to hack something apart. The route was extremely calm. Anytime you step onto the deck, within the visible range, there was only the vast expanse of sea and sky. The entertainment options on the cruise, although appearing upscale, were still quite dull: cocktail parties, balls, or poker games and cigar clubs. He would participate in cigar club activities. It was quite nice to sample others' tobacco, but a person isn't a chimney, and the activity only lasted a short while each day. Regarding the balls, even though Su Ming was blind in one eye, he was handsome and full of masculine charm. Many noblewomen and young ladies were willing to dance with him. Unfortunately, dancing was merely dancing. In this era, Americans were also quite conservative, and Su Ming always felt that creating romantic incidents on a luxury cruise was a bad omen. When the male and female lead fell in love on the Titanic, the ship sank. When the male and female lead fell in love on the Sea God, the ship sank. When the male and female lead fell in love on the Great Britain, the ship sank again. These luxury cruises were once hailed as the fastest and safest in the world, and the captain of the ship Su Ming was on said the same thing when he boarded. Hence, Su Ming spent most of his time in the gym, where for most of the time there was no one. The public's concept of health was only to sleep well and eat well. The design of a gym on a cruise was rather advanced, though it mainly served for billiard tables and tennis courts. Being a first-class guest, he could use all the equipment freely. Unfortunately, the barbells here were not modern ones where you could add weight through plates. Instead, they were just an iron rod with two large iron balls welded to the ends, weighing only 100 kilograms, which was too light for Su Ming. The exercise level of ordinary people was of no use to him, but it was better than nothing. Su Ming planned to exercise during the long journey and simultaneously develop his new abilities, as X-metal was a novelty for Deathstroke. However, the monotonous days provided him with no inspiration, and over time, he only discovered a few applications, but none were useful. For instance, he could remove the bones in one of his hands, turning the flesh into a boneless skin suit, but this ability was merely useful for escaping handcuffs. But who could restrain Deathstroke? Even if he were handcuffed, it would be easier just to break the cuffs. He could also control X-metal to flow through the skin into a lock and form a key to unlock it, which was somewhat useful, but wouldn't using C4 to blow it open or breaking down the door with the Nightfall greatsword be faster? And then there were the gems Dr. Manhattan gave him, which seemed like ordinary stones, with no clues about the promised energy. He tried many methods, like holding them and communicating through telekinesis, or coating them with his blood, yet these gems remained gems, lifeless. Then he thought perhaps they were meant to be consumed. So he tried soaking them in water, making soup, and was just shy of grinding them into powder with a small steel grinder, but these weren't cordyceps, they were incredibly sturdy, simply not edible. He had tried burning, electrifying, and even slashing them with the Nightfall greatsword. Apart from the Nightfall greatsword being able to turn them into two smaller gems, other methods were ineffective. And those small gems seemed like they were magically cloned. The original gem was oval, and one slash from Su Ming turned it into two smaller oval gems. No sword marks, no sound of shattering, they simply split apart yet remained unusable. For now, it seems that apart from X-metal, other existing methods are ineffective, but Dr. Manhattan said these things could ensure his survival in any world. What did that mean? That is to say, Dr. Manhattan believed that with them, Su-Ming could survive even in an uninhabited primitive society, but currently these things were not usable at all. There must be something he hadn't thought of, and Su-Ming had made it a long-term project. As there was no immediate danger, he didn't need them for now, and perhaps when quantum computers became available, he could unravel their secrets. The days passed in exercise and research, and after nearly a month, Su-Ming, with all his belongings, came to the deck. In the distance, he could already see the Statue of Liberty, distant yet appearing as if she truly stood upon the sea. They had arrived in New York. The Statue of Liberty, completed in 1884, was to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the United States, and has always been a symbol of New York, gifted by the French to America. She stood 3 kilometers outside the Hudson River estuary, and all ships entering or leaving New York inevitably passed by her. Too bad it wasn't night, or he could have seen her torch lit. The long journey made the passengers quite familiar with each other, and now they were busy saying goodbyes or planning their next meetings, but more often, they were sighing while hastily pouring more alcohol into themselves. Why was that? Because from 1921 to 1933 was the nationwide Prohibition era in America, colloquially known as the Prohibition era. During this era, Puritans were numerous in America. They advocated for frugality and diligent work, avoiding any form of pleasure, being the most entertainment-resistant and conservative faction within the British Catholic Church. At their most extreme, they even abstained from celebrating Christmas. Needless to say, that was their leader's birthday. However, times changed, entering the 20th century, with the rapid development of science and technology, more Americans became accustomed to taking cars, calling phones at work, and visiting bars after work, leading more modernized and diversified pleasurable lives. In other words, entertainment became the social trend. No one wanted to live a hermit-like life anymore. Having money and leisure, yet a phonograph at home to listen to music didn't conform to doctrine was that absurd. So young people were less willing to believe in religion, or even if they did, they became more secularized. Could the ruling church be satisfied? Of course not. They mobilized their power, uniting local delegates to pass the Prohibition Act with majority votes in Congress, making prohibition part of the U.S. Constitution, known as the 18th Amendment. The act stipulated that from the end of 1921, manufacturing or selling alcohol in any federal state was illegal, transporting alcohol was equally illegal, and drinking in public was even worse. Violators could face heavy fines and over 6 months of hard labor. However, Hawaii at that time was not part of the federal states, and the cruise Su-Ming was on belonged to a Hawaiian maritime company, so they didn't have to follow federal state laws. But once passengers stepped ashore, they were on New York state land. If they wanted another drink then, they'd have to sneak into an alley at night like spies to acquire alcohol. It must be said, a law that defies the natural course of time cannot last. The prohibition may have been widely accepted when initially introduced, but eventually, it was repealed. People needed relaxation and entertainment. In 1929, America would face a Great Depression due to a stock market crash. People lost jobs and homes, and there were too many bodies from Wall Street suicides to collect on time. If they couldn't even buy alcohol to numb themselves, it would be too inhumane. So, at the end of 1932, Democratic candidate Franklin Roosevelt proposed his campaign manifesto, which included repealing prohibition. He promised that once he became president, every person could drink freely. That year, he gained an overwhelming majority in 42 out of 48 states, crushing the competition to enter the White House, becoming the 32nd President of the United States, and he served 4 terms, a unique case in American history. As for the reason, who knows if it was because he won World War II or abolished prohibition. Amidst a farewell atmosphere filled with the scent of alcohol, Su-Ming stepped onto the land of New York, which would be his dwelling for a long time to come. Chapter 183, Chapter 154, The Prohibition Era 1671 words. The customs officer stopped him. Everyone had to go through this step, but ships from Hawaii weren't their main concern. They were currently wary of poor Europeans, especially stowaways from Italy. "My name is Slade Wilson, can we speed this up please?" I'm in a rush to get home. Su-Ming spoke as he handed over a $5 tip, showing a standard Upper East Side New York accent, which clearly indicated he was American. Sure enough, the chubby customs officer smiled and nodded, discreetly accepting the tip. A quick glance was enough for the birth certificate, and there was no need to inspect his belongings. "Welcome home, sir." He gestured for Su-Ming to pass through and then waved his stick, shouting to the people behind, "Next, hurry up this way." Moving through the bustling crowd, past the old docks filled with a sense of the times, to the cries of seagulls, Su-Ming walked into the city with a smile. Skyscrapers, luxury cars, old-fashioned trench coats, and felt hats, the surrounding streets all bore similar sights. Police officers held batons, children hawked their newspapers, and not far from the docks was an Italian deli where the owner was using a cloth to shoo flies off the roast chickens. Noise, bustle, this was New York in the 1920s. Watching people in old-fashioned attire walking on the streets, he felt like he had stepped into a black-and-white film. He still had over $9,000 with him, more than enough to live on for quite some time, but not nearly enough to start a weapons company to achieve his long-term plans. A small workshop wouldn't be able to handle defense contracts. This money was just the seed capital. Initially, Su-Ming planned to amass wealth quickly through a series of strategies. First on the list was brewing liquor. Sitting in a taxi, Su-Ming could hear the jazz music from the roadside, but there was no scent of alcohol in the air. Life like this felt incomplete. The Prohibition era was also the era of the rise of Native American gangs. The intention behind Prohibition wasn't entirely wrong, as it aimed to refocus people on proper life and work, rather than spending every day drunk. However, alcohol was an addictive substance. Many people couldn't do without it, and when the state prohibited its sale, making both buying and selling illegal, what was to be done? As said in Capital, as long as there's a suitable profit, capital becomes daring. With 50% profit, it will leap at the opportunity. For 100% profit, it will trample any human law. With 300% profit, it would commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Originally, the brewing and selling of alcohol were the domains of legal factories and merchants, but with one governmental decree, it all went underground, brewers hiding and scheming against the police. But those already doing illegal business, the gangs, stronger in organization and secrecy, successfully stood out in the market by forming a one-stop underground industry for brewing, transport, and sales, operating on a family system and making vast amounts of money. They were criminals to begin with, so if caught, dealing and brewing illegal alcohol would be the least of their charges. Others like murder and arson would already be enough for the electric chair. This was a truly lucrative industry. A few sacks of corn costing around $1 could easily be distilled and fermented into a barrel of bootleg corn whiskey, selling for over $50. Making 50 times the profit in about 7 days, you didn't need to run around, just a basement, some pots, steamers, and barrels. Weak flavor. Poor taste. Not a problem for buyers in this era. Before 1933, you never had to worry about market demand. If horse urine tasted a little like beer, you could even sell horse urine. Of course, the gangs often had poor brewing techniques, and in their rush to sell, fermentation time was insufficient, so the methanol content in bootleg liquor was usually excessive, causing many cases of blindness. Su-Ming now planned to enter this industry. He had enough capital, and distilling equipment in this era was readily available, with bankrupt factories offering them for sale. He only needed to purchase ingredients, select a hidden location to start production, and control one bar. Wouldn't a world-class super soldier be able to manage a bar and factory? Bootlegging was now an underground business, and thus everything followed the rules of the underworld, where might was right. Su-Ming only sought wealth, not territory, so harmony with the gangs was enough. Of course, if anyone sought trouble because he encroached on their liquor market, Su-Ming wouldn't mind taking out a few more gangs, giving New Yorkers a peaceful life. First, we need to pick a location as a plant site to store the equipment for brewing. And to facilitate transportation, being close to the Hudson River would be ideal. We could move the barrels onto a small boat at night and quietly deliver them to a bar without anyone noticing. Of course, that's what a typical gang would do. Su Ming has a better idea, which is to use the complex underground space of New York City. New York was established in 1664 and has undergone several expansions and additions to this day. Sewers often change due to changes in ground-level buildings. For instance, the intersection of 5th Avenue and 64th Street was once a bustling residential area. After 1856, the government took back a large surrounding area, leveled it, and transformed it into what we know today as Central Park. However, there was no funding to alter the underground systems, nor was it necessary to waste money, so they were abandoned and left idle. New York's sewers include a drainage system that is not only very robust but also very spacious in many places, enough for 10 trucks to drive side by side. Su Ming once watched Die Hard 3, where the villain used deserted underground tunnels to break into the federal building, directly hauling away 100 tons of gold with trucks. Of course, that didn't happen in the Marvel universe, but the tactics could be borrowed. Su Ming just needs to find a spot spacious and hidden enough. So he first checked into a hotel, hid his equipment, and then took a taxi again to the New York State National Library, where he could find all the records of underground pipeline changes since the city's establishment. Walking through bustling streets, smiling as he declined a flower-selling child, Su Ming entered the library's tall portico. This was probably the lowest intelligence fee ever paid by Deathstroke, just spending $1 to get a library access card, allowing him to freely check these pipeline records. He pretended to be a student researching tunnel history, so the library staff had no doubts about him. They had seen many students researching dung beetles, and just the other day, someone was inquiring about cannibal recipes. Perhaps some professor was launching a new research topic. Besides, these materials were publicly displayed, and no one usually bothered to look at them. Walking past rows of bookshelves, following the guide librarian in the ink-scented building, the bright lights and solemn environment made Su Ming subconsciously lighten his steps. Here it is, this cabinet has all the materials you need. The library staff gestured, pointing to a tall bookshelf beside him. Here were not only historical records but also original blueprints, construction expenditures, participating personnel, and everything related that could be found here. Su Ming nodded at him in thanks, pulling out a large scroll from the shelf. Su Ming asked for a small duster and cleaned the scroll a bit. It seemed untouched for decades, covered with thick dust like an archaeological relic. He also inquired about the maps of ground-level buildings and the locations of water supply, electricity supply, sewage pipelines, and so on, all of which he needed to examine. Especially the subway route map. New York City built a subway in 1904, some early experimental tunnels of which were also abandoned. One by one, he pulled down map scrolls from the shelves, laying them layer by layer on the table. The museum staff with glasses in the distance only supervised him to ensure he didn't damage the books or materials, not minding what he was researching. All the complex pipelines were kept in Su Ming's mind, which, like a supercomputer, immediately reorganized tens of thousands of lines and segments in his head. He needed to select a location with electricity or gas supply, ample underground space, and inconspicuous buildings above. There really are many places like this. No wonder masked people pop up one after another in future New York. It's too easy to find a safe house here. With just a quick glance, Su Ming discovered hundreds of suitable locations, a fact that inevitably made him sigh. If the days of Americans digging air raid shelters post-Cold War were over, these underground passages combined with abandoned air raid shelters could easily establish an underground kingdom. Putting these thoughts aside, Su Ming carefully put the maps back on their shelves, returning them to their original places and thanking the librarian. Although the staff didn't understand why he only needed 5 minutes with the materials, it was just as well, they could finish work early. Su Ming's goal was to conduct on-site inspections of these hundreds of underground locations within 3 days. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. He had to start immediately. After a month of idling on the ship, having a target and plan made him feel more at ease. Leaving the library, he didn't take a car, but instead found a secluded alley, lifted the manhole cover on the ground, and jumped in. In urban legends, there are crocodiles in New York's sewers bigger than whales, but for Su Ming, getting a good crocodile leather belt would be a nice collectible. Chapter 184, Chapter 155. The Ancient One 1333 words. There's no scenery to speak of in the sewers, and there are no monsters that piqued his interest. There were no monstrous fish, but the rats were quite large, though still within a normal range. There were some stray cats and dogs and various abandoned pets like pythons and lizards. But these are all harmless animals, merely depending on human society, living in the cold, damp places, eating scraps. The dark tunnel didn't smell good, but as long as he kept walking, entering the flood discharge channel through the sewer, it should be much better. However, just as he was on the move, the situation suddenly changed. The surrounding space started to twist like a string figure, and the original passage turned upright after a transformation, directly connected to the scene on the ground not far away, but the pedestrians and vehicles instantly disappeared. Space began to overlap, flip, like a kaleidoscope in front of him. Su-ming knew what was happening, but he immediately decided to pretend not to know. He stopped in his tracks, holding the Godslayer at his waist in his hand, and the dagger-like weapon grew in the wind, instantly turning into a giant sword, the golden light illuminating the surrounding tunnel. The terrifying killing intent contained in the weapon caused all the small animals within 100 meters to scatter instantly. Who's there? The folded space changed again, like glass cracking and then rippling. A white-skinned, genderless bald person with a calm face appeared. I am the Ancient One, a mage. Su-ming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This image was exactly as he had seen in the movies, a woman, so this world is the MCU. The danger level is much lower. The Supreme Mage looked at Su-ming with a half-smile, raising a hand, seemingly contemplating something. She chanted a spell, drawing a circle in the air around her, and in the surging sparks, a luxurious interior space could be seen on the other side. Come, you traveler from the other world. I've observed you for a while, and initially, I deem you harmless to this world, but questions remain that require you to answer in person. Please come to the New York Temple for a chat. She adjusted her clothes. Her white robe remains immaculate in the sewer. She turned her hand up, making a gesture of invitation. The sound of dripping water echoed in the sewer, but these droplets strangely ascended upward. They were now within the mirror space, where everything was magic. Su-ming put away his weapon, breathing out lightly, of course, as the Supreme Mage considered herself Earth's protector. His prior crossing could not have escaped her attention. Not only her, many cosmic-level big shots likely noted his presence too. At all times she remained in the shadows while he was in the light. Thus, as she mentioned, she observed for a while. If her observation concluded differently, this would probably not end in mere talk. From the Ancient One's current demeanor, it appeared she bore no hostility, yet not being in uniform now made his magic resistance virtually zero. She picked a good time indeed. But it's all right, although I hail from the outer universe, I am human, and truly, a human who knows nothing about magic, Su-ming thought while advancing. No matter his intentions on Earth, as long as he showed no inclination to destroy the world, anything he did remained human affairs. Mages wouldn't meddle in ordinary human disputes. Building concentration camps. Go ahead, cleansing the land with nuclear bombs. Feel free, as long as the 3 temples weren't destroyed and didn't affect Earth's protective array, knock yourselves out. This is the rule of Kama Taiji, even in the era of Doctor Strange's Supreme Mage. He didn't partake in the Avengers' 2 civil wars, and often remained neutral without expressing views within the Illuminati. Besides defending Earth, they had no personal stance or inclination, considering themselves as outsiders. They were uninterested in worldly matters of others. They focused on dealing with the Demon King and multidimensional lords. These significant villains had no regard for ordinary humans, let alone a muggle like Su-ming or even the future Doctor Doom, whom they couldn't be bothered to address. Therefore, with no need to hesitate, Su-ming entered the teleportation gate directly. The Ancient One wishes to chat, merely to discern where I came from, and confirm there's no collusion with the demon or plain lord. Themselves immaculate, though carrying Satan's unfulfilled contract, it was long severed by the wall of origin and world barrier. Who knows Satan here? Hell's boss in the Marvel world is Mephisto after all. Besides, refusing to enter would ensure the Ancient One wouldn't allow him out of the mirror space. Simply take the journey, as in Marvel here, he would undoubtedly require magical support in the future. Meeting the mages was no harm. Crossing the door, Su-Ming instantly reached the New York Temple, not yet how it seemed in the future, but the basic architecture and so were unchanged. Numerous books and materials are orderly placed on surrounding bookshelves. Some strange magic props are displayed around, including that future SM gear for binding Caecilius. Of course, the magic floating cloak sat quietly in a glass cabinet nearby, awaiting its future owner. Large murals hung on the walls depict scenes of deserts or glaciers. They were teleportation gates, leading perhaps to some Earth corner, or another plane. Beside Su-Ming, the Ancient One dissipated like an illusion. He was instantaneously moved to a sofa, where opposite him, the mage smiled at him. She knew almost everything Su-Ming had done since arriving in this world, even witnessing his havoc in Hawaii from hidden phases. Those eliminated gangs she bore no favor or disfavor towards. Similar people existed outside Taiji. It was ordinary human life, their choice and burden to bear. The concept of good and evil was too simplistic and extreme. The binary concept was unsuited to the real world. At her level, the Ancient One didn't care about such matters. Entering the temple meant reaching her domain. She had already subtle methods checking Su-Ming's aura. The conclusion was the same as before. He had no trace of magic aura, a complete novice. Adopting a strange guise and nighttime outings to hack people was peculiar to her, but as she always believed, it was another's choice. Overall, this otherworld traveler was safe. The Earth was vast, enough to accommodate some foreign humans, as all humanity shared common fate. The Ancient One fully understood this. Su-Ming realized her intention too, essentially conducting an immigration health check. He knew he bore no issues. Whether demon or dimension lord, offers were consistently alike, baiting with powerful mystical power to lure servitude. Do you crave power, mortal? Drink, it's the beastman's fate. Sign the contract to become a magen. These ploys faltered against novices, differing power systems preferring machine guns, missiles, and atomic bombs. Offering a cup of green goo was futile. Displaying magical divine power finds no allure against mere mortals, less potent than a bomb, devoid of wonder, thus resisting temptation. The Demon King and the Lords didn't acquire power through happenstance. Recruiting minions required discernment. Investing power in mediocrity wastes effort. This couldn't escape the Ancient One's view. The person before her lacked magical talent, possibly never casting even one magic spell in life. Surely, if Su-Ming overheard this notion, he'd vehemently object internally. While he admits to his lack of magic, he's adept at burning scrolls. So now the Ancient One needed merely to pose additional routine queries. For final confirmation, she already observed extensively. Please take a seat, care for a drink? Whiskey with ice. Upon reaching Marvel here, it was fittingly courteous to greet the real management, now even having the mage's head figure come for a household survey, a tad embarrassing indeed. Chapter 185, Chapter 156, Supreme Mage 1817 words in Su-Ming's hand suddenly appeared a glass, half filled with a brownish-red liquid. From the aroma, it could be smelled that this was the finest Scotch whiskey. And indeed, just as he requested, 3 pieces of ice floated on top. The small square ice cubes were crystal clear, and they clinked against the glass wall with a crisp sound. After running around for so long, it's good to drink some wine to soothe the throat. Moreover, if it were really like in the movies, wouldn't this glass of wine never run dry? Su-Ming, dun dun dun. The Ancient One just sat cross-legged to the side, her hands folded on her knees, clutching a Dharma seal. She sat quietly beside him, watching him drink, with a smile on her face. Su-Ming was purely overthinking it. The Ancient One was not Doctor Strange. She wouldn't invert time with the eye of Agamotto to play tricks with infinite wine, so this half glass of wine was indeed just half a glass. Su-Ming sighed. As expected, the styles are different. It seems that to drink infinite whiskey, he must wait until Strange takes office. He placed the empty glass on the small table in front of him, feeling that although the Ancient One looked immortal seating cross-legged on a leather sofa seemed somewhat out of place, he still nodded to signal that she could ask whatever she wanted. Stranger from the other world, what is your name? She calmly chose a very common topic of conversation. She actually knew the answer, but this question is always a good starting point. Slade Wilson. The Ancient One nodded and then asked again. Then what is your reason and purpose for coming to our universe? Because of an accident. Su Ming wanted to answer she was here for tourism and vacation, but after thinking about it, he changed to a more serious answer, no purpose at all, just trying to survive. Actually, I sensed you when you crossed the world barrier, but you're not a magic user at all. The blue energy protecting you doesn't belong to you. I shouldn't have appeared in front of you. However, you wandered near the New York temple, I guess it's fate. The Ancient One transformed the Dharma seal in her hands. A small red disc appeared, carried in her hand, with some images appearing on it, recreating the scene when Su Ming crossed through, from his abrupt appearance in the cosmos, then being wrapped in blue light passing through the atmosphere, finally falling into the sea. Su Ming displayed a gentle smile on his face, but in his heart, there were numerous expletives. It was a long way from the New York temple, an excuse. Surely she's still curious about the power of Dr. Manhattan. I'm a warrior, magic doesn't suit me. Su Ming immediately expressed that the blue energy was caused by accident, and he knew nothing about it. The Ancient One accepted this explanation. Her judgment was the same. The world is so big that perhaps somewhere there are tools that can send people to other dimensions or worlds. Someone enters this universe, naturally, some will leave. There were many who disappeared suddenly for various reasons, and the Ancient One had seen quite a few. She lit the incense burner by her side, watching the light blue smoke rise gently, swirling above the ceiling. Do you like killing? Just business. Work is for compensation. Indeed, everyone is a mercenary in different forms. Su Ming answered her casually. This question was inconsequential. Some people are hired to deal with trees, some are hired to deal with fish. I just happen to be hired to deal with other people. Interesting perspective, the employment relationship is indeed something humanity invented long ago. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors fought for food or hormones for others. The Ancient One tilted her head, showing Su Ming a approving smile, expressing she had no prejudice against mercenaries. So how do you view this world? Su Ming instantly tensed up. This was a trap question. No matter if he saw it positively or negatively, it indicated that he saw something. And he had only been in this world for a little over a month, either on the island or at sea. How did he look? Once he said he saw, then it represented premeditation, and the Ancient One might delve deeper. I don't know. After all, I haven't seen much. I've always been on the small island where there are not many people. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. The Ancient One waved her hand and refilled his glass of wine, nodding with a smile. You are also human, so our Earth is presumably the same as your Earth. I have met many visitors from other worlds, and they have lived happy lives here. Su Ming picked up the glass, drank it all without any politeness, even chewing the ice. The alcohol and coldness stimulated his mouth, making him extremely calm. He replied vaguely, "Ka. It can only be hoped so. If this is the MUC Marvel Cinematic Universe, then in the future, the inevitable invasion of Thanos represents a forbidding obstacle. Deathstroke is a modified person, his lifespan is already very long, now, with X-Metal, he is even more unlikely to die of old age. He is destined to see the day Thanos arrives, but the Ancient One, barring accidents, will die before that. By rights, her lifespan has reached its limit. She lived for 7 or 8 centuries, now she waits for a successor, so she currently extracts Dormammu's dark energy to prolong her life. This is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Once these dark energies accumulate too much in her body, then she would be affected, turning into an evil accomplice, becoming the enemy she has always fought against. So after teaching Strange, she willingly sought death, completing her mission. Her combat ability, known as the Supreme Mage, plus Dormammu's dark power, the magic power of the Trinity Emperor of Mount Wei, and a time gem. If it weren't for her wish to die, probably no one on Earth could kill her. Is it possible that Caecilius, with his strange eye makeup, could defeat her? You should know that in centuries past when Dormammu himself descended, he was repelled by the Ancient One. Over the years, the Ancient One has stolen his power to extend her life. The title of Supreme Mage is well deserved, she is a true mage. The Ancient One acted very low-key, even Thor and Loki didn't know there were mages in Midgard. But when it comes to Doctor Strange, he prefers doing business, providing similar magical consulting services like Jia Kong. So even S. and Hydra are aware of the existence of the magical world. This person with the wish for death, even if Su Ming got paid, he can't save back. If a mage doesn't rely on Dimension Lords or Hell Demon Kings after death, their final destination is bound to return to the side of the Emperor Vishanti and become future mage's power. The Ancient One is relatively special. In the comics, after she died, as a soul body, she accompanied the Creator God Eternal and occasionally returned to chat with Doctor Strange. But for the movie world, it's still hard to say. If Su Ming's intuition is correct, the Ancient One might send him back to his original place shortly, possibly using magic to shield his memory of this section, like the magic she used to hide Kama Taiji. She will once again hide behind the scenes. But it's impossible to erase Su Ming's memory. X-Metal protects his brain, making it impossible to influence the world origin level of DC with Marvel's magic, unless all the Infinity Stones are collected to oppose world origin with world origin. Now the time is still too early, with only knowing the Ancient One and Mordo, and playing with them is not interesting. So even if he can guarantee the memory won't be altered or read, Su Ming still plans to play dumb, just let her think she succeeded. The Ancient One does not know Su Ming's thoughts. To her, this is just an ordinary peaceful day. Next, she still needs to look at the London Temple, and then return to Kama Taiji to teach the newly accepted student. Her new disciple, Mordo, is someone with a heart filled with darkness. But his magical talent is very strong, so she must teach him to become a good person. But he cannot become the supreme mage, he is too extreme, and doesn't understand the boundaries between compromise and power. She can probably hold on for another 100 years, but whether she can find a successor is still unknown. Various thoughts went through her mind, but she remained casual, smiling at Su Ming as if nothing were amiss. Well then, excuse me for the intrusion, I will send you back, and you can live freely in this world. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, as if he passed the test. As a gift, I'll give you a small barrel of your favorite whiskey. Wish you a happy life. Su Ming understood. The Ancient One plans to do a teleportation plus brainwash combo on him, but he continued to play dumb. What do you mean? I can stay here. The mountain not resents high, the sea not resents deep. The Ancient One responded with a smile. She reached out and drew a circle. Su Ming suddenly fell down, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the sewer, a small oak barrel clamped under his arm, containing about 2 liters of whiskey. Su Ming knew the Ancient One was probably still watching him, so he pretended confusion, scratching his head as if trying to recall something, but soon embraced the whiskey barrel, continuing onward. It must be noted that her style is entirely different from that of Dr. Manhattan. As an unknown presence, Dr. Manhattan sees them as bugs in the system, flaws in the program that must be eliminated. And she is much more inclusively minded, indicating the world is large, and differently shaped stones can also stay on this mountain, differently colored water droplets can also blend into this sea. She wasn't bothered by the mysterious and unknown. If you're human, eventually you will blend into society with your kind. The Ancient One, in the mirror space, watched as he walked into the distance, vanishing into the darkness. She didn't detect anything out of the ordinary, so she opened a teleportation gate again, headed straight to London. But she had a premonition, this wouldn't be the last time she sees this person, and in the future, they will likely cross paths again. Chapter 186, Chapter 157, Establishing the Distillery 1930 words. Su Ming, holding a small barrel, quickly advanced underground. The appearance of the Supreme Mage made it all feel a bit more real to him. This is not an ordinary 20th century New York, but the Marvel world, whether they've been seen or not, those individuals with extraordinary powers objectively exist. His plan was correct, and the Ancient One's attitude wasn't a problem either, it just needed to speed up, and the scale of the plan had to be expanded further. Next, he smoothly picked an abandoned underground reservoir, deliberately choosing this place because it's right beneath 117 Brick Street. In other words, right above is the New York Temple. The Ancient One loves peeping, huh? Then be her neighbor and let her watch to her heart's content. New things might catch her curiosity, but after the span of decades, like anyone, she'd grow numb to it, subconsciously neglecting some small details, which is the commonly known psychological tactic of the dark space under the lamp. She couldn't just come and ask. After all, in her viewpoint, Su-Ming knows nothing, selecting this place was purely coincidental. Moreover, picking this spot also had another reason because of the New York Temple itself. It's as if it's cast with the Muggle-repelling spell from Harry Potter. If not invited by a mage, Muggles wouldn't see it, serving as a perfect cover for the brewery. There's a number 116 and 118 on this street, but no. 117, for those who are not guests of the mages, they would subconsciously ignore the oddity here, which also means it's impossible for anyone above ground to find Su-Ming's brewery. Her feeling was right. This wasn't the last meeting between her and Su-Ming. Now it's a case of so near yet so far, until the point of seeing each other often. In the future, Su-Ming would almost become the epitome of Dabao for everyday sightings. Perhaps the Ancient One uses makeup too, perhaps. Having selected the site, he immediately went on to purchase some equipment and raw materials. He himself, being like a human crane, bought a truck, found a flood discharge passage by the seaside, dug down underground, leveraging the complex passages to assemble equipment beneath the temple. The small barrel of wine the Ancient One gave him was also quite handy. It could be used as a wine starter. The next day, he could start recruiting manpower. He wanted to hire former brewery workers, or laid-off workers without ambition, preferably those with family obligations. The Prohibition era caused mass closure of legit breweries, resulting in plenty of such workers. Su-Ming only needed to scour a few slum neighborhoods to find many sunbathers who used to be brewing workers on street corners. Those who were bold enough had already started brewing secretly on their own, while those in front of him harbored too many concerns, hesitating to start in their basements. Therefore Su-Ming intended to employ them. These people were in dire need of money. Their familial ties made them easily controlled. Su-Ming had both wealth and power. Loyalty was all that mattered. Brewing moonshine, after all, meant jail time if caught, so wages were equally high. But the recruitment turned out much easier than Su-Ming imagined. He just needed to approach like a spy meeting or knock on doors. "Friend, have you heard of Amway?" Su-Ming asked while glancing around, acting mysteriously to evoke curiosity and willingness to listen further. "Amway? What is that?" The target looked puzzled. "Don't ask what it is. There's a job offer of $100 per month. Want in?" Su-Ming lit a cigarette and casually asked. "Yes, I'm in," the target responded excitedly. How could they ever resist? The average worker's salary at the time was $20. Su-Ming offered 5 times that amount. So Su-Ming gathered the recruited workers together, leading them through a labyrinthine route into the factory. When the workers realized it was a brewery, they collectively sighed in relief. Darn, such high pay made them suspect it might involve murder, but it was merely brewing, which was nothing. They weren't only in this line of work before, some even used to be colleagues in the same factory, originally ordinary folks, who woke up one day only to find that the country deemed their lifelong work illegal. How were they supposed to survive then? People still have to eat, let alone earn $100 a month, enough to buy 700 to 800 hamburgers. Doing it themselves felt indeed daunting. If caught, the consequences would affect their wives and children, but now with organization comes courage. Being caught meant half a year inside, with food and board provided by the prison. Upon release, they'd be once again a vigorous man. Moreover, being caught for the family business meant the boss wouldn't abandon their family. Su-Ming's original intention wasn't to form any gangs, but his actions and business in contemporary perception appeared differently. Underground production, organized membership, secret encounters, brewing moonshine, illegal sales. All right, in this era, a gang dealing in alcohol trafficking is simply termed organized crime, or a crime syndicate. A week later, Su-Ming's first batch of moonshine hit the market. There were no fireworks or press invitations, just some people slipping in and out through hidden manhole covers at night. transporting cases of liquor into a basement room by the roadside. Su Ming now trusted these people more. They all understood their meals depended on the brewery's existence. Without it and without Su Ming, their families would starve. So these people are very reliable now. Su Ming taught them the route through the underground maze, and they can go to work and get off work like ordinary people without any activity restrictions. However, while others go to work by bus or bicycle, Su Ming's workers simply use manholes. Because the alcohol is brewed underground and transported through the sewers, Su Ming named his alcohol brand Skywalker. Unlike most of the homebrews of the era, which were sold in dirty, random earthen jars or glass bottles, Su Ming's bottles were clean and beautiful, with a conspicuous and attractive logo. Why do trademarks exist? Because long ago people couldn't read but could understand pictures. Trademarks are used to distinguish products through images. Though literacy has increased over time, the use of trademarks has become a habit. Su Ming knew the importance of branding, and now was a great chance to establish his brand. He used his knowledge from the future to improve parts of the process, and the liquor wasn't diluted with water. If he builds a good reputation during the Prohibition era, it would become a secure rice bowl in the future. Beverages are also an industry with a high brand recognition rate. Once a person gets used to drinking a certain drink, they will likely continue buying it for life. Given the current scale of the underground distillery, producing 500 barrels of various types of liquor per month would be considered full capacity. But there's no rush, this is just the first month. 500 barrels of alcohol could earn him about $30,000. After subtracting around $3,000 to $4,000 in costs, and his fixed investment in purchasing equipment, the rest is pure profit. He just needs to keep rolling like a snowball. The current location is not close to the distillery at all. In the sewers, they use a small truck to transport the liquor. Su Ming bought the basement of a building as his bar here. When he has time, he plans to directly connect the bar below to the sewer, increasing its concealment. There's no decoration inside, just rows of round tables and chairs, a bar, and a piano. Anyway, where there is liquor, there is business. Why waste money on useless things? Watching the workers move the liquor into the shop, fill bottles, and place them on the rack behind the bar, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Quickly tidy up tonight, and we can open for business tomorrow night. Walking inside the bar and touching the brand new counter, he felt a sense of belonging. Okay, boss. A young man wearing glasses followed him, noting down his arrangements. He was an Irish stowaway who Su Ming stumbled upon during recruitment. Realizing he was quite literate, in an era when the literacy rate in the United States was 14%, finding a literate and clever person was not easy, so Su Ming kept him by his side, responsible for errands and daily management. After all, the distillery was underground, and as the boss, Su Ming couldn't stay there all the time. He rented a small apartment opposite the New York Temple for remote command. Irish names can be quite strange, especially those from Northern European descent. Su Ming didn't know how to pronounce the young man's original name, which sounded like a spell. For convenience, Su Ming gave him a new nickname, Gin, as in gin, the liquor. After all, having established a distillery, how could his subordinates not have a liquor-themed code name? Of course, the style differs greatly. Over there is a black-clad assassin with flowing long hair, while Su Ming's is a skinny man with glasses. I'll be staying in the bar from now on to prevent any troublemakers. If you have trustworthy family or friends, call some of them to work in the bar. The salary is $80 a month. Seeing the people busy cleaning, Su Ming brought up recruiting again, which made the workers very happy. After all, the salary was also very high. Such a good opportunity, of course, it would be better for the family to try it first. Friends aren't as reliable as family, and it's best if the family earns money first. Su Ming had his own motives, intending to bind the entire family of workers to his cause through kinship and interests. Alright, this underground bar is not small, but I only need 20 people. Think about it carefully and report the list to Jin. Su Ming patted the young man beside him on the shoulder, causing him to sway a bit. He will conduct an examination and judgment. I remind you again, if someone untrustworthy joins, it will definitely harm both themselves and others in the end. I'm not a charitable person. Of course, boss, don't worry. I'll have my younger brother come over tomorrow, you can absolutely trust him. That's right, boss, do you need a pianist? My son knows a little. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Su-ming turned to Jin and said, you know how to handle this, right? Leave it to me, boss. He pushed his glasses and revealed a confident expression. Su-ming was a bit curious about what he used to do. Was there really a need for someone with such demeanor and skill to be a stowaway to the United States? What was he hiding? However, Su-ming didn't find anything suspicious. He was all alone and spent most of his time with Su-ming, with nothing seeming amiss for now. Don't doubt people you employ. I'm not Batman, so there's no need to suspect everyone. Su-ming nodded and turned to walk towards the depths of the basement, where a small room was partitioned off as his residence. It's all up to you. If you do well, the bar and the distillery will be yours to manage in the future. Chapter 187, Chapter 158, Grand Opening. 1470 words. As Su-ming's business gradually got on track, rumors started to spread throughout the streets and alleys of New York Manhattan, with acquaintances often whispering to each other. Recently I discovered a good place introduced by my aunt's cousin's son's cousin, that place. A plump middle-aged man licked his lips, as if savoring something, while the skinny neighbor talking to him instantly understood, catching a faint smell of alcohol from the fatty. Both were trimming their lawns, chatting over the fence as children cycled by shouting and playing, and the postman's blue van was parked at the street corner. A pet dog from someone's yard passed by the gate, turned its head to look at them with pitch-black eyes and dashed away. The skinny got excited instantly, they were not only neighbors but also drinking buddies. Unfortunately, after Prohibition, the wine stashed at home was finished years ago, really. God, are you talking about a place that sells alcohol? The fatty hooked his arm around the skinny's neck, nearly pulling him over from the other side of the fence, covering his mouth while glancing left and right to check for outsiders. Should keep it down. It's a membership system, and every introducer is registered. If you're exposed, I'll be in trouble too. In this era, what kind of people do this business? The mob would sink us all to the bottom of the Hudson River. The skinny struggled, gasping like a fish out of water after escaping from the fatty's palm. A cough, I understand. I promise to keep the secret with my life. Can you take me there? The fatty showed a smile and glanced through the window at his wife knitting inside. Of course, we're best friends, but... The fatty patted his belly, smiling without speaking. The skinny sighed, realizing his friend had finally gotten his way. Fine, the secret family recipe for apple pie, you've been eyeing it for decades, haven't you? I'll write it down for you now. Ha ha, that's good. We sneak into the garden at midnight tonight. Today, let's drink till dawn. Su-ming's bar has been open for 2 months now, and he increasingly feels like he's in multi-level marketing, promoting his bar by pulling in heads, selling health products. Moreover, Jin is really clever. Without being taught, he proposed a membership introduction system like the one from later generations, which not only makes the business appear classier but also greatly enhances confidentiality. But be enemies and they won't have a future. Nightfall Greatsword and Godslayer will slice them to bits as a warning to others. Corrupt officials, like the mob, can never be completely eliminated, so it's better to buy them off for personal use. Su-ming had no desire to kill anyone unless required, just satisfying his bloodthirsty desire by chopping a few notorious ones on festivities. Su-ming's efficiency was high, so within just a couple of nights, he visited everyone in New York who mattered. Except for a few steadfast Puritans who were uncooperative, whom Su-ming tied to rocks and dumped into New York port, most congressmen and judges chose to accept the fine drinks. New York is the most prosperous place in the United States, where opposition to prohibition is greatest. Now if the mob visits with alcohol and weapons, it means there's only one choice. Either live or die. They aren't fools, they've already learned from outside sources just how terrifying the person in black-yellow armor before them is, Someone who can sink an entire family along with bodyguards and pets into the sea. All cleanly done without leaving any trace, making the law useless, and playing against the dark was futile, befriending was the best option. So Su Ming quickly forged friendships with these wise ones, gaining a certain degree of protection. As long as he didn't sell alcohol openly in the streets, both the police and inspectors would turn a blind eye. Once the official matters were handled, Su Ming dealt with other mob neighbors on his own, unknowingly claiming a large turf. Since idleness didn't serve any purpose, he simply let Jin manage it all. He truly was capable, carrying the fierce spirit typical of Irish people of this era. He's not like Assassin Jin, but more like a dark version of Jarvis. Su Ming didn't charge protection fees. He only needed underground order, prohibiting drug trafficking and the kidnapping of women and children, giving him a decent public image. Ordinary people didn't know who he was, but the black-yellow armor and the Deathstroke code have gained fame in this period. Su Ming placed Jin at the forefront, handling various affairs while he enjoyed leisure. Most of the time, he sat in his bar's corner, drinking his own brewed spirits, listening to the pianist play jazz, enjoying each day with ease. When needed, he goes out hunting and fishing, living like a retiree. On the inner wall of the bar, a sign was hung with the bar's name, whimsically named by Su Ming as the Peace Restaurant. No one scoffed at the odd name, as bars generally didn't have serious names. Names like Dead Man's Head, Pigskin King were common, making Peace Restaurant seem more normal. Jin appeared beside him, quietly consulting him. 2 months had passed, yet he remained a slender spectacle-wearing male model, though people around began to fear him. As the number 2 of a large gang, he indeed commanded quite a deterrent now. But after all, he was just an ordinary person, believing his boss to be the strongest. Although Su Ming seemed harmless now, joking with the bar patrons, he knew once Su Ming got serious, even the president in the White House could be dealt with. Su Ming wasn't aware of his thoughts, and if he were, he'd surely spit on him. Only a madman would kill Hoover. Without the confused man as president appointing a bunch of idiots as cabinet members, how could the U.S. experience the stock market crash and Great Depression? How could isolationism prevail? Most crucially, whether one could get rich overnight depends on that wave during the stock crash. It's still 1925, but the stock market has already shown signs of taking off. Money earned in the last 2 months, Su Ming used to expand production and gradually invest in stocks, buying shares of General Motors and some oil companies. The stock market would wildly increase like a bull in these few years, lasting until October 29, 1929, Black Tuesday. Just leave the market before then, sell stocks and short them, then Su Ming's plan to form a large arms company would become reality instantly. Then, directly acquiring a few could be accomplished. The stock crash and ensuing Great Depression and massive unemployment during that period, Colt Company's market value shrank tremendously. Just a few million US dollars could buy it, and Remington Company, which has been making guns since 1700, would be similar by then. General Motors stock is now only $10 US per share, but before Black Tuesday, during peak time, it reaches $262 US. If Su Ming uses funds to mortgage loans from banks and leverages the stock market, stable profits over these years would reach thousands of times. After the stock crash, shorting would yield another huge sum. This was a terrifying number, equivalent to advantages brought by the rebirth. If one didn't know the exact time of the stock crash, it would be impossible to play like this because historically, those who profited ultimately lost everything. After Black Tuesday, there was a queue to jump off buildings in New York. Wednesday's newspaper said the human rain falls on New York today. Of course, there were smart ones, like President John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, who successfully retreated before the stock crash. His famous line was, "When shoe shiners start speculating, it's time to leave." He earned over $1 billion US during the prosperous stock market period, and it's this money that helped his son eventually get elected President of the United States. Su Ming, like a fisherman, waited patiently and peacefully. Chapter 188, Chapter 159, The Stock Market Crash Erupts 1923 words. Time flew by swiftly under Su Ming's well-organized plan, and without significantly altering history, the stock market crash still occurred at the original time. On the morning of October 29, 1929, as the market opened, the New York Stock Index plunged from its historical high of 363 points, and countless people went bankrupt on the spot. As a prophet, Su-Ming had cashed out all his stocks beforehand, and his assets had now reached nearly $200 million. The stock market over the years could truly drive people mad. During the bull market years, people said that if you had $5, you should invest in the stock market, sell the stocks in the afternoon, and you could buy a General Motors L-type car. There was no limit on the rise or fall of American stocks. If your broker allowed leveraging, it was a breeze to turn $5 into $1,000 in a day. People stopped working, many went to the stock exchange every day, watching their $5 turn into 1,000, then 1,000 into 10,000, and 10,000 into 1,000,000. Newspapers constantly hyped up the bull market, claiming that 1,000 new millionaires emerged in New York daily. And this was 1,000,000 in 1929, which would be a colossal number in the future. But in the end, the dream shattered, and the false bubble was ultimately fake. Su-Ming had initially invested about $300,000 to $400,000 over time, and through a series of stable operations over the years, turned it into 30 to 40 million. At the peak, he took the opposite position by diversifying bets and short-selling through dozens of New York brokers, instantly earning so much money by leveraging. The speed at which you make and lose money in the stock market is terrifyingly fast. Many don't understand the power it holds as a tool of national finance. Within 6 hours of Black Tuesday, $500 billion evaporated from the U.S. stock market, and Su-Ming merely plucked a feather before it got too hot. This was all legal, and the money was clean, ready for investment. The money came too easily, making him feel that perhaps he should just quit being a mercenary and become a financial tycoon. With waves of stock market crashes in the United States, if he got involved every time, he'd soon become the richest person in the world. The future still held opportunities like the Plaza Accord, dismembering the Forebear, all were great opportunities to profit greatly. But what use is having more money? It only makes him feel empty. In the Marvel world, without superheroes around currently, he could coast along and plan for the future. But as time goes on, more and more characters would appear. Su-Ming can't just be a bystander, he would inevitably get involved in various events to gain what he wants to enhance his abilities. But that meant a transmigrator involved in the story would surely cause a butterfly effect. By then, who knows, Thanos might just get a wild idea and act without following the movie, directly destroying the cosmos like in the comics. What then? Even if Su-Ming might survive with X-Metal, if the cosmos is gone, what's the point of money? That would truly be the person is gone, money unspent. Maybe by then, he could only clutch those few stones given by Dr. Manhattan, and find a way to make a living in another universe. He is not a superhero, unwilling to do things without benefits. So his identity as a mercenary gives him an excuse of being hired to appear on battlefields he wants to be in. At this point in time, the inhuman race on the moon must exist. The Black Panthers of Wakanda are present through generations, and the Mandarin should still be a warlord, and perhaps there are others unknown to Su-Ming engaging in activities somewhere. So his plan must continue, and he can't put his hopes on others saving the world. He realized when in DC, if he hadn't personally gotten involved in events, things could have gone awry. The original plot kept changing to the point where even the Laughing Bat, who broke through boundaries, appeared. Now, while he still has the advantage of first-hand knowledge and foresight, preparing early is the right thing to do. Su-Ming held a wine glass sitting in his Peace restaurant. Black Tuesday brought about the Great Depression, but as an intoxicant, business had unexpectedly improved recently. People no longer have money for other leisure activities, only relying on alcohol to numb themselves and reminisce the good days past when surrounded by the stock market bubble, everything seemed flourishing. A dull sound came from outside the door, and Su-Ming sighed. He had lost count of how many times this had happened today. He put down his wine glass, walked to the bar counter, and tapped on the table, instructing his bartender. "Call the police station again, tell them to send someone quickly for street cleaning." Peace Restaurant is in a basement, not located in a particularly prosperous place, just a residential building in an ordinary alley. Usually, those who jumped from here were the building's residents. Those who used to have more taste would like to jump on Wall Street, look at the stock exchange before jumping, painting a little red flower on the street. My money. It's all gone, ah bang. The stocks are all worthless paper, ha ha ha, bang. Ha ha, damn United States. But now that place is already under martial law, the surrounding buildings are all sealed off. Su-ming didn't join in on the excitement, he just heard that over there this week, people wanting to jump off buildings like the Morgan Mansion and the Rockefeller Building had to line up, with over 1,000 jumping within days. The taller the building, the more popular it was, but now even Su-ming's 6-story small building could hardly avoid it. Wall Street was sealed off, so people could only jump from the roofs of their own homes. Boss, the police station said they don't have any more manpower, we have to deal with the bodies ourselves. The bartender, wearing a red vest and a bow tie, replied to Su-ming with a helpless expression. They were all people without any losses. Su-ming had strictly required his employees to sell their stocks before Black Tuesday. Some people didn't understand at the time, but under the heavy pressure from Su-ming and Jin, they had no choice but to comply. Unexpectedly, this saved their lives and once again mythologized Su-ming's ability. Even though there were no losses, and everyone more or less made a profit from the stock market, just the surrounding residents alone recently saw at least dozens dying in front of the bar, including some old patrons. President Hoover organized a rescue of the market, but Su-ming knew he would not succeed. There would be an even more severe stock market crash waiting for him next year. All right, call Jin to come meet me, bring a few strong men along. Su-ming rested his head and sat down by the piano. Although it was daytime, the bar business was almost the same as it used to be at night, full of drunk people everywhere. The pianist rested during the day, so only Su-ming himself occasionally played. Music from the future, coming from the real world, could help soothe his mind. Those songs seemed to awaken the ordinary side of his soul, helping to mitigate the influence of bloodthirsty desires. Since discovering this, over the years he hadn't learned much else in the bar, but he did learn how to play various musical instruments. His memory was excellent, having heard many songs before, he could try and replay them, such as Some Kind of Love Business, or Most Dazzling That Wind. There was no choice, he had heard them too much before. At the start of recalling, they were the first to emerge. Like every other gang leader of this era, he was dressed in the finest handmade black suit, holding a cigar, with his hair styled in the fashion of the times. Except he wore a yellow smiling face badge on his chest instead of a handkerchief or rose, making his style seem a bit odd. He placed his hands on the piano and started to play, clearing his throat, and began singing softly. He wasn't playing music of this era, but rather the most popular bar piano piece, after the 1970s Piano Man. It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, the regular crowd shuffles in. An old man sits next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He says, "Son, can you play me a melody? I can't remember how it goes, but it's sweet, and it's bittersweet." The clear piano sound echoed in the underground bar. Su-ming's voice appeared deep yet clear. This was a song completely different from this era, filled with a sense of future, and a laid-back attitude toward life. This isn't a motivational song in the traditional sense, more like a bar pianist reminiscing about daily life, but it's precisely these seemingly ordinary lives that at this moment highlight the preciousness of life. The drinking patrons seemed to see the past in the music, reminded of what they were like in their youth. They indeed lost a lot, but there was no necessity to die over it. No matter who they were, maybe stowaways, or their ancestors, they were just as empty-handed when they arrived in the United States. Since they could survive, so could they. Even though they owed money to the bank and couldn't repay it, quite a few banks themselves had gone bankrupt, the debt wasn't their immediate concern. Gradually, smiles appeared on the patrons' faces. This wasn't the first time Su-ming had done this. Although he's not a good man, he couldn't help everyone avoid losses because he couldn't do that. This national financial disaster wasn't something an individual could reverse. Their money wasn't taken by Su-ming, but vanished into thin air with the bursting of market bubbles. But now, at least Su-ming could persuade them not to die. He knew everything would be better if they held on for a few more years. When Roosevelt came to power in 1933, the New Deal would let everyone survive. During this time, if they were willing to work for Su Ming, then Su Ming could fully support all of his guests in New York City. Sing us a song, you're the piano man, sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. Su Ming gently pressed the last few keys, stood up, and walked towards his room. He nodded with a smile at the applauding crowd. Except for his employees, no one knew he was actually the owner of the liquor company. In their view, he was just a frequent visitor at the bar, often chatting and playing with them, a really good person. But that feeling wasn't bad. Jin could shoulder the blame. That's what the junior was for, isn't it? He snapped his fingers, signaling the bartender to offer a round of drinks on the house. In the crowd's gratefulness, he subtly indicated for the arriving Jin to follow him. Chapter 189, Chapter 160, Arrangement 1712. Words entering his room. It was very simple, apart from a bed, a table, a few sofas, and some decorative weapons hanging on the wall. There wasn't much furnishing. Su Ming motioned for Jin to sit down, as he had matters to arrange. Without rushing to speak, he first poured himself a drink. Over the years, he had lost the taste for sugary drinks, and had taken to various spirits as his new beverage of choice. Do you know why I called you here today? Jin was still the same, wearing his old-fashioned glasses. He hadn't gained weight over the years and still sat properly on the sofa. Please instruct, boss. I suppose it's not that you're planning to record an album. Hee, write it down. Buying a record company is one of the tasks. Su Ming thought for a moment. In this era, record sales were quite average, but buying one and turning it into a media company in the future would prove useful. Although Jin held the title of deputy director of the distillery wasn't considered a real gang, so in reality, he was just Su Ming's secretary. He took out a small notebook from his suit, and recorded Su Ming's instructions. The Great Depression has erupted. This depression will last 10 years. I'm probably the richest person in New York right now. It's a great opportunity for development. I'll give you a month to acquire a large steel factory, a large chemical company, one with oil exploitation rights, several arms companies, an aircraft manufacturing enterprise, a large shipyard, with at least 4 large dry docks, and New York State's ranches and farms. Acquire as many as you can. Su Ming spoke slowly, with the old-fashioned desk lamp in the room emitting a dim light, observing Jin, as he wrote these matters down with unique shorthand symbols, savoring the drink in his cup. Boss, the overall economy is very sluggish right now. Many companies are in debt, and although it's easy to take over, we would inherit the debts. A conservative estimate is spending over $50 million, and it's currently tough to sell products. Jin reviewed all the projects, frowned for a moment in thought, and calculated a price. The U.S. financial crisis will affect the whole world, but places without currency are not affected. Gold and oil are always valuable. Places without currency. Do you know what Africa's specialties are? Su Ming stroked his office desk, walked to the chair, sat down, and asked him indifferently. At this time, much of Africa was under British and French colonial rule, but the colonizers didn't care how the natives lived, and many places were under tribal or slave systems. They engaged in barter and weren't affected by financial fluctuations. Their economic conditions depended more on the climate and rainfall of the year, and food was the most valuable commodity there. Just like when the Spanish conquerors discovered the Maya, they could exchange a blanket for a large piece of gold, because Maya trade was settled in llamas and cocoa beans, and gold was just stone for building palaces to them. There were white pigs who would trade extremely exquisite fabrics for stones. It was ridiculously stupid. Thus, the Spanish used various cheap industrial products and plunder to take away tens of thousands of tons of gold from South America before the Invincible Armada was toppled by the British Navy, and they were the oceanic hegemon of the world. This is not an exaggeration. Many people cannot imagine how wealthy America was at that time. The Spanish treasure fleet that sank in 1702 is the largest undiscovered treasure in the world now. According to historical records, over 5,000 cartloads of gold sank with the fleet, and a ton of gold's volume is only 0. 0.5 cubic meters and a cartload of 4 tons was just a thin layer. That was the last voyage of the treasure fleet, and countless more were sporadically transported back home before that. Jin no longer had the total ignorance he had when he first arrived in New York. To better assist Su Ming, he had constantly studied and enriched himself over the past 2 years. Africa's specialties are gold, gemstones, and ethnic conflicts. That's right. Let's also acquire some ocean-going cargo ships, establish a company, and transport our products to French North Africa, selling them across Africa. Send a few of our people there to gather information about a place called Wakanda. Understood, boss. Jin had understood that Su Ming intended to use various products to trade for hard currency in Africa, indeed a good business. Although Africans now also know the value of gold, they just exchanged it for more food. He nodded, stood up, buttoned his hat, and planned to go out to run errands. He had always worked diligently, treating Su Ming's orders like an oracle to be followed strictly. Oh, and buy a few tractor factories, they'll be useful in the future. All these factories should preferably be on the East Coast. After the acquisitions, merge and restructure them, and when the Midnight Express delivers, ask our clients if they'd like to work for me. These factories need workers. Of course, the wages aren't high, but they can keep them alive. Your will, boss. You're truly too kind. The people of New York will thank you. Jin smiled and flattered before hurrying out to do business, while Su Ming just shook his head, downed the spirit in his cup, and sat quietly on the chair. A card of goodness. Jin didn't have to run around personally, as Su Ming said, they had money now. When everyone else was constantly jumping off buildings, he spent a small amount to hire New York's best legal advisors. Now, the best lawyer on Wall Street cost what a private detective in a back alley used to, and regardless of any task, they would work hard for $10 and a lunch every day. However, the old man now considered the best lawyer in New York frankly admitted that he used to only rank 10th in New York, but now the top 9 have either jumped off buildings or committed suicide, and he became the first. He didn't speculate in stocks, so he didn't lose money, but the second-ranked person did. To make ends meet, they only charged $8 a day. He couldn't avoid a price cut either. The overall market downturn means just this. It used to be the fee for the top lawyers 5 minutes, and now even with such a hefty discount, there wasn't much business. The whole country was busy drinking and buying drinks, who still had lawsuits to fight. Jin, with his agile mind, immediately hired the old man as the group's chief legal advisor, removing the worry about having no food for the next meal, and he could also introduce some people to work for the distillery. Jin believed that gangs initially needed lawyers and doctors, and now that the boss wanted to venture into large industries, maintaining a legal team was also necessary. The old man wasn't the least bit opposed. Being a New Yorker, he had heard of the distillery. Firstly, the distillery has a good reputation, and their territory is considered the safest place. Before the stock market crash, it could even be said that no one would steal a lost article. Gang members were more like employees of a large enterprise. Secondly, gang money is still money. He also had bills to pay. Americans and Celestial Dynasty people have different spending habits. They don't like to save, and often spend as much as they earn. The old man had a loan to pay for the new car he bought last month. So the old man prepared a full set of documents, signed on to become the chief legal advisor for the distillery, but the employer's name on the contract was filled as Wilson Enterprises. Su Ming thought of many names. His decision-making difficulty made him uncomfortable, like Umbrella, Vault Tech, SCP Foundation, Wanda. But in the end, he chose an ordinary name because no one understood those jokes, loneliness as snow. He left the matter of expansion to Jin, who then entrusted the matter to the old man. It was the first task from the new employer, and the old man quickly organized a large legal team, went all over the East Coast, and negotiated all matters. The timeline was much faster than Su Ming had expected because those companies were already on the verge of bankruptcy, and would sell at the sight of money. Anyway, Jin reported expenses and Su Ming just signed checks. His own money was in the Federal Savings Bank, although it was also affected somewhat. A run occurred a few days ago, but that was the U.S. Treasury, there was no risk of collapse. He also met the old man, and at that time, the old man realized that the young man with one eye in front of him was the real boss of the distillery. That's more like it. He had lived most of his life and met many people, but in Jin, he only saw intelligence and diligence, qualities that could make a great accountant and manager but not a gang leader. But the young man was different. Just one look and a fear welled up in his heart like a fountain, as if seeing a monster. That was the feeling of a gang. However, the old man felt reassured now. Since he had met the real boss, it meant that he had entered the corps and become a family member, and gangs were always good to their own lawyers. Su Ming didn't bother to emphasize that the company wasn't a gang. He acknowledged the old man's work and generously gave him a $1,000 bonus to enjoy himself, and even gave him the codename Vodka. Despite the new boss's somewhat odd smile, the money was real, so he left gratefully. Su Ming indulged his peculiar sense of humor, but it was still the same. The joke was only understood by himself. He could only sigh and lower his head to draw out his next plans on the blueprint. Chapter 190, Chapter 161, Industry. 1645 words. It's still too early in the current era, bringing out something too advanced wouldn't do, but there are things that the current technology can keep up with, and compared horizontally, they're quite impressive. For example, the 98K rifle, which appeared 10 years earlier than historically, as well as the M24 grenade, also appeared 10 years earlier. To say they could be used in World War II, there's absolutely no problem. They were originally products of World War II. As for the Springfield rifle originally equipped by U.S. soldiers, the .30 caliber bullet, although also a 7.62 mm caliber, lacked versatility. The bullet was too short, and the loading powder was insufficient, resulting in inadequate chamber pressure. Su Ming plans to take on the defense orders during World War II, and could even license other factories to produce under a permit, so to establish a standard for future rifle families, he only needs two types of rifle bullets, the 7.62 mm NATO standard bullet and the 5.56 mm NATO standard bullet. Cartridges like .233, 2 mm, are still more suitable for hunting rifles. These designs are relatively simple, and Su Ming can explain the principles clearly. He just needs to draw up the blueprints, and let the military factory designers test several times. As for whether other caliber weapons would come out to compete, Su Ming is not worried. As long as he can present the AK-47 and M16 in the future, no weapon would be able to compete against them. Of course, the other acquired factories have their roles as well. The chemical plant is set to research chemical fibers, striving to climb to nylon technology as soon as possible. Su Ming only roughly knows that it was discovered by a Professor Carruthers, first released in 1938. This is no issue. Let Jin find people, waiving checks to recruit talent will suffice. As long as the talents are willing to come, salaries can be doubled, the position of chief engineer in the factory, the most advanced research environment, everything can be provided. Nylon is one of the most widely used chemical materials for military purposes, capable of making ropes, parachutes, and various gear. During World War II, apart from cotton military uniforms, everything else on U.S. soldiers was made of nylon. This was a gold mine. Even in the peaceful times to come, nylon could still be used to make essentials like stockings. Shipyards need to reserve technology and attract talent, aiming to launch at least a 30,000-ton class cargo ship before 1941. Such a vessel can be converted into an aircraft carrier during wartime, and if converted, with a bit more effort, can be manufactured. By then, with multiple slipways operating simultaneously, naval budgets will flow into Su Ming's pockets. The aircraft manufacturing plant can already make money now. Although aircraft from World War I are outdated, just adding metal skins and repackaging them, converting cargo planes into passenger planes, can be taken to the Middle East to trade for oil with kings and chieftains. A local airline can also be gradually developed here at home. The main focus is engine technology. With engine technology, fighter jets and bombers can be easily developed. As long as Su Ming can sketch out the appearances of those famous models and describe some aerodynamic principles he knows, experts can backtrack to real objects. The tractor factory should be halted immediately, transitioning to tank research. Buy some scraps from World War I from the United Kingdom to study design concepts, then Su Ming can draw the pictures and let them modify later tanks. With those protective abilities and firepower, soldiers will undoubtedly appreciate it, at least far better than the future Sherman tanks. Lastly are those acquired ranches and farms. During World War II, U.S. soldiers won over Germany drinking cola and eating canned food and chocolate. Canned goods put too much pressure on logistics. Su Ming has a better idea: directly establish a large factory, using materials from his own farms to produce compressed biscuits, eat a piece when hungry, and drink a bottle of fizzy drink. All this might make soldiers too full to handle. They would print this eating method on the packaging as a recommended use. If they want to change the taste, they can try dehydrated vegetables and beef jerky. Anyway, canned goods are too heavy, nowhere near as convenient as Su Ming's method. The overall arrangement is like this: this is the first batch of products prepared for future wars, and better ones can continue to be rolled out later until the group can research independently, freeing Su Ming to do his own things. As for the tender before military procurement, Su Ming is not worried. When World War II comes, the United Kingdom won't have much choice. The UK's production capacity won't keep up with consumption. Historically, they relied on US support, and during World War II, Su Ming is sure to make a profit off them first. By the time the US joins the war at the end of 1941, Su Ming's weapons will have already proven effective on the battlefield. Then, with a few strikes of financial aggression, the military generals will surely comply seamlessly. A month later, during the hardest times, Su Ming held a large recruitment drive in New York, causing a sensation in the shadows. After all, the president's efforts to save the market had failed. Companies were laying off or bankrupt, while Su Ming went the opposite way, expanding capacity during this time. For a moment, those in the know in New York saw it as a lifeline. And these insiders were mostly consumers of the Skywalker brand of beverages, giving them a unique sense of pride. The products they've supported all these years lent a helping hand during their difficult times, moving many to tears. At this time, by Hudson's dock, two middle-aged men were secretly drinking. They were neighbors and good friends, hiding their alcohol in their lunch baskets, bringing it to the place they used to work. This was where Su Ming first arrived in the United States, once a bustling port, but now there were no ships passing through. The Great Depression made everything seem to stagnate. Hiding in a wind-sheltered spot by the dock, they could only see the back of the Statue of Liberty far away, ignoring them. This winter didn't see any snow, but the cold air by the sea kept seeping through their clothes, making them rub their hands and exhale warm breaths from time to time. They couldn't sit down, they were too hungry. Sitting down might mean they couldn't get up again in the cold winter. A flock of seagulls circled above their heads, continuously making crow-like sounds, as if they would dive down to eat their bodies the next moment. Quite a few people had jumped into the sea to end their lives recently, prompting seabirds to change their diet. But they weren't there to seek death together. They were originally just workers and didn't trade stocks, unable to understand the complex number games, so they didn't suffer any direct losses. However, the Great Depression still affected them because both were dock workers. One was a piece rate statistician, and the other was a dispatcher for vehicle scheduling. Their boss was known to be the fattest among the first batch of people who jumped off buildings. It's said that his fat is still smeared on a window of the stock exchange's second floor, impossible to clean off. Thus, both of them became unemployed. Without income, the food at home barely lasted over a month and is running out. It is hard to secure grain because farmers didn't have money to hire workers for harvesting or picking, drivers didn't have the money to fill up their cars, disrupting the market's circulation link. Seeing their wives and children at home suffering from hunger, they could only look for a way out in the city, but unfortunately, hitting walls everywhere, unable to find new jobs. The black-haired man looked around, sneakily pulling out a bottle of golden liquor from the lunch basket, wiping the frost off the bottle's label caused by temperature differences. He then pulled out another bottle, handing it to the blonde man next to him, who looked much heavier-hearted compared to him, or we could say less optimistic. Here, drink it quickly, warm up, or else I'll finish it all myself. The black-haired man smiled, nudging him with his shoulder. Seeing his friend's heavy heart, and not taking the drink, he opened both bottles, pressing one into the blond man's hand, and took a large gulp himself. The blond man could only shake his head helplessly at his friend's demeanor. After all, what else is there to do but drink? He looked down at the bottle in his hand. The stylish label was yellow and black, depicting a small winged helmet, inspired by Hermes, the messenger of Greek mythology, said to walk in the sky, with unimaginable speed. Skywalker brand. Fortunately, after the stock market crash, Skywalker's liquor also dropped in price, otherwise, it wouldn't have been affordable. The liquor factory must have stocked up on supplies in advance, but while other spirits raised prices, they dropped. It's indeed very generous. But all that had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could do was exhale a breath, clink bottles with his friend in a makeshift toast, and take a sip. Even though Skywalker's whiskey has maintained the same taste over the years, with excellent flavor and barrel aroma, he could only taste bitterness now, with the heavy burden on his heart preventing him from enjoying it in peace. At that moment, the black-haired man next to him threw a stone to drive away the seagulls overhead, his face full of smiles as if he had good news. Last night, when Midnight Express delivered the liquor, they told me something good. Want to hear it? Chapter 191, Chapter 162, Work 1332 words. The blond man was somewhat curious. Actually, these days both of them had been looking equally worried, but today the guy with black hair seemed like he'd found money. He took another sip of his drink. The cops were all going crazy now, and no one bothered about people drinking anymore. What's the good news? Has Hoover resigned? The black-haired man shook his head, baring his teeth in a contemptuous expression. Who cares who's living in the White House? I'm saying we can find a job now. What kind of job? The blond man perked up. All he wanted now was a job to make money and support his family. Come on, cheers, have another sip and then we'll talk. The black-haired man teased him, mischievously reaching out to clink glasses. The blond guy shook his head helplessly, and they clinked their bottles again. Glug, glug, glug. The black-haired man sighed contentedly. Last night at 1 a.m., the Midnight Express just arrived. My wife luckily fell asleep, otherwise, if she found out I bought more booze, she'd definitely kill me. Get to the point. If we go home today without good news and smelling of alcohol, our graves will be neighbors too. The blond man rolled his eyes upward. His friend was absolutely right. Things were tight at home, and buying booze was really a waste of money now. I don't want my tombstone to read Tom Barnes died for buying 2 bottles of booze. That would make me the biggest loser of all. The black-haired man cracked a joke. At the moment, they were hiding in a corner of the docks warehouse, with stock certificates someone discarded swirling in the wind out of sight. Let's talk about the job. Whether the epitaph says died of drinking or killed by wife hardly matters. The blond man shook his head. The joke wasn't funny at all. No one had a smile on their face in the entire street. Oh right, back to the point. Anyway, after picking up the booze and paying, the delivery guy didn't leave right away. He asked me, do you like Skywalker's booze? And I said, yeah, for years I've only had Skywalker's. Then he asked, want to work for our boss? The blond man frowned, cutting his friend off. Wait, did he ask if you want to work for the mob? What mob? How can a distillery be a mob? The man claiming to be Tom shook his head and sneered at the blond guy. They don't steal or rob, just do legitimate business. I'm telling you, this prohibition won't last for years, and then the distillery will be a legal business again, right? After hearing that, the blond guy thought, well, indeed. Having grown up in New York, they've seen plenty of gangs, yet besides violating the prohibition, they've never heard of the distillery doing anything else. The prohibition is written in the Constitution, with crimes like treason, dictatorship, and crimes against humanity alongside it. Putting selling alcohol among these crimes is more like a dark joke. The hunger in his belly didn't let him think much further. Today he only had a thin slice of bread, probably the same for his friend. So as long as I don't do anything against my conscience, working for the distillery's shadowy business should be fine, right? Yeah, go ahead. So, is it delivery work you're talking about? They run night shifts, mysterious and all. Is that okay? Tom reminisced. No, he mentioned the group is hiring and even gave me an address. He said they have all kinds of jobs, as long as you can work diligently, you can find something that suits you. The pay isn't high, but it's enough to feed a family these days. Where's the address? Let me see. The blonde man reached out, confident this wasn't a joke. If it were true, why bother drinking? They should try it right away. Tom took out a card, just an ordinary business card size. Why rush? I've checked the timing, you see, the recruiting starts at night. The blonde man received and checked it over, only to find the interview spot was in a sizable warehouse near the dock. As a former dock scheduler himself, he knew the nearby buildings well. But the interview starting time was midnight, a bit eerie, right? The genuine mobs would have some kind of initiation dinner, usually a meal in the family restaurant to introduce the members over dinner. But a midnight meal? Isn't that a bit late? Needless to say, the blonde man was starving and only had thoughts of eating. It's only 7 p.m. now, the sun hasn't set yet. We are probably the earliest ones in line. Tom confidently smiled, sticking the card into the blonde man's front pocket, fixing his jacket, and patting him, signaling him to relax. Great, from now on, let's stick together, work well, and have good days ahead. The blonde man put his arm around Tom's neck, happily tousling the hair at the back of his head. Of course, can you finally drink in peace now? Tom teasingly glanced at his friend, yet nodded without hesitation. The midnight interview wasn't Su Ming's twisted hobby, but because the Midnight Express employees had worked night shifts for years. Su Ming couldn't possibly rely solely on himself and Jin to organize large-scale recruitment events. Inevitably, he needed extra manpower. The most reliable people he had were the distillery and Midnight Express workers. If he recruited during the day, wouldn't that mean his current workers had to work over 20 hours straight? So, simply having all workers organize recruitment tonight would save future time zone adjustments. By the end of recruiting, it should still be dark, and delivering then would be fine. After all, Su Ming wasn't a devil. As for the recruits, those with relevant skills like welders, fitters, and blacksmiths would be sent to tanks, planes, and shipbuilding departments. Without relevant skills but factory experience, they'd go to the munitions company to boost production. Though guns weren't finalized yet, they could start preparing bullets. Those illiterate, who couldn't even spell their names, but were physically strong, would help at the overseas shipping company unloading goods or working on farms and ranches. If lacking everything, Su Ming wouldn't turn them away either, providing some subsistence each month, asking them to find a corner on the streets to act as the group's eyes and ears. There's always someone scheming against me, more intelligence is never bad. Of course, positions came with different compensations, depending on one's abilities. Su Ming, as usual, left the evening recruitment to Jin, while he sat quietly in a luxury car by the roadside, dressed in a high-end suit coat, observing. As the famous riverfront church's midnight bell tolled, people gradually passed through General Grant Park. This largest recruitment event in New York's history unfolded on the chilly night. People gathered in groups, faces full of hope, heading towards the former New York port. It was the best news they'd heard since the stock market crash. It's not like no one tried to target these night walkers. Given the scarcity of street lights of the time, but upon learning these folks were attending the distillery's recruitment, they abandoned their original intentions. If ordinary folks would just rob, but in case someone stirred trouble while working for the distillery, they'd likely find themselves bound in cement at the riverbed before dawn. Whether it's the bottom of the Hudson or offshore, it depended on their confession. Over the years, Jin, from unfamiliar beginnings to being ruthless and vicious, received much mentorship from Su Ming. As long as he kept his men from bothering civilians, anything goes with other gangs and punks, the harsher the better. Now the world turned into this, even though some other New York gangs struggled on, basically the city's underground order was ultimately dictated by Su Ming. Chapter 192. Chapter 163. recruitment in progress 13:05 words watching people lining up to enter the warehouse not far away, and gradually some coming out with smiles on their faces. Su-ming lit a cigar and puffed away in the car. It was a win-win situation. He saved them during difficult times, and in return, they would create value for Su-ming. Looks like we can recruit 20,000 people tonight. He continued looking out the window, speaking to Jin sitting beside him. There was heating in the car, with the engine running continuously, converting power into heat, making the carriage warm as spring. The lawyer known by the code name Vodka felt even more motivated after receiving $1,000 bonus. Knowing Su-ming's goal of full industry development, he negotiated several factories at extremely low prices, including automobile manufacturing companies. In the original plan, the automotive industry was to be developed in the second phase, but a little earlier or later didn't matter much. Thus, Su-ming quickly sketched out the future classic Rolls-Royce model. To please their new boss and avoid layoffs, factory workers, without a production line, reverse-engineered the internal structure from the shell and manually built a prototype transcending the times within half a month. Except for the engine and transmission, everything else was top-notch enjoyment for this era. Su-ming had no plans to lay off workers, however, luxury cars wouldn't be much needed in times of war. The factory's production line would need modification to produce trucks or jeeps. All products at present are intended for future war preparations. He had already hired political brokers to engage with local military forces. Although World War II was 10 years away, it's better to make friends early. Eisenhower is currently a civilian assistant in the Army Department with the rank of major, but 10 years later, he will be the commander of the U.S. Army, and 20 years later, the 34th President of the United States. Marshall is now a teacher at Fort Benning Infantry School, but in the future, he will be Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Halsey is currently just the captain of the practice ship Rihanna, and Nimitz is now commanding coastal submarines, but in the future, they will be in charge of the Pacific Fleet. Patton, MacArthur, these people have not yet risen in prominence. Su-ming just needs to offer some help now to reap great rewards in the future. Recollecting his thoughts, the whistling sea breeze came by his ears, and the car's hot air fogged up the windows slightly. Go keep an eye. Then I'll go take a look. Jin remembered Su-ming had assigned him certain tasks, so he immediately understood Su-ming's intent. He got out from the other side of the car, heading toward the warehouse with bodyguards. The winter chill quickened his pace, but not as much as the eager job seekers. The specific details of the recruitment inside, involving formal employment documents, were all handled by the lawyer known as Vodka, who had now become more of a hands-off manager. 20 or so staff members on the teams were young lawyers he brought on board. Documents were ready-made. Once the applicants' backgrounds and previous jobs were confirmed, corresponding documents were chosen for them to sign. The seaside warehouse always had moisture, and in the cold winter nights it was especially bone-chilling, but the large crowd made the place very lively. Not enough reception capacity. Open the next-door warehouse as well, and call some more people to open additional lines. Jin observed for a while and made a suggestion beside Vodka. The old man immediately instructed his assistant to carry it out. All of this had been pre-planned, and Su-ming had anticipated people's enthusiasm early on. After this, the reputation of Wilson Enterprises will be even more prominent. The old man, with a cigar in his mouth and rotating the ring on his finger, remarked while watching the comings and goings of the people in the dark. Jin pushed up his glasses with a finger. I can't get involved in the company's affairs. After all, the gangster background can't be completely cleaned up. The legitimate businesses are left for the boss to choose managers. The old man shook his head with a smile. He had a different view. Having lived on Wall Street for many years, he had a better understanding of corporate operations. Our boss doesn't seem to want to manage companies. He isn't even interested in the business of a single bar, let alone a group of several companies. If I'm not mistaken, the boss will likely hire professional managers to run things. Jin shrugged, indifferent, as he preferred his current identity. Being confined to an office to manage legitimate business would make him uncomfortable. I always feel that what the boss wants isn't a gang or a company, it's like he's preparing for something. You once told me the distillery was established only 4 years ago, yet it has already nurtured a giant group on the East Coast. The old man laughed as he found a place to sit, being no longer young and unable to stand for long like Jin. I've met a lot of tycoons, their thoughts are hard for ordinary people to fathom. Jin was quite calm, simply looking at the people lining up before him. He had followed Su Ming for some years, and the boss's appearance and physique hadn't changed one bit over these years, which was certainly not normal for an ordinary person. This thought, however, he did not voice, keeping it as a secret within his heart. He adjusted his glasses, a difficult-to-describe emotion flashing in his eyes, but he quickly turned his head to give orders to the bodyguard behind him. Go bring out the prepared food. The people attending the recruitment are now one of us too, let them take whatever they want. It sounded momentous, but in reality, it was just over a dozen trucks of sandwiches and hamburgers, products processed from their own farm and ranch, with cost being almost negligible, yet capable of winning people over at critical moments. The winter nights made these things frozen stiff. They'd have to be taken home and warmed over the stove before they could be eaten. But as long as they could take as much as they wanted, at least their families wouldn't go hungry. This could inspire the workers' enthusiasm to work better for the boss. A man in black heard the orders and went to carry them out, but at this moment a lawyer approached. Jin, I found the person you told us to keep an eye on. Actually, it was someone Su Ming had instructed Jin to pay attention to, without knowing why. Su Ming had him note several surnames, along with a lot of information, but he didn't need to ask, just do as told. Are you sure? Sure, the name is Joseph Rogers, wife Sarah Rogers, Irish descent, blonde hair and blue eyes, living in Brooklyn, with a child named Stephen, 9 years old this year. His friend who came with him is named Barnes, a former soldier with black hair and eyes, exactly the same as the person you told us to watch out for. The lawyer spoke quietly, while wondering to himself what was wrong with these two individuals. Jin nodded, flashing a smile, though that smile seemed terrifying to the lawyer. Very good, give them the best job contracts, and place them in the shipyard office. Later, give me a copy of their registration information. The company will arrange a bonus for you. Okay, sir. Jin glanced into the crowd, spotted the two individuals at the front of a line, confirmed they matched the boss's description, and promptly returned to the car. Chapter 193, Chapter 164, Father and Son. 1596 words. Boss, two of the people you asked to keep an eye on have appeared. Carrying the chill from the docks, Jin climbed into the car, while Su Ming held a glass and rested with his eyes closed. Let me guess, Rogers and Barnes. As expected of you, boss. It's just as you said. Very well, note down their home addresses. We'll pay them a visit in a few days. Su Ming finished the drink in his glass and turned to look outside the window. Any news from Africa? Nothing yet, boss. The country you mentioned, Wakanda, seems to not exist. No one has heard of it, let alone knows where it is. Jin felt guilty for not handling matters well, but his subordinates had indeed done their best. It's okay, take it slow. As long as it exists, we'll find it with patience. Young Steve was awakened by hunger. In his dream, he was eating a cake, beautifully decorated with cream and fruits, but for some reason, the more he ate, the hungrier he became. The emptiness in his stomach caused him pain. The burning stomach acid churning finally woke him from his dream. There was no cake, nor any food at all. He was just biting his own pillow, which was covered with teeth marks and saliva. Like his father, today he had only eaten a slice of bread. Their household food consisted of just a bit of flour and a few potatoes, which had to be rationed carefully. It was midnight now, frost covered the window glass, and it was cold outside. Even inside his small room, there was no warmth. His family wasn't well off. His mother used to be a nurse, but now she was also unemployed. She occasionally did sewing and washing for people to earn some change, and was particularly busy. In the current times, even children knew how difficult it was to make money. He and his little friend Baki had stopped attending school. During the day, they would go to the streets to sell newspapers. If they were lucky, they could only earn a few US cents, and more often they wished they could eat the newspapers to fill their stomachs. They had seen people eat newspapers. A few streets away, there was an old beggar. Baki and he saw him eat a wad of newspapers, and the next day, the police dragged him away covered with a white cloth. They didn't know whether he died of hunger or from eating the newspapers, but both he and Baki were so scared that they could only hope the papers could be exchanged for real food. Baki's home situation was slightly better. His father was more resourceful than his own father, and could occasionally find temporary work. So their life was a bit better, but only slightly. To avoid feeling hungry, Steve wrapped his stomach tightly with the quilt and began to daydream, imagining maybe his father or himself finding a good job. But his mind seemed uncontrollable, constantly drifting back to the cake in his dream. Even just to be able to eat a single cherry on top would be wonderful. Just then, he heard a noise at the door. His father was back. Their apartment building was very simple, with no soundproofing whatsoever. When the door opened in the middle of the night, it could be heard by all the neighbors. He heard Uncle Tom speaking with his father, their voices low, but both speaking quickly and sounding quite delighted. "See you tomorrow, Tom." "Ha, see you tomorrow." His father closed the door and turned around with things in his arms, but in the dim moonlight, Steve saw him walking out of his room wrapped in the blanket. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" His father began to take out the things from his coat. There were dozens of brown paper-wrapped blocks. These were the food distributed by the corporation, hamburgers and sandwiches. Tom was quick-witted. When he heard the manager say to help themselves, he and his father unbuttoned the shirts inside their coats, using them like large pockets to stuff in food continuously. Even though these foods were cold, making them shiver all over, their hearts were warm. This was hope. The only strange thing was, though they had worked at the docks, they weren't dock workers, so why were they assigned to work in the shipyard office? But this nagging doubt vanished before the mountain of food brought in by several large trucks. The starving men couldn't think of anything else. All they could think about was how to take more home. "I just woke up when I heard the noise." Steve looked at those paper packages, puzzled as to why his father returned at midnight with so many things. "Oh, you're hungry, aren't you? Well, I've brought back food." Joseph smiled, picked up several packages and handed them to him. "Add some coal to the stove, heat these up before eating, or you'll get a stomachache." Steve took the packages. These huge paper packages were almost as big as his head. He had been seriously ill when he was young, and though he was better now, he was still slimmer than other kids his age. Through the paper bags, he smelled the food, possibly beef, cheese sauce, and tomato. "Where did this come from? Did you do something?" These foods were too good, especially in this year's winter. He was well aware, even as a child, that the people who jumped off buildings last month didn't avoid him. "Why do you think that?" Joseph took the food out from his coat, hung the coat on the hook behind the door, and squatted down, cold hands caressing Steve's head. "I told you, always be an honest person, especially in tough times." "Then what about this food?" "Ha ha, it's a gift from the new boss to us employees." "Not just me, your Uncle Tom and many other uncles you know brought food home, too, so you don't need to save these for Baki. Eat to your heart's content." "You found a job? That's great." Steve settled down, quickly tossed his quilt on the sofa, and still in pajamas, stoked and added coal to the stove. Not only to heat the food, but also to boil a pot of hot water. "Yes, I found a job." Joseph edged closer to the stove, warming his hands beside it. Having walked nearly 10 kilometers back home from the docks with food in his arms, his hands were frostbitten white, but his smile remained unchanged. "A good job at the shipyard. So we'll always have food to eat from now on, right?" Steve looked at his father with expectant eyes. Joseph opened one of the paper packages, revealing a hamburger inside, with thick bread enclosing a large hamburger patty. He placed these burgers on a tray, leaning them by the stove to warm while the firelight illuminated their similar faces. "We'll always have food to eat, and in a few days, when my salary comes in, you and Baki can go back to school." I can work too since mother isn't well. Steve shook his head. He didn't want to go to school anymore, as many kids his age didn't go to school. He had grown up and could earn money for the family now. No, my new job pays well, we can buy lots of food. His father turned his head to him, seriously saying, I've discussed it with Tom. He wasn't happy because that day Baki picked up a pocket watch from the dead man's body, so in a few days, we'll send you back to school. In the meantime, you two mustn't run around but stay home and study. That man jumped down from the building, almost hit us, and scared us to death. The pocket watch just rolled over to us. At that time, we weren't thinking about anything else, and Baki just picked it up on impulse. We didn't touch the body. Joseph rubbed his brows. Whether or not it was rummaging through a body, it wasn't a scene children should witness. And it wasn't just about their sons, even he and Tom, walking down the street, would feel sick if suddenly a body fell in front of them, with red and white everywhere. They both couldn't help but feel nauseous. Yet the two kids were fine at the time and could run right away. Was it because the harsh reality cast a shadow over them? This truly wasn't an era good for children's growth. Listen to me, Steve, you need to become a capable person, someone useful to the country and society. There are many more impoverished families than ours. You need to go to school to learn knowledge that will let everyone live a happy life. This is what you should do at your age. Okay, Dad. Steve nodded. Though he didn't understand much, he understood that he should keep studying. Very good. You keep an eye on the food while I go get your mother. Joseph pushed off his knees to stand and walked to the bedroom in the back, while Steve's gaze shifted from the oily burgers to their wrapping paper. In the flickering red flames of the stove, the brown paper appeared orange, with a large black W letter in the middle. He picked up the paper, smoothed it in his hand, and under the firelight, saw a line of small letters below the symbol. Wilson Enterprises. Chapter 194, Chapter 165, Little Buddies 1167 words. The family of three gathered around the stove, having a midnight meal of hamburg and hot water, but it was the best thing they had eaten in over a month. Outside, there were fewer and fewer people jumping off buildings, and now the head of the family had found a job. To them, it seemed like life was gradually improving. Steve stuffed himself with beef hamburg, almost bursting his stomach, but lying on the old wooden bed, listening to the howling cold wind outside, he slept very soundly that night. Although hamburg wasn't the cream cake in his dream, life was now pretty much like the good days in his dreams. Although he didn't know when Wilson Enterprises emerged, his heart was filled with gratitude. The next morning, his parents left early, and he got up just as early to help with chores like making a fire and preparing food. His mother was a bit malnourished and weak, but still insisted on going out to work. She needed to go a few blocks away to the wealthy district to clean houses for money. After finishing his meal, he returned to his small room to study, a textbook he thought he would never need. But before he could read much, he heard someone secretly tapping on his window pane. Looking up, he saw it was his little buddy Baki, looking around sneakily, with his signature smile on his face. Steve, let's go out and play. Steve opened the window begrudgingly. The structure of their apartment was such that there was a small air vent in the corridor, which, if opened, could allow a skinny child to sneak through. Baki must have been locked at home, and then slipped out through this window. Didn't your dad tell you to stay home and study? Baki nonchalantly waved his hand and climbed in from the window, plopping himself on Steve's small bed. What's so great about books? Once we're back in school in a few days, there will be plenty of time to read. The black-haired boy dug his ear, utterly uninterested. Steve knew it would be like this. Baki's personality was just like his father's. Asking him to stay home and study honestly was more unbearable than anything. If he finds out you ran out when he gets home, you're dead. Baki scratched his head. He won't know. As long as we're back before he's off work, we'll be fine, right? No, if you want to play, go by yourself. Don't drag me along. My dad told me to be someone useful to the country, so I have to study hard. Steve quickly refused. Once Baki started playing, he never had any concept of time. Plus, he was thick-skinned, and Uncle Tom's beatings were useless on him. Baki's eyes darted around, and he changed the topic. "Did you eat that hamburger yesterday?" Baki lay on Steve's bed. "Yeah, and I had a sandwich this morning." Steve replied absent-mindedly. "Was it beef?" Baki turned over, noticing the pillow felt a bit wet. "Probably, yeah." Steve maintained a blank expression. "Where do you think that beef came from, Tennessee?" Baki sniffed the pillow. The damp marks had a fishy smell, likely drool, not tears. "Who knows? I haven't seen any cows in the city." Steve sighed. "Do you think they'll bring back something else to eat today?" Baki dodged the drool marks and flipped the pillow over. "I doubt it. The boss can't just keep sending stuff to the workers every day." Steve answered with a tone of helplessness. "True, I remember those rich folks on the street. They were all pretty stingy." Baki wiggled on the bed like an insect, rolling back and forth. Steve tried to focus on his textbook, but Baki, like Grandma Mary downstairs, kept chattering away, making it impossible for him to concentrate. But every time Steve turned his head to look at him with a stern gaze, Baki would act innocent and start whistling. "All right, where do you want to go play today?" Steve finally gave in. His little buddy was driving him crazy. In such a situation, holding a book was just a waste of time. "Did you see the packaging of that hamburger yesterday?" Baki pulled out a crumpled piece of craft paper from his pocket. "I saw it. There was a W letter on it, and the small print below said Wilson Enterprises." Steve put down his textbook and turned to look at his friend. "I've never heard of such a big company in the city before. I heard from my dad that last night they recruited over 10,000 people, and the docks were packed." Baki spoke mysteriously, winking and making faces at Steve. Steve already understood what he wanted to do. To be honest, he was curious about this enterprise too, but not enough to immediately investigate like Baki wanted. "Listen, Baki, you can ask your dad about this company at night. Even if we find it now, what next?" Baki scrambled off the bed and got closer to Steve, his dark eyes filled with eagerness. "Aren't you curious? Last night they gave out at least tens of thousands of hamburgers and sandwiches. I'm thinking if there are more, can't we ask for a few more? We've been hungry for over a month, and I don't want to be hungry anymore. The more food, the better, right?" Admittedly, Baki's point resonated with Steve. He was tempted, but whether begging or picking up, neither felt right to him. "No, Baki, we can visit where our fathers work, but we can't ask others for food." Baki nodded, agreeing that Steve was right, but he hadn't planned on begging. "I never said to beg. Even though we're not very strong, we can read and do arithmetic. Think about it, yesterday they hired so many people, today there must be a lot of follow-up work, like registering phone numbers or writing IDs and work badges. We can work as temps, earning food in return. It's honest work, nothing to be ashamed of. Many people didn't have phones at home, but there must be things that needed recording, right?" Earning food through labor was indeed a smart suggestion. Baki was always more clever than him. Such opportunities come only once. Doing the work for just a day or two could get them quite a bit of food, reducing the burden on their families, and they could learn more about this mysterious company. Steve was persuaded. He stood up to change his clothes and put on his cap. "All right, I'll leave a note for my mom, then we can head out." "Ha, that's the Steve I know. I'll wait for you." Baki stood up happily, strolling around the room, urging Steve to hurry. The city never lacked smart people. What a child could think of, surely others could too. Although they only wanted to do boring little jobs that adults overlooked, the sooner they went, the better. Chapter 195, Chapter 166, A Terrifying Journey. 1135 words. Steve wrote down his destination word for word on a piece of paper, and left it in a prominent place in the living room. After locking the doors and windows, the two of them thundered down the rickety staircase. The greasy, yellowing walls of the old apartment building were reflective enough to show their shadows as they dashed out onto the road. On the roadside in the early morning, steam was still rising from the manhole covers. The homeless liked sleeping on them to avoid freezing to death on winter nights. But this year was different. The coldness seemed to seep from within people's hearts. The two small figures were wrapped in ill-fitting cotton coats, shivering in the frigid wind. On the street, faint traces of dried, dark blood could still be seen, marks from last month's suicide jump craze. They hurried around the bloodstains, as if the bodies were still there. How should we get there? Looking at the deserted street, Steve didn't quite understand what the Great Depression meant, but observing the eerily silent street made him grasp its general idea. By subway, it's cheap, Baki said, pulling him toward the street corner. The nearest subway station was still a bit away. They had to go through a block. Steve tightened his grip on his clothes, clutching the edges of his coat. I don't have any money left. What about your pocket money? Baki kept walking, continuing to pull Steve along. I gave it to my father last month. We had to buy groceries. Even though that pocket money was just a pittance, not a penny could be wasted. I figured as much, but it's okay, today's fare is on me. Baki cheerfully patted his chest, leaping over a puddle of dirty water. After all, I was the one who insisted on dragging you out here. The two were off to work for money, not for fun. Baki could have gone by himself, yet he insisted on covering Steve's fare, making Steve feel a bit guilty. All right, don't act like a girl, we're good friends. Baki made a disdainful face. He dreaded Steve looking at him lovingly. The more moved he sounded, the colder Baki felt. Besides, we'll earn more today. If we can trade a few US cents for a heap of food, we're big winners. The deserted street no longer held its usual bustling charm, echoing only with the sound of their footsteps, making it feel like a ghost town. The once pretty cars were nowhere to be seen. Now just a few people occasionally wandered like the walking dead down the street, not even sparing them a glance, as if they didn't exist. But by now, Steve and Baki were used to it. After that so-called stock market crash, everyone had become like this. They had discussed the issue and concluded that a stock market crash must be some severe disease that turned people into fools. They even celebrated briefly that their families hadn't turned into fools, and then resumed their newspaper selling, though business was as one might expect. Weaving through the living corpses, they entered the subway station. It was much warmer here, more crowded than on the street above, but these people looked half dead, either lying or sitting on the ground. They glanced numbly at the two children and quickly looked away, resuming their days. Baki leaned in close to Steve's ear, whispering, if we find some food, we can't take the subway back, these people might end up eating us. Steve glanced around as he walked quickly. He agreed with Baki. These people's stares were terrifying. Surrounded by eerie gazes, Steve and Baki anxiously awaited the arriving subway train, hopping on as soon as it came, feeling their hearts pounding. Baki crossed himself, swallowing hard. These people seem even stranger than before, like the dead, right? And dead planning to eat us. Steve pressed his hand against his chest, voicing what Baki intended to say. These people showed no human emotion. Their hollow eyes were filled only with hunger and darkness. Baki patted Steve's shoulder as they looked for a place to sit in the empty subway car, the cool seats offering them a bit of relief. You're right, damn it, we shouldn't have gone out today. It's fine, it's safe in the daytime. Steve calmed down. He knew that no matter how crazy these people got, they wouldn't bother passers-by in daylight. Before dark, they could comfortably return home by streetcar, just spending a few more US cents. Hopefully, we'll have good luck today. Baki nodded, pressing his lips together tightly, a habit he had when feeling nervous. In the pitch-black tunnel, the subway's weak lights cast an unsteady glow, their hearts a mix of nervousness. When crowded, it wasn't noticeable, but now in its emptiness, fear crept in. Here, it was too quiet, and the stillness sent shivers down their spines. The seemingly endless subway car hadn't been cleaned in who knows how long, littered and stained like a harbor struck by a typhoon. The entire subway likely had only the driver as the sole living person, which worsened their feelings, leaving only the sounds of each other's breathing and the clatter of wheels against rails. Should we go to the front car and chat with the driver? After a moment of silence, Baki suggested to Steve. No, let's not disturb someone at work. It's just us here, it's actually quite safe. Steve declined the suggestion, confident that their car was trouble-free. Luckily he did, because if they went to the front and saw the driver was also a living corpse, driving numbly, they might have been scared out of their wits. The city's like a graveyard now. I visited one once, got sick right afterward. Baki told Steve again, although it added nothing to help their current predicament, he was just filling the silence. Steve forced a smile, pulling something from his pocket to offer Baki a crudely wrapped fruit candy. My mom gave me this when I left, here, have it. Something sweet will make you feel better. Baki took the candy, breaking it in half by hitting it against a nearby rail. The cheap candy immediately cracked into two. He opened his hand and unwrapped it. Half for each of us. Steve smoothly picked up half from Baki's hand. That works. In an era absent of the zombie concept, they managed to grasp the fear akin to experiencing a biohazard, expanding their courage considerably from this outing. As long as they had each other, encouraging and supporting one another, there was no challenge they couldn't overcome. For now at least, both Steve, who was not yet Captain America, and Baki, who was not yet the Winter Soldier, thought so. Chapter 196, Chapter 167, Arrival 14:01 words. Perhaps it was really the candy that took effect. The two felt a lot better. At least they wouldn't involuntarily tremble anymore and sat down more calmly at their destination. Emerging from the subway station, they felt as if a lifetime had passed. The children couldn't describe this feeling in detail, but it was as if they had taken a walk around Hell's Gateway. We're almost there, the dock is right over there. Look, so many people. Steve said to Baki, also reassuring himself, though he was just outwardly composed. Great, they're normal people. Look at their eyes. Baki pulled him along a bit further. After seeing that these people had quick eyes and smiles on their faces, he finally felt at ease. This place seems different from the others. This is where normal people should be. Steve also let out a sigh of relief, like a shipwreck survivor seeing land. Let's go, let's see if there are any people in charge, and if there's any work we can do. Baki pulled him along once more, leaving behind the previous fear, with food being the top priority. Indeed, just as Baki had guessed, last night was merely a simple registration, and today there was a lot of follow-up work to be done. For example, some people were assigned to a tractor factory, or an aircraft factory. These factories weren't in New York. Last night, they were merely notified to prepare, and today they would receive work numbers, ID cards, some basic items, and a settling-in allowance. To get people to work for you, you at least have to remove their family concerns, letting them settle their homes before they head out to work peacefully. This big warehouse has been used over the years to store grain and serve as a logistics supply depot. Now, even if there's money in the market, food is hard to come by, and Wilson Enterprises provides them with commodities. Employees' families can register with their work numbers and proofs to purchase essentials here. The money Su Ming gives to the employees eventually circulates back to him. If you're not an employee or family, no service will be provided. This policy may seem unfair, but the farm's grain is also limited. According to Jin's calculations, it can only sustain the consumption of its people each year. But this is good too, as it enhances employees' sense of belonging and honor, making them feel fortunate and proud to be a part of Wilson Enterprises. Though these factories aren't too far away, and they can come back by train on weekends, transportation is not easy in this era, always giving a feeling of a long journey. Now, with the enterprises taking care of the home, they are more at ease. These warehouses by the dock were bought by Su Ming, meant for future shipment transfers. They're empty now, used as temporary offices. Steve felt a bit self-conscious about his skinny build, but Baki was much bolder and more outgoing. He pulled Steve through the crowd, there were too many people here. The winter air even carried a strong smell of sweat, like a pile of fish packed together. They zigzagged through the gaps and finally squeezed into the warehouse, where rows of people were distributing items, and the food they wanted was piled up in the back. While the workers hadn't left New York yet, Su-Ming was still providing meals. He wasn't short of money. As long as the stock market kept falling, his short-selling profits would continue to grow significantly each day. "Wow, Steve, look over there, the heap of food is like a mountain." Baki immediately spotted the same paper packages as yesterday, his eyes sparkling as he began to swallow hard. Steve saw it too but was thinking about other issues. The work here was orderly, with seemingly no need for extra help. Just then, a bearded man near them noticed them. Despite his fierce appearance, the thick calluses on his hands suggested he was an honest worker, likely having shoveled coal or carried goods in the past. "Kids, what are you doing here?" He squatted down, placing his duffel bag on the ground, and spoke to them. Steve shrank back a bit. He wasn't good at talking to strangers, so Baki answered the big man's question. "Sir, we're here looking for work." "Ha ha ha." The big men laughed, patting their heads, though Baki pulled away and glared at him. The bearded man didn't mind, even found it amusing. "Last night, some little guy came looking for work, but unfortunately, Wilson Enterprises turned them down. Their boss doesn't hire child labor. We may do less, but we eat less as well and don't need much pay." Baki found it hard to understand. There were child workers all over New York, like those selling flowers outside cinemas, wiping floors in hotel lobbies, or cleaning cars at crossroads. If he and Steve were farm kids, they should have been helping milk the cows years ago. Not to mention, the newspaper didn't turn them down for work before. The big man didn't answer them but asked another question. "Knowing about this place means at least one of your parents works in the brewery, right?" "Yes, our father should be here, but there are so many people, we haven't seen him yet." Baki replied. "That's it, because the enterprise gives extra money to employees with children, called a settling-in allowance. The boss believes children need to grow and learn, not engage in heavy labor at an inappropriate age." The bearded man dragged his duffel bag forward, and the queue continued to shorten. It was almost his turn. Steve was thoughtful and nodded. "That's similar to what my dad told me. He sent me to study." "Haha, though I don't quite understand why. I respect that approach. You know, I used to work in a factory, feeding materials to huge stamping machines. There were a few child workers in the workshop at that time." The bearded man moved forward again, stroking his chin in recollection, but they weren't strong enough, that job wasn't for them. Many ended up with severe illnesses, and one, who was unlucky, went. Steve and Baki couldn't help but shrink their necks. They knew all too well what crunch meant. They'd heard about those big machines often devouring kids, leaving them disabled if lucky, and dead if not. Su-Ming didn't employ child labor because he needed efficiency. Everyone was a link in the workshop, and any weak link was a shortcoming. Besides, it was just unethical. There's no need to risk kids' lives to save a few bucks. It's better to give households with children more money as a settling-in allowance, which wins more hearts and minds. Even though using child labor was mainstream until Roosevelt banned it in 1938, Su-Ming didn't want to wade into these murky waters. Baki thought for a while, took off his hat, and kneaded it in his hands. "We're not looking for that kind of work, just a few days of odd jobs. We can read, like helping write a sign or something. I can't say for sure. After all, I'm new here too. You might want to ask the staff handling reception later, they're likely to know." Baki nodded, he understood. Though a bit disappointed, he had really wanted to start working straight away. "Thank you, sir." Baki thanked him and looked around carefully to avoid being spotted by his father, but he soon noticed at the back of the warehouse, a young man with glasses and a stout old man standing, having a casual chat. Based on their clothes and demeanor, they seemed to be the ones in charge. "By the way, sir, are those two gentlemen over there the ones in charge?" The bearded man looked up and immediately nodded. "Yes, the one with glasses should be. At least yesterday, I saw everyone following his instructions. Baki smiled and tugged at Steve. Thanks again, kind sir, we're going to try our luck. Hee hee, go ahead. Even if nothing works out, they'll probably give you something to eat, considering you came all this way. The big man hoisted his duffel bag back onto his shoulder and continued queuing, knowing the two kids were mainly driven by hunger. But who here wasn't, really? Chapter 197, Chapter 168, Discovered 1230 Words. Jin removed his glasses and rubbed his nose. Both he and the lawyer had been staring all night, but the boss didn't rest, and they had no reason to rest either. He wasn't particularly tired, just a bit sore in the eyes. So they stayed in a corner of the warehouse, smoking and drinking coffee to pass the time. The assistants below had already changed shifts, but they, as the chief staff, couldn't be replaced, and only this corner of the warehouse could be considered somewhat quiet, where they could engage in some idle chat. Jin turned his head and looked around but saw nothing. Had he begun to hallucinate? He clearly felt someone was speaking to him. Here, down here, sir. He lowered his head and saw a little black-haired boy looking up at him. Jin frowned. These two children were at most just over 10 years old, and the boss wouldn't be pleased to see workers so young. The elderly lawyer, however, didn't mind. He knew his subordinates couldn't be signing contracts with children, and the kids were probably here because they were hungry. If they only wanted some food, doing a good deed wasn't out of the question. There was plenty of food here. How much could two kids eat? Come here, tell Grandpa, what are you doing here? We want some temporary work, the kind that helps and earns a bit of food. Baki saw the old man was approachable and quickly made his request. Compared to Jin's stern expression, the lawyer indeed had a smiling face, but the boss had said no child labor, so the lawyer would definitely not relent. Sorry, kids, the boss doesn't want child labor. I'll give you some food, eat it and then go home. Sure enough, the old man smilingly refused. As a lawyer, he had to follow the boss's rules once he took the boss's money. No, we don't want charity, we want to earn food through labor. Steve shook his head, pulling Baki to leave. Since it wasn't possible, so be it, he wouldn't accept charity food. Jin raised his hand, signaling the lawyer not to say anything further, and stopped the two kids. Wait, simple work isn't impossible. I also helped my father hunt when I was young. Earning food through labor is reasonable. But Jin, about the boss. The old man immediately reminded him. He had a good relationship with Jin, and didn't want Jin to court trouble. It's okay, the boss prefers those with ambitions. Jin gave an ambiguous smile to the lawyer, and his grin didn't seem friendly, making Steve and Baki feel like they were boarding a pirate ship. Lincoln had said before that black people were brought on board in this way. Jin took off his gloves, took 2 hamburgers from the heap of food, and ordered his subordinates to heat them. He squatted down, the back of his high-end coat brushed the floor as he held their shoulders and looked into their eyes. So, gentlemen, what kind of work do you want to do? We can help register names or write name tags, run errands. Baki answered quickly, though Jin's smile was intimidating. He was happy to see his wish fulfilled and smiled. All right, but as you can see, this work is only for today. You also cannot tell other children that you once worked for Wilson Enterprises. Yes, we agree. Steve and Baki nodded repeatedly, already starting to think about how many hamburgers they could earn today. Good, maybe when you grow up, you'll have the chance to truly work for the company. By the way, what are your names? Jin smiled contentedly. He liked strong-willed people with principles because he was not. I'm Stephen Rogers. I'm James Buchanan Barnes. Originally, it was a small matter. Jin planned to continue drinking cognac with coffee, but these 2 names made him raise an eyebrow. Steve and Baki, the boss, had mentioned these kids' names. He looked them over, especially blonde Steve. Though physically frail, his gaze was very resolute, surely destined for future success. Though he didn't understand how the boss knew these 2 unseen kids, he grasped the boss's intention. The boss certainly wanted to meet them. Very good, good names. Come on, I'll give you a better job. Jin instructed the lawyer to oversee the warehouse, leading the two children toward a parked car by the road, where Su-ming was waiting inside as if he'd always been waiting. Baki and Steve whispered to each other, they'd never seen such a beautiful car, and it was so long equivalent to 3 cars in one. They wanted to run over to check the brand but hesitated with some apprehension. What an enormous sedan, Steve, have you ever seen one before? No, the inside must be luxurious. Could it be like that hotel we saw once, the one with the big chandelier in the lobby? I don't know, maybe it's similar. Jin walked ahead with the bodyguard, then opened the car door. The two kids saw a one-eyed man inside smiling at the man with good looks and superior charisma, but it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. This fear seemed to spring from the bottom of their hearts, wanting to lock them away in a small black box, as if their destiny was veering off course. Steve, Baki, I knew you would come. Su-ming shook his glass, knowing that these two naturally curious fellows would come to see their father's new job, whether out of curiosity or boredom, because they never quite behaved themselves. He originally intended to involve himself in their lives but instantly changed his mind. His greatest advantage at present was knowing the plot, and this advantage was gradually diminishing with time. If there were no Captain America, the subsequent story would be hard to unfold. Although it didn't affect Su-ming's own plans, having come into Marvel, how could one not witness the grand future era? He extinguished his fleeting impulse and decided to let them follow their original life paths, despite their father's new job at Wilson Enterprises. Their childhood might be slightly better. However, would eating better and dressing better change their beliefs and personalities? Impossible. In some respects, Captain America and Batman were both fanatics. Steve's fear dissipated quickly, just like a hallucination. Nothing seemed to change. He shook his head. When he looked at Su-ming again, that strange feeling had vanished. Sir, do you know us? No, today is our first meeting, but I know your fathers, they are good men. Su-ming knew them only their future selves. Are you their new boss? Ha ha, you could say that. Su-ming indicated for Jin to bring them into the car. He wanted to chat with the future Captain America, but being their boss, and them being good people does not conflict. Jin immediately understood, helping carry the still stunned children onto the luxury seats, shutting the door and sitting in the front passenger seat himself. By the time they reacted, the car was already moving. Baki instantly felt awful. Unlike Steve, he often roamed outside and knew a few boys who had once undergone weird things by mysterious priests. With this thought, he felt a tightness in his chest, and his face turned pale. Chapter 198, Chapter 169, Guidance 13:15 words. The car was warm, but Baki now felt very cold. He squeezed his legs tightly, thinking about how to get the two of them out of this situation. Perhaps I can escape, but Steve. Baki showed a sad expression. He couldn't leave his friend behind. It seemed like the only option was to sacrifice himself to save Steve, hoping it wouldn't hurt too much. For his best friend, the young Baki's gaze became resolute. As for Steve, his mind wasn't cluttered with messy thoughts, so he was enthusiastically examining the decorations inside the car. There were many things he had never seen before. Besides, there was actually a table in the car, a bar, and the sofa was big enough to look like a bed. You said you knew our fathers, but... Steve was curious for a moment, but in the end, he still hesitantly asked. Why do I have money, but they don't? Su-ming smiled as he poured himself a glass of wine, swirling and lightly sniffing the aroma of the liquor. He hadn't expected Steve to be troubled by such matters. No, I mean, their boss used to never look people in the eye. Steve shook his head. Being a child made him more sensitive. Their father's boss looked at them as if they were dead people, filled with disdain and discrimination. Su-ming nodded slightly. Such self-proclaimed aristocratic capitalists indeed existed, but by now, they were likely already finished. Being openly discriminatory because of wealth often represents extreme arrogance. Surviving a stock market crash or the Great Depression requires extreme calm and rationality, which are the exact opposite. When extremely arrogant people encounter great setbacks, they often take extreme actions as a stress response to the outside world. In these times, what else could it be? Jumping off a building, of course. People and life are inherently unequal, but ordinary life makes everyone equal. Even though Steve didn't understand, Su-Ming didn't plan to explain. When they became extraordinary in the future, they would naturally understand. He hoped there would be more people like Captain America, who selflessly benefit others. A future world without heroes would be too dull. Speaking of his little cousin, shouldn't he consider making him a great person in the future? Why be a mercenary? Isn't one mercenary like himself enough in the world? Imagining Deadpool dressed in a sharp suit, wearing a red and black hood, speaking in front of the White House lawn, Su-Ming shivered. Can't think about it, it's practically mental pollution. Better not mess around too much, or it would become difficult to deal with when the storyline becomes unrecognizable. So, sir, what should we call you? Steve looked at Su-Ming and asked a question. My name is Slade Wilson. Wilson Enterprises is my business, and we will have many more opportunities to interact in the future, Su-Ming said meaningfully to them. Of course, more so with his other identity, Deathstroke, whose return to the Jianghu was approaching. But his expression, filled with kindness, made Baki hide his rear even better, as priests often smiled like this. Wilson, what is our task today? Steve looked at Baki with some confusion. Since getting in the car, Baki had been keeping his head down, not knowing what he was doing. It seemed impolite, so Steve took the initiative to talk to Su-Ming. Well, today you will accompany me. I bought a piece of land on Long Island to build the company headquarters, and I'm planning to check out the construction site. All right, if there's anything to do, let us handle it. We're quite capable, right? Yes, right. Baki snapped back to reality, still appearing timid. However, this interrupted his wild thoughts. He noticed that although the car had left the dock, it was still driving on the spacious coastal road, with no intention of heading to a church. Looks like he was overthinking. After all, this boss wasn't a priest, he just needed to keep a distance from clergy in the future, especially those involving strange religious cults. Especially ones with two-headed dragons and three-headed dogs. The atmosphere relaxed considerably, and Baki gradually became lively. Su-Ming entertained them with soda and cookies in the car, taking them on the way to the construction site. When they passed a street corner, Su-Ming called for a stop. He rolled down the window, and the cold wind outside made Steve and Baki shiver. Do you see over there? Steve and Baki both nodded. What do you see? Su-Ming lit a cigar and asked them an obvious question. It was a group of numb-looking individuals clustered around a barrel, burning something for warmth. Each of them seemed like a soul emerging, as if they had lost everything. Steve and Baki exchanged a glance, showing signs of sadness on their faces. They're the living corpses, that's what Baki and I call them. Wilson, these people appear alive, but they have no souls. Baki added, crossing himself as if praying for their peace. Captain America, however, gave Su-Ming a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected the term, walking dead, to have originated from these two in this world. Hollywood wasn't as flourishing as it would be in the future. Chaplin had just started making films a few years ago, and most of the films being released now came from France and other European countries. What they've lost isn't their soul but their hope and faith. Retaining faith is what truly allows one to live. Su-Ming rolled up the window and shared words of encouragement. Jin, note down the concept of the living corpse, arrange for people to prepare a script in Hollywood, and buy out a film company as a backup. Yes, boss. Su-Ming turned back to look at the two, expressing his appreciation for them, as they pondered over the soul and hope aspect. You've used that term well. I'm pleased. After we're done, I'll treat you to something nice. Steve and Baki high-fived, their faces filled with joy. Yay. Thank you, Mr. The car continued to drive quietly, and Su-Ming casually inquired about their families, learning that Captain America's mother was ill. He generously offered to advance some salary to Joseph, at least allowing Steve's mother some time to rest. This only deepened Steve's gratitude, and he and Baki grew even closer to Su Ming. The car finally arrived on Long Island, reaching the location Su Ming had chosen. He had picked this spot for a reason, primarily because of its remoteness. With future Manhattan constantly undergoing repairs, and with Stark's company headquarters and the Avengers Tower nearby being hotspots, Su Ming decided to locate the headquarters on the very remote Long Island, avoiding getting caught up in anything. They didn't get out immediately. Instead, they had Jin handle issues at the construction site, while Su Ming lowered the window again, letting them observe the differences between the people at the site and those they saw earlier. Clearly, there was a difference. Although it was nearing December, and this temperature wasn't ideal for construction, as the cement and concrete would freeze, groundwork and other preparations were still possible. Despite the cold weather, these workers were full of energy. Like the people they saw by the pier earlier, they were alive. Although their expressions were mostly serious or solemn, at least these were human expressions. I understand, Mr. You mean that working sincerely can help people have hope and faith, which are crucial for truly living. Steve understood. This new boss was indeed a good man, teaching them the principles of life, much like his own father did. Su Ming simply smiled without speaking. He intended for them to guess, but he enjoyed such a positive and noble interpretation. Chapter 199, Chapter 170, Hospitality 1285 words. Let it be misunderstood if it is misunderstood. Is my image now even more lofty? He wandered around the construction site with two kids for a while, checking how deep the foundation had been dug. He needed a multi-level basement, so the foundation had to be very deep. This month, the ground was frozen harder than stone, but no one would complain. After all, work meant food. If Su Ming announced a holiday and resumed in spring next year, they would likely refuse with all their might. The construction timeline for the building wasn't rushed, he allowed for a year or two. The above-ground part was fine, but the underground needed thorough planning. Given Long Island's geological conditions were slightly worse than Manhattan's, the construction speed might be slower compared to the Empire State Building being built over there. Baki and Steve originally thought there would be large-scale construction, but instead saw a group digging a big pit. Their curiosity soon waned. Su Ming intended just to stroll with them around the city, chat and see if they'd gone astray, with nothing serious involved. He had left all serious matters to gin and vodka, living like a couch potato recently, doing no more than speaking. Do you know what this is for? He puffed on a cigar and blew a smoke ring, standing by the big pit, watching the workers below. I know, sir. This is for digging the foundation. Steve, like answering a classroom question, politely raised his hand. Do you know why they dig so hard, even though it's very difficult? Su Ming asked again. Steve pondered, while Baki learned to answer quickly, though not very confidently. Because the foundation is important, just like people should be down to earth. Su Ming nodded with a silent smile. Yes, that's right, the more upright and simple, the better. It seemed his image had grown even taller. The day passed like that. No matter what Su Ming asked them, the two boys always had very righteous and proper answers, making him marvel at their natural potential to be superheroes. He didn't need to worry about them going astray. They even seemed to embody the American spirit more than depicted in films. However, as Su Ming understood, their current family situations were like a mix of movies and comics. Was it an illusion? After a day like this, the two also respected Su Ming immensely, thinking he was a wise and virtuous modern good boss. Finally, Su Ming took them to the Gramercy Park Hotel for a meal as promised. Although 26th Street's famous hotel wasn't in its future state, its second phase had been completed, only some room interiors were not yet done. This was a hotel with a lot of personality, filled with postmodern Gothic style. Walls, curtains, carpets all in blood-red velvet, evoking a vampire castle sensation. Of course, they were always ahead of their time. Historically, after 2000, they would welcome homosexuals, bisexuals, and transgender individuals from around the world, becoming a board member of the International Gay and Lesbian Travel Association. Taking Captain America and Winter Soldier here for a meal seemed fitting to Su Ming, though his own presence felt a bit redundant. The two boys, of course, didn't understand Su Ming's mischievousness, as they were already astounded by the hotel's luxury and grandeur. Once the food was served, they devoured it voraciously. Su Ming only nibbled a bit, spending more time observing. In a few years, World War II would break out, and they'd be headed to the battlefield then. He looked forward to meeting them on the battlefield. "Sorry, sir, we ate too much." Steve wiped his mouth, noticing Su Ming just watching them eat, and only having a steak himself, feeling quite embarrassed. "No worries. The meal was for you. You can eat to your heart's content. Don't save me money." Su Ming generously called the waiter and instructed him to bring one of every dish except soup from the menu. He was true to his word about letting them take the meal home for their parents to try. "Thanks, sir, you really are a good person." Baki wasn't thinking much, already completely indulged in the food's deliciousness. It was just a meal, but in the future, winning over Captain America and Winter Soldier wouldn't be as easy as now. Steve and Baki's eyes were bigger than their stomachs. With dozens of main courses served, they were full very quickly. "All right, it's late. I'll take you home in my car." Su Ming paid the bill, asked the waiter to box all untouched dishes, and put them in the car's trunk. New York was chaotic. Letting two kids run around was risky. Without the shield or Chilean arm, Steve and Baki were just ordinary kids. The car was the same, the luxurious carriage with a faint tobacco smell. Steve and Baki were reminiscing about today's experience. Previously, finding a matchbox and playing with its stickers made them happy. But today, learning life lessons, eating good food, they'd never forget. "Thank you, mister, I'll study hard and become useful to the country." Steve held a bottle of cola, watching the scenery fly by outside, realizing he had truly grown. "Me too, I'll study well." Baki nodded. He also wanted to study. Today, Mr. Wilson had made him realize that gaining skills now would lead to a better future for everyone. In future, don't wander around, listen to your fathers and grow well. Su Ming smiled the smile they didn't understand again. On the dimly lit street, the black limo sped along like a creeping shadow. Before they finished their colas, the car stopped on the street outside their apartment. Coincidentally or not, the parking spot just covered a long dried, blurred bloodstain on the street. Su Ming opened the car door, signaling they were home, watching them reluctantly get off. Su Ming asked the driver to take the food to them. He wouldn't go to their home. The building looked very dilapidated, wind howling and creaking at night. Going up would just embarrass them. "Goodbye, sir, thank you again." The two said goodbye to Su Ming, joyfully returning home with the driver. However, it was late, and their fathers were already home. Steve was all right. His father just asked what he'd done, then lectured him. Baki wasn't so lucky. Even before the driver left, Su Ming keenly heard Baki's screams. "My butt's going to crack open. I can't take it." Sigh, a truly hot-tempered elder brother. Su Ming looked through the car window at the two lit-up houses, shrugged, raised the window, drive back to the bar. In the days that followed, Su Ming continued his preparations, letting Wilson Enterprises develop as planned. Meanwhile, he traveled worldwide, choosing potential safe houses. He bought buildings or land through third-party shell companies. With Future S and Hydra having countless global bases, Su Ming also needed logistical support, requiring food, weapon, transportation, and communication reserves, all costing money. Food reserves met his standards for now, other supplies would be added later, already costing a fortune. Time flew by with different actions from all sides, and the two kids grew, from little dots to teenagers, then young adults. Su Ming met them every year or two, sharing a meal, chatting, ensuring things stayed on track. Things developed as expected, they became upright young men. Baki grew tall, handsome, and strong, while Steve stopped growing after 15, still suffering from old ailments, almost immune-compromised. Trachoma, asthma, scarlet fever, and other issues plagued him, becoming frail, like the wind could knock him down. Yet, their friendship remained unchanged, still best friends. Chapter 200, Chapter 171, New Discoveries. 1317 words. The years passed like a shuttle, and the wheels of history continued to roll forward, with each day slipping by. He returned to the Celestial Dynasty at an unspeakable year, intending to help the common people here. However, upon his arrival, he found the place to be incredibly safe, not even a single bow-legged person in sight. It seems that this is the difference between worlds. What happens here is completely different from Su Ming's past life, which is all the better. Of course, this trip wasn't without its gains. In the process of investigation and inquiry, he came into contact with a group of special talents on this land, led by a man who called himself Jingxian. Su Ming knew Jingxian, someone whose era and age of birth were unknown, but who had been leading the special organization, Divine Spear, since the Ming Dynasty. He learned from Zhongheng, and his path of power development is a type of qi cultivation. The people were quite hospitable. Although initially, Su Ming was investigated due to his current foreign appearance, after following him around, the investigator was caught. Jingxian personally visited and achieved a friendly exchange, leading to mutual understanding and consensus. In the days that followed, Jingxian also took Su Ming to visit some historical sites, and they dined at several upscale restaurants in the imperial capital. The relationship between the two grew increasingly harmonious. Of course, Su Ming didn't always let them treat him. After all, reciprocity is the correct way to socialize. Accepting their kindness naturally meant arranging friendly exchanges in return. For instance, having Wilson Enterprises export some good things over here, helping with money laundering and the like. They spent roughly half a month together, later saying goodbye at the airport. Watching Zheng Xian and his group of bizarrely dressed strongmen, Su Ming suggested that next time, it would be nicer to be greeted by some beautiful women. This was the first contact, and the standards are already quite high. Next time you come, it might just be old Jing here alone. Zheng Xian bid farewell with a smile, waving as he watched Su Ming board his private plane. Well, goodbye then. I think the next meeting shouldn't be too far off. Back in New York, Su Ming, who was originally ready for battle but had spent half a month on vacation, found himself idle once more. In his spacious office, looking out over the sea through the massive glass windows, he downed the drink in his glass. His company's building was long completed and operational, with the above-ground section standing over 30 floors just 100 meters tall, just right. The view from his residence at the top was nice. The whole building wasn't particularly conspicuous. New York now had plenty of buildings taller than this one. But what use was a tall building in the city center? If someone asked which city on Earth was the most dangerous, without a doubt, it would be New York. In the future, having 3 peaceful days a month would be a blessing. He picked up the phone from his desk and called Jin, intending to slightly alter his setup. This wasn't merely the MCU, but a world seemingly a convergence of various comic book and film versions. The Ancient One's bald female image had misled him, and Jingxian's appearance made him realize this point. Jin had moved his office to a bar, and was now responsible for all the shady businesses and intelligence. Of course, now that prohibition was abolished, the brewery staff were all clean. As the business grew larger, the variety of ventures increased. Not every business was so legal. Extreme black market dealings were a no-go for Su Ming. However, gray matters like moving controlled goods overseas had to be done. The Great Depression continued, with the United States deeply entrenched in isolationist waves, or so-called extreme conservatism. Society generally believed war was unrelated to the United States, and all they had to do was hold on to America. England and France dragged us into World War I, causing us tens of thousands of casualties and losing resources and finances, but in the end, they reaped all the benefits of victory. We don't want to repeat such things. What do the fates of foreigners have to do with Americans? We're still busy looking for jobs. This was the thinking of ordinary people. Whatever strategies and plans those at the top had, they didn't care. They just wanted to know what they could eat that night, and if they could get enough to eat. The Great Depression saw a decline in almost all industries. Even milk couldn't be sold now, except things like alcohol, which helped people indulge in a dreamless stupor. Jin's voice transmitted over the phone sounded a bit uncertain. Telecommunication quality in this era was poor. Su Ming had already ordered his scientists to find solutions. However, progress was virtually non-existent. The Marvel world and reality's histories were increasingly different. Almost none of the well-known scientists from back there could be found here. No Einstein, no Oppenheimer. Su Ming was speechless about his company's research prospects. It seemed Plan B was needed. With research funds burning over 10,000 daily, what resulted were household commodities, like an inexplicable selectivity in research. But none of this mattered. He's not limited to this world. To advance technology, he could acquire it from other worlds in the future. If he's going to take, he's taking the best. Real black technology is leaping ahead. He might as well skip conventional Earth technology and go straight for interstellar battleships when the opportunity comes. To implement a backup plan, he needed a supercomputer capable of coordinating and reverse engineering technology, along with several forces or worlds providing the technology. The goal was not only extreme advancement, but also compatibility with humanity. He certainly couldn't go to the StarCraft universe to capture an insect race Leviathan to study how to pilot it right. No need to look for anything like industrial mother machines too outdated. Directly search for 3D printing or cognitive matter manifestation kinds of black technologies. But that's talk for later. Proceed step by step. Sometimes, too rapid technological development might be harmful to humanity. Recollecting his thoughts, he spoke into the phone. How are our insiders in the military doing recently? I want to hear the latest intelligence. Everything's going smoothly, thanks to our friends' help. Jin responded earnestly. Years of investment in certain people were paying off. Those who were ordinary back then were now big shots. He informed Deathstroke of the initial arrangements and part of the intelligence. Now that the enterprise had some capital, directly penetrating the upper levels was a decent approach. First with the generals, then the colonels would be easier. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Aside from the historical military figures, were there no famous figures in any other fields? He pondered, rubbing his brow. From now on, things would be unfamiliar, and as time progressed, his understanding of the plot would certainly become increasingly useless. Past comic book knowledge could serve as reference, but wasn't necessarily the real situation. Any news about Morgan, Rockefeller, and other consortiums lately? After the old generation passed, the new generation didn't do well, and they've all declined. Recently, large groups like Stark Industries, Hanmo Industries, Osborne Group, etc., have taken their place. Jin quickly answered him. Currently, street informants were all under his management, and street corners were always places where information flowed freely. Su Ming rubbed his wine glass, rotating it slowly on the table. The Marvel story was about to officially begin, and it seemed even the world was starting to adjust itself. You go continue your work, also keep an eye on the distribution issues. That's it for now, I want to be alone. Chapter 201, Chapter 172, World War II 1244 words. Jin acted quickly. Almost before Su Ming had finished his drink, the latest intelligence was laid in front of him. The scope of Hydra's activities hadn't changed much. For now, they were still confined to Europe, which was currently the center of the world and somewhat beneath the notice of the United States. They had already gotten mixed up with Xiaohuzi, who had a great love for mysticism. To appeal to his interests, they concocted some supernatural tricks for him, which led to Hydra being heavily utilized within the Nationalist Party. There was also news from the Hellfire Club, currently established in London. On the surface, it appeared to be a private entertainment club, but there seemed to be something odd about it. As for reports about mutants, there was an abundance of information, though mostly fragmented. Through his network, Jin learned that superpower users were appearing worldwide, but they were very secretive. Finding them in this era was almost impossible. Wakanda still eluded discovery, seeming as though it didn't exist in the world. It was supposed to be in northern Africa, but it was nowhere to be found. forcing Suming to postpone his plan to upgrade his Divine Gold 47 with vibranium bullets. Over the years, Suming's business had penetrated every aspect of ordinary life. He had now become what was known as a daily goods tycoon. Once he burned through the savings from the future, in a few decades, there probably wouldn't be any military contracts left for him. Suming had shared all the principles he knew with his subordinates, yet they couldn't even manage to develop a rocket, producing things that weren't even as good as a bottle rocket. As a fallback, he tasked them with developing a new type of aircraft engine, not jet engines, just conventional piston engines would suffice, yet what they came up with wasn't even as good as the one in Suming's car. This might be the difference between a scientific genius and an ordinary researcher. It's unbearable to think about. In the future, all these scientists should focus on researching household goods. Their potential is limited to this extent. Another year passed, and in 1938, Xiaohuzi fulfilled the promise he made during his inauguration, to win land for the German people with the sword. Through a series of daring diplomatic maneuvers, he managed to reclaim the Sudetenland without firing a single shot. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom, influenced by the prevalent appeasement policy and its long-standing approach of maintaining continental balance, adopted a tolerant attitude towards Xiaohuzi. France, facing domestic economic decline, was powerless to intervene and could only fortify the Maginot Line to prepare for any eventuality. At the start of 1939, Xiaohuzi signed a non-aggression pact with Dahuzi, and on September 1 of that year, Germany blitzkrieg attacked Abobo, forcing Britain and France to declare war on Xiaohuzi. However, Xiaohuzi's blitzkrieg strategically outmaneuvered them, leading to the surrender of Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and even France within the following year. Prime Minister Chamberlain of the United Kingdom resigned in disgrace, and Fatty Chio, once the First Lord of the Admiralty, took office as Prime Minister, declaring that he would fight Xiaohuzi to the end. World War II had begun. But by this time, the United States had passed the Neutrality Act, indicating a disinterest in the European conflict, merely choosing to watch. Old Luo at the White House was only interested in doing business, as the domestic economy was still struggling to shake off the Great Depression. Products could be sold to anyone, whether for Bear or the British, as long as they paid. The U.S. would sell anything. Wilson Enterprises also joined the bandwagon. Due to its geographical disadvantage combined with Xiaohuzi's submarine warfare blockade, Britain's situation was dire. Out of generosity, Suming decided to relieve the impoverished British populace by dumping goods on the British Isles. The military supplies, clothing, and food from Wilson Enterprises crisscrossed the Atlantic by the shipload. To prevent them from being sunk by submarines, he even enlisted the Navy to send warships to escort them. The wealth accumulated over centuries from the British Empire now rapidly transferred into Suming's pockets. Grab everything you can, the good days might not last. By now, the people of London were well accustomed to the black and yellow W logo everywhere. There was no escaping it. Go out to buy noodles, and the noodle bags bore the W. Go to a store to buy liquor, and the bottles had the W. Join the military, and the weapons had the W. Even at home in bed, one's wife's lingerie and stockings had the W on their labels. If it weren't wartime, they would certainly have developed a fear of the black and yellow warning colors, given how this company's products permeate every aspect of life, subtly changing their lives. American goods everywhere. Fatty Chio sensed something was off, but with the current situation, there were no other options. He had to accept it. The UK needed support. Without American aid, they couldn't hold out for long on their own. Fatty Chio was drowning his sorrows in his office while Suming set up safe houses worldwide, and Yamamoto Isoroku inspected the carrier-based oxygen torpedoes on the warship. Old Luo in the White House plotted well, others waged war, while he made a fortune, rapidly improving the American economy. Little did he know that Little Japan was gearing up for a southward advance. The campaign towards the Celestial Dynasty had been a complete failure. In past years, those superhumans had utterly defeated the misguided army, leading to cries of anguish from the troops. We can't provoke them, we can't beat them, the sovereign nation is too strong, retreat, retreat, bullying demonic Americans is easier. Yamamoto knew that making achievements still relied on the noble Imperial Navy. The misguided army soldiers might as well commit seppuku. On December 7, 1941, they launched an air raid on Pearl Harbor without a declaration of war, sinking half of the U.S. Pacific Fleet's warships at port. The telegrams from the pilots contained just 3 words, "Tiger, Tiger, Tiger." Yamamoto felt confident about this move. With carriers dominating, how could they lose? If the fleet could just hold Hawaii, the key point in the Pacific Ocean, he could buy enough time. But the U.S. 8th Task Force, delayed by a typhoon for a day while en route to deliver new aircraft to Wake Island, was still adrift in the Pacific. Halsey remarked about the strong wind on Enterprise's deck, saying he couldn't hear what Yamamoto was saying clearly. Not to mention the events in the Pacific, the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor forced the United States into the war. The day after, Old Luo delivered his famous nationwide address. Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people will, in their righteous might, win through to absolute victory. Victory shall be ours, may God bless us. Su Ming turned off the radio, turned to look out the window from the top of the skyscraper in New York, and realized the story had just begun. Chapter 202, Chapter 173, Recruitment 1196 words. The United States' entry into the war ignited enthusiasm across all sectors of society, and people eagerly enlisted. Some people joined to avenge their loved ones at Pearl Harbor, while others did so because the military pay was a reliable guarantee. Of course, there were also those who fought purely out of belief, like Steve's father, who resigned from a leisurely job at Su Ming's shipyard to help people on the other side of the earth resist the brutal oppression of fascism. He joined the army and was dispatched to the European battlefield. Baki's father, of course, joined as well. Together they enlisted in the 107th Division of the Army, currently stationed in the United Kingdom, and it is said that they suffer daily from German army bombings. Many workers left Su Ming's factory to go to the battlefield. Most of the remaining workers were women, and it seemed peculiar for adult men to stay home. War has this strange allure. People with different ideals head to the same battlefield. Even though the prospects were bloody, many people crossed the ocean without hesitation, braving gales, waves, and the risk of submarine attacks, to reach unfamiliar lands. In just about 3 months, Baki and Steve received their father's obituaries. Baki's mother died from overwhelming grief, and Steve's mother also passed away after contracting tuberculosis from a patient. They both became orphans, feeling the tangible pain brought by the war. A U-boat sank the Virginia. Nazi retook Jytomyr. The U.S. Army lost 32,000 men. There was no good news in the newspaper, and Steve didn't want to see such news, but he needed it to cover his frame. He was now in a small town called Paramos in New Jersey, participating in recruitment for the 4th time. Since the United States entered the war, recruitment points were set up in all cities, and even villages. World War II was fought with population and production capacity. Logically, the United States needed soldiers. In the poster on the wall, Uncle Sam, wearing a red and white hat and a blue tailcoat, pointed at everyone passing by, telling them, "I want you." But Steve was rejected in the first 3 recruitment processes because his health was too poor. Sometimes he felt cursed, with so many illnesses that doctors got tired of writing his medical records. Although none were serious, they left him incredibly weak. The recruitment point was a hospital. He sat half-naked with a group of hulking men in the hall, waiting to be called. Compared to him, normal people were taller and stronger. He barely reached their chests when standing. He was too frail. Even his thighs were not as thick as others' wrists. As usual, a variety of physical examinations were completed, and he was just waiting for the result. O'Connell. Kaminsky. The doctor at the counter called the names of each examinee, stamping the recruitment files with a qualified seal. Those who passed would receive a notice to go to boot camp for training. During wartime, this training often lasted only for weeks or even less. Whether what they learned could save their lives on the battlefield was another matter. The bald doctor, while sorting the paperwork, loudly called his name, Steve. The robust guy sitting next to Steve was friendly enough, but nudged him playfully with an elbow, indicating the article on the newspaper in Steve's hand when he didn't respond. A lot of people really died there. Has it shaken your resolve to go to the battlefield? Steve took a deep breath, put down the newspaper, and walked to the counter. Surrounded by muscular men in the dim room, he felt suffocated. No, I won't waver. Though he said this, he still nervously stood at the counter, watching the doctor scrutinize his examination report, feeling anxious inside. Technically, his first medical examination was legitimate, while thereafter, he repeatedly falsified his identity to participate, risking imprisonment if discovered. Rogers. The doctor flipped through the report, raising an eyebrow as he looked up at the man, about 1.5 meters tall, with a peculiar tone. This height was shorter than some women, not to mention just by looking, it was obvious he was too feeble, even carrying a gun seemed daunting. Lifting the name list, the doctor bowed his head again. After all, visual assessment was not rigorous, perhaps this small person was from a circus, the kind of frail strongman. However, the second page detailing his family's situation stated both parents were deceased, prompting suspicion of familial hereditary disease. How did your father die? Steve could guess the reason for the doctor's question, because he wasn't the first to inquire this way. Mustard gas poisoning. Regardless of how many times he recalled it, the answer always caused him distress. He swallowed hard, answered with difficulty. He was serving in the 107th Division of the Army. I really wish I had been drafted back then. The doctor lowered his head without any comment. And your mother? She was a nurse in a tuberculosis ward before she passed, got infected by a patient, and no medicine could save her. Steve replied sadly, feeling the war had brought too much misfortune to people. He wanted to join, hoping it could end in his hands. The doctor did not raise his head, having heard too many tragic stories since the war began. A father goes to war and dies on the front line, his son enlists for revenge and also perishes, then another son or a grandson continues. The war's devouring of lives is unreasonable. On the battlefield, all one can do is pray for luck. He sighed in his heart and continued checking the examination results, but the long list of medical conditions immediately caught his attention. Asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatism, rhinitis, chronic colds, hypertension, heart disease, anxiety disorder. Someone like this should go to a sanatorium, not the front lines. In a place ravaged by war, an infected wound could easily end his life. Sorry, kid. The doctor lifted his head, offering an official response. Sending someone like this to the battlefield would be irresponsible for life. He prepared to stamp against his enlistment. Wait, I just want a chance. Steve was somewhat anxious. Would he fail again this time? The doctor understood his reasons for wanting to go to the battlefield. Avenging a father was an unassailable reason, but helplessly told him the truth. Just having asthma disqualifies you from enlistment. Steve leaned forward, lowering his voice. Well, maybe you can help me. As long as the doctor lifted a finger, he could pass. America enlisted tens of thousands daily. Who would notice someone like him, a small figure? He stared into the doctor's eyes, hoping his earnest gaze would convey his determination to enlist. However, the doctor only saw someone blinded by hate, ready to gamble with his life. With this health condition, forget the battlefield. He might die on the boat to the UK. I'm helping you, the doctor said, shaking his head and lifting the unqualified for F stamp, marking it on the examination report. Helping you keep your life. Darkness filled Steve's heart. Chapter 203, Chapter 174, Cinema. The flames of war continue to ravage Europe, but reinforcements have already set off from the United States. Every able-bodied young man is ready to protect his country. A passionate and stirring voice came from the speakers next to the big screen, and the scenes transitioned to soldiers enlisting. Steve returned to New York, back to Brooklyn, the gloom in his heart making it hard to breathe. He walked into a cinema, looking to cheer himself up, where Wilson Enterprises' new zombie film was being screened. He still remembers this was a term he and Baki came up with as children, and Mr. Wilson brought it to the big screen. The flesh-eating zombies looked exactly like the people he saw in the subway station as a child, only dirtier. The film perfectly recreated the fear they felt back then. Logically, someone like him with a heart condition shouldn't be watching such movies, but to relive his childhood, he bought a ticket and came in. In the cinema, besides women, there were more elderly people. There weren't many middle-aged men left, as they had all gone to the battlefield. Now society is in a wartime economy, and watching movies is one of the cheaper entertainments. Therefore, during the daytime, the cinema is quite crowded, but in these times, regulations require enlistment adverts to be inserted at the beginning, middle, and end of movies to promote the United States enlistment policy and to expand people's patriotic fervor. So one moment it's the beautiful heroine encountering the zombie dog in the corridor, and the next, the screen switches directly to you, soldiers walking into the barracks. Around him, there was a collective exhaling of frustration. Just at a crucial moment, an enlistment advert appeared, ruining the atmosphere. The audience sighed, I took off my necklace for this. But Steve, full of yearning, looked at those soldiers, envying that they could join the army, envying that they could contribute to the country. His eyes sparkled as he imagined himself marching in the ranks. However, the screen changed to a boy about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a scout cap, picking through a pile of junk for scrap metal that could be remelted into weapons or tanks. The impassioned narration recurred, lavishly praising the boy on the screen. Even little Timmy is contributing to the country, collecting scrap metal, well done, Timmy. Steve instantly felt countless gazes fall on him. The women around him sneaked glances at him with the corners of their eyes. Their looks seemed to imply something. Why are you watching a movie here? Go to the battlefield, mun. Why don't you learn from little Timmy and collect scrap? Oh, maybe you're just trash. Shame, boo. But those looks quickly moved away, as the women finally saw clearly in the darkness that this man was even more frail than themselves, as pale as a skeleton, possibly not having long to live. They indeed couldn't demand a sick person to go die. Their eyes shifted to sympathy and apology, though their thoughts were much the same, you poor thing. Steve shrugged lightly. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to such looks. Kind-hearted people around always took care of him in life. When buying vegetables, even the most picky market women would give him extra, and remind him to see a doctor early, some illnesses shouldn't be delayed, etc. Precisely because of these good people, Steve couldn't bear to let the flames of war reach them. He was even more eager to enlist and stop the war. Some thoughts flashed through his mind, but they were castles in the air. He smiled bitterly and refocused on the iron-walled tank on the screen. This was also a creation of Wilson Enterprises, but such a massive steel beast hardly fits the style of American industry. 2 gigantic, menacing cannons, a flat body, and thick armor, more like something from a country across the Pacific Ocean. He remembered Mr. Wilson talking about this tank during their chats, with an internal development code name Apocalypse, not sure why it wasn't used after it came into service. Perhaps they wanted to create a series with other military products, Steve thought. However, the reality wasn't as such. This tank only had the appearance of an Apocalypse tank. Beneath the surface, it was essentially an M3 Grant, with a different shell, fitted with larger caliber cannons turned into a twin turret, with thicker armor, and additional engines. Like a cobbled-together toy, except for its defense, none of its aspects were up to standard, slow as a self-propelled gun when reloading, moving like a turtle. The experts at the armaments factory had exerted all efforts just to make this thing operate. In the beginning, the experts had their noses in the air when Su Ming illustrated the appearances of T-34 and IS for their reference, which they dismissed. Then Su Ming sketched the Apocalypse, and they boasted it could absolutely be made, guaranteed to be formidable. During the internal acceptance, Su Ming wanted to kill these incompetents. After all the R&D budget given to them, they produced a self-propelled gun and T-95 turret combination. But he thought it over and restrained himself, since the money was already spent. A turret is justice, so make do. If this scrap could still be called an Apocalypse tank, it would purely tarnish the name. After sending these experts to study hand tractors, Su Ming simply renamed this metal monster the Iron Wall Assault Gun, emphasizing its sole advantage of defense. Chapter 204, Chapter 174, Cinema, Part 2, 1258 words. It's very vivid. This damn thing is just a moving chunk of iron, but it's also a chunk of iron with a sufficiently thick front armor and a large slope. Now, no anti-armor firepower on either side can penetrate its front armor. Su Ming sent quite a few lobbyists. In the end, probably for the sake of appearance, the military still purchased a batch to use as infantry support weapons. At least other anti-tank guns need to be towed, but the Iron Wall assault gun can move by itself, right? In contrast, the rifles, pistols, grenades, and other individual weapons produced by Wilson Enterprises passed smoothly. After all, Su Ming could draw complete blueprints identical to future classics, which workers could produce on their own. Before entering the war, the United States had very few troops, only about 8 regular divisions, plus 14 National Guard divisions, adding up to less than 600,000 soldiers. After entering the war, they rapidly expanded to 2 million, eventually reaching over 4 million, all needing standard weapons. Wilson Enterprises had accumulated a large stockpile of weapons over the years, starting preparations back in 29, originally intended to aid the Celestial Dynasty, but now had excess stock. While other military-industrial enterprises were still promising the military their production capacities of so many guns per month, Wilson Enterprises, with the advantage of over 1 million units in stock, directly crushed them. Initially, there was considerable resistance within the United Kingdom to re-equipping troops with American weapons, because their ammunition calibers were different from all other countries. Using foreign weapons equated to abandoning their military industry. However, after the Dunkirk evacuation, they had no choice. Due to weight considerations for the ships, the 330,000 that returned had basically lost all their light and heavy weapons. Domestic weapon production would take about half a month, and lacking steel and coal, production capacity couldn't keep up. Additionally, policies favored the Navy, prioritizing resource allocation for large-scale construction, leaving the homeland almost undefended for more than half a month. The British organized local legions, where many elderly gentlemen took out ancestral weapons. With an average age over 50, they used items like treasure swords, sabers, and bows and arrows to defend their homes, known as Daddy's Army. So the question arose, either allow the warriors to use cold weapons from the Wars of the Roses centuries ago or immediately re-equip with American-sold weapons. Wilson Enterprises supported installment payments and collateral. Despite being unfamiliar with these weapons and the subsequent plethora of issues, there was no choice. If they didn't want to end up like the French, forming an exile government in another country, they had to accept American help. During wartime, you used whatever was available. Issues of rearmament, training, or any chain reactions were for politicians to ponder. Soldiers needed to fight desperately on the battlefield, and having weapons that worked well was most crucial. This wasn't a typical conscription of later generations. The British were grabbing people off the streets, telling them the Empress needed them, and handing them some random weapon to go to battle. In short, killing one fascist wasn't a loss, killing 2 was a gain, and the British were gambling furiously. In a few days, the situation on the Fourbears side would be similar, with the quality of soldiers and officers severely affected by the Great Purge, leaving them vulnerable to Xiaohuzi's advance to Moscow. The French guerrillas were in an even worse situation. Now de Gaulle was begging for weapons on credit, and only Su Ming kindly spared some for him. The United Kingdom now lacked weapons, energy, food, lacking everything. Even Prime Minister Fatty Chio could only eat 1 sandwich a day, relying on cigars and absinthe to stave off hunger, claiming to work 23.5 hours a day, too hungry to sleep at night. However, Steve knew nothing about these behind-the-scenes details. He still gazed admiringly at the massive tank. To a military enthusiast like him, the larger the war machine, the more powerful it seemed. The Iron Wall self-propelled anti-tank gun was exceptionally large, with a good 2 or 3 dozen soldiers on the screen sitting on it, dozing off as the tank advanced. Out of nowhere, a farmer with a donkey cart flashed across the screen, overtaking them. Steve frowned. That donkey cart was going too fast, truly unconcerned about traffic safety. Yet the soldiers on the tank didn't even blink, they were used to it. Steve was quite pleased, as this showed the U.S. Army's strict discipline, never troubling the civilians. They even gave way to the donkey cart. These soldiers were holding a new carbonated drink, orange-flavored, said to be more nutritious, called Big Power. Wilson liked using the Chinese name Dolly, often spouting odd sayings like Dolly brings miracles. It was also a new product of the Enterprise, issued as military supplies with compressed biscuits to the front lines. Steve once ate a compressed biscuit following the standard method illustrated on a military ration pack, then gulped down a bottle of Big Power, only to feel so bloated that he vomited, making Bucky laugh heartily. Even though Wilson Enterprises' business was booming and relations with the military were growing ever more intimate, he never considered using Mr. Wilson's connections to go to the battlefield. Even unfamiliar doctors discouraged him from enlisting, let alone Mr. Wilson, who was familiar with his health. Given his personality, if Steve insisted on joining the Army, Mr. Wilson would likely be very generous and use his connections to place him in the logistics headquarters in Washington, or some office where there was plenty of oil and water but never a chance to use a gun in his life. He didn't want that. If not fighting on the battlefield to protect the nation, enlisting would be meaningless. As he pondered this, a discordant scene appeared in the cinema. A man a few rows in front of him was shouting, "Hurry up with the movie." Those around him expressed their displeasure, but only with disdainful looks, since shouting in a cinema was very impolite. But Steve couldn't see it that way. To him, contributing to the country was an honor. Their ability to watch a movie here was won by the soldiers on the front lines at the cost of their lives. So he immediately called out to stop him. "Hey, can you show some respect?" The man in front didn't respond, and the image shifted from tanks to infantry, with wounded soldiers being carried on stretchers to a makeshift hospital. Our lads are giving the Axis powers a run for their money on the front line, but freedom has never been free. Yet the narrator's voice was drowned by the louder voice of the viewer in the front row, who wanted to see zombies, not some commercial tricking people into getting themselves killed. "Hurry up. Continue the movie," shouted the man unscrupulously, attracting the gaze of those around him. "I want to see Alice fight zombies. Play the feature film now." Steve couldn't tolerate this attitude any longer. He leaned forward and raised his voice. "Can you shut up?" The person in the front row shut up, and not only that, he stood up, turned to face Steve. A giant black shadow entirely blocked the small-framed Steve, the shadow pushing him tightly against the seat back. The men stepped over several rows of seats, picking Steve up like a little chicken, and dragged him toward the cinema's back door. Chapter 205, Chapter 175, Sergeant Bucky. 1128 words. A thug delivered a hook punch, sending Steve spiraling skyward, crashing headfirst into a garbage can in the back alley. Steve got up, but the thug punched him down again, stars danced in his eyes, and he spat out blood. Again and again, he fell and got up, but the fight was not intense at all. It was just the thug beating him one-sidedly. Once more he stood up, licked the blood from his lips, and assumed a little chicken fighting stance. In fact, this was a posture he learned from a boxer, but he was too small and thin, and the pain in his body made his movements so distorted that they looked intimidatingly weak and simply comical. The thug felt like he was bullying a child. He had lost interest. As long as Steve lay down, he wouldn't bother anymore. "Don't you know what giving up is?" The thug mocked, indicating that he should just lie down, and he would take fewer hits. But Steve voluntarily lunged at the thug, weakly punching him with small fists, and then was knocked down once again by a fist as big as a casserole. He fell again next to the garbage can. The aluminum garbage can had deformed, but Steve grabbed the lid, held it in front of him like a shield, breathing heavily. "I can do this all day." The thug raised an eyebrow. This kid dared to talk back. He needed a good beating. He snatched the garbage can lid and punched Steve flying. Just as he was about to pin the little guy down for a combo, someone grabbed his arm from behind. "Maybe you should find someone your own size." It turned out to be Bucky and Jin, along with Jin's dozen bodyguards. These men in black had bulging chests, hands tucked inside their suits, each of them looking grim, like fierce yakshas, delivering a brutal beating to the thug. Jin twisted his neck, gave a look to his men. The thug was dragged away, unknown to what fate awaited him. Baki ran over to help Steve up, checking his injuries. They weren't serious, just some bruises, so he started teasing his friend. Sometimes I think you just like getting beaten up. Sounds of vehicles came from the street, screams echoed from the neighboring cinema, but in Steve's mind, there was only buzzing and Baki's voice. He wiped his bloody nose, straightened up, stubbornly said, "You were a bit late, I almost had him cornered." Baki pouted, not exposing the obvious lie. He bent down to pick up Steve's fallen notice, a rejection letter from the recruitment office. "How many times is this?" Baki unfolded the paper, which said Steve Rogers, failed physical examination, classified as 4F, recommended immediate hospitalization. He raised eyebrows, teasingly said, "You're from Parmos again." Steve pretended not to hear. The illegality of his actions made him a bit ashamed. He just lowered his head, fixing his clothes littered with food scraps and garbage. Baki shook his head, folded the paper, seriously told Steve, "You know that falsifying personal draft information is illegal, right? And New Jersey. Are you serious? Your Brooklyn accent is etched into your bones." Steve looked up. He finally wiped away his nosebleed, then, looking up, saw Baki standing imposingly in a military green uniform. He opened his mouth. "You got in." Baki knew his friend would feel bad. They had agreed to go to the battlefield together, but Steve's body. He sighed, but he, about to leave, couldn't hide it. 107th Regiment, Sergeant James Barnes, leaving for England tomorrow morning. The 107th was in the UK for over 3 months, endured all manner of bombardments. Now its strength had halved. As a martyr's son, and a soldier top in quality, Baki inherited his father's rank in the 107th, becoming a small officer. Not only the Celestial Dynasty factories had the saying of sons inheriting their father's trade, the old-fashioned foreign armies did too. Steve nodded instinctively, somewhat dazed. He shook his head, then sank into silence, his tone filled with loss. "We were supposed to go together." The two were speechless, only left with silence, but Baki quickly changed the subject, smiling as he clapped Steve on the shoulder, hooking his arm around Steve's neck, leading him out of the alley. "Come on, pal, cheer up, tonight's my last night at the home front. I need to settle your stuff before I can feel at ease." Steve looked bewildered, noticing Jin smoking a cigar, waiting at the alley's mouth, whereas the one who had just beaten him vanished without a trace. Only the stench of garbage lingered in the alley, the exhaust smell from cars. The bloody scent was gone. Baki handed something to Steve, turned out to be some special passes. Baki grinned mysteriously at him with pride. "To the future." Steve rubbed his eyes, carefully looked at the event name on the passes. "Future World's Fair." Baki nodded without hesitation. "Yes, mister. Jin brought this for us. Turns out no one was home. I guessed you'd be in the cinema. Wilson gave us backstage guest passes. We can enter early, meet many big stars and celebrities." Jin wore his trademark smile, the kind that sent chills down one's back, but Steve and Baki were used to it over the years, knowing although he looked terrifying, Mr. Jin was a kind man. The only odd thing was, 10 years ago Mr. Wilson appeared younger than his father, and 10 years later he looked the same, seemingly like their peer. It was somewhat bizarre. But Steve and Baki didn't delve deeper. After all, the Bible said that God will bless the devout, sparing them from bodily suffering and the erosion of time. In their view, Su Ming, who had cared for them, guided them, and helped New York City's citizens through tough times, fully deserved such a blessing. He must be a saint, so God grants him eternal youth. This era was one filled with faith. Anything inexplicable people were willing to interpret that way. When people saw someone flying in the sky, they wouldn't whip out their phones to post on necessity, nor would they chat about which superhero it was, but rather draw a cross on their chest, thanking God for letting them witness a miracle. Steve hesitated, his whole body ached, but with Baki leaving tomorrow, they'd have to go out tonight. Where to wasn't important, it was about sending off his best friend. Baki saw his expression, catching the hint of his desire, promptly added, "All right, buddy, I'm bringing 2 beautiful women with us tonight. Sorting out your life's big moments is the top priority. That's settled." Chapter 206, Chapter 176, Exposition 1290 for words. Jin watched them walk over, tossed aside his cigar, and crushed it under the sole of his shoe. Brooklyn in early spring always had a stench. It was the filth that had been hidden under the snow all winter now starting to melt. Have you guys figured it out? Yes, we've got it all sorted, Baki nodded with a mischievous grin. Thanks again, those passes will be put to great use tonight. Jin showed a strange expression, but quickly seemed to understand, nodding with a smile as he plucked a piece of wilted cabbage from Steve's back. All right, but Steve, you should head home and change first. You can't take a girl out in a coat covered in trash. Steve sighed. He also wanted a girlfriend, but every time he went out with Baki, the girls would circle the tall, handsome Baki, treating him like he was invisible. He could only hope for better luck tonight. Okay, Mr. Jin, thank you. Steve was pulled by Baki, who had his arm around Steve's neck, out of the alley. Baki couldn't wait to teach Steve some flirting skills, but Steve suddenly remembered something. Oh right, where's that guy from earlier? Jin adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses flashing briefly. He replied naturally, I had my staff take him to the police station for polluting the environment. You won't be seeing him for a while. Steve was puzzled. Sure, that guy had knocked over some trash cans, but what crime was polluting the environment? Was there even an environmental protection law? Before he could think it through, Baki dragged him away, with Jin smiling as he watched them disappear around the street corner, heading towards their homes. Jin then headed to the cinema. The task Suming had given him was complete, and now he could do what he enjoyed, such as watching a movie. At night, the expo was bustling with people. Various big companies showcased their latest products, with all sorts of strange and interesting things dazzling the crowd. Perhaps it was the shadow of war looming over that made people especially crave Celebration World's Fair of tomorrow. Just the name could have people fantasize about their future good days. However, Steve's premonition came true. Baki brought 2 girls, intending for each of them to have one. These 2 girls were people he had met while wandering the streets a few days ago, not very well acquainted, but both were very pretty. He picked the dark-haired one for himself, and left the blonde for Steve. The blonde was quite voluptuous, especially her top was simply against the rules, perfectly complementing the frail Steve. Baki introduced his good friend to the girls, praising Steve's virtues, but the blonde girl who was supposed to be with Steve still held her friend's hand, showing no interest in Steve whatsoever. What good does being nice do? They were out to party tonight, looking for handsome muscle men. Steve only came up to their shoulders, skinny and small, with a sickly look. For the sake of his little life, it was better not to include him in tonight's grown-up time. Fireworks kept blooming in the sky, turning the pitch-black night into a colorful spectacle, but Steve could only smile bitterly as he struggled to follow the steps of the 3 in the crowd. Hey, that's Stark Industries' booth over there. Let's go check it out, Baki said to Steve, pointing to a spot not far off where the colored lights were flashing. It was bustling over there like a theater, with a group of long-legged girls performing a Broadway dance. High kick, knee bend, change direction, then high kick again. They wore tailcoats and top hats, with only shorts below, revealing long legs wrapped in stockings. Baki weaved through the crowd, getting the 3 of them a prime spot at the front. The girls were equally drawn to the scene on stage. However, while Baki's attention was on the long legs, the girls were drawn to the beautiful red car on stage, and Steve's height was a bit unfortunate, allowing him only glimpses of the stage through the gaps between them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Howard Stark. The showgirls quickly ended their dance, lining up on stage with expectant smiles looking to the stage side. One of them excitedly announced into a microphone. Then from behind the curtains, a man walked out with a smile, sporting a flirtatious mustache, looking very coy as he waved triumphantly to the crowd. Under the stage lights, he seemed radiant. As he took the stage, he wasn't in a hurry to speak. He first leaned in to give a big smooch on the scarlet lips of one stage girl, prompting squeals from the girls in the audience. Howard, I love you. Ah, Howard, look over here. This fanfare rivaled that of a Hollywood star, with the key difference being that big stars wouldn't kiss a woman they've barely met on stage. Howard, however, was different. He was notoriously flirtatious, handsome and charming, and widely recognized as one of the era's genius scientists. Intelligence could generate wealth and inexhaustible treasure. Numerous girls yearned to fall into his embrace, hoping to become Lady Stark, but Howard merely sought overnight fun, never engaging in emotions, leaving those women defeated. But it didn't stop new admirers from continually trying. Howard immersed himself in tenderness every day, blissfully content. After his routine flirtation with the stage girl, he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away the lipstick on his mouth, then turned to introduce his exhibit to the audience with great enthusiasm. What if I told you, in the coming years, your car could levitate off the ground as it moves forward? What would you think? Howard signaled for the girls to remove the wheels from the red car on stage, then positioned a control panel before him, posing the question to the attendees with a mystique. Steve tried to spark a conversation with the blonde girl Baki had set him up with. He wasn't used to talking to girls, as his frail health had never earned him their favor. Would you like some popcorn? He asked, offering a bag of popcorn with his bony hand to the girl with him. As expected, she pursed her lips and turned away, ignoring Steve completely. Compared to him, the allure of Howard on stage was much greater. Howard didn't expect answers from the audience. He smirked, adjusting the control panel, even flashing a playful wink at the girl he had just kissed. Thanks, Mandy. He turned back to the crowd, boastfully placing his hand on the console to reveal the answer. With Stark Industries' anti-gravity technology, it all becomes possible. With that said, he steadily pushed the lever on the control panel, and the wheel-less car truly lifted into the air, drawing gasps from the audience. It was amazing. Steve and his party were wide-eyed, and the onlookers began to applaud, clasping their hands in prayer or simply crossing themselves. It was beyond comprehension, beyond words, so all credit went to God. Amid the applause, seeing the believers, Howard's grin broadened. He felt like he had accomplished God's work. However, the triumph was short-lived. The anti-gravity device sparked and emitted smoke, causing the car to crash down with a loud noise, making the audience jump back. But Howard wasn't fazed internally. As a researcher, he knew it was incomplete technology. Hovering for 2 seconds was already above expectations today. Smiling, he raised the microphone, his face as thick-skinned as a wall. I said, in the future. The audience didn't mind, 2 seconds of levitation or perpetual floating, it was a miracle. What's the difference? So thunderous applause erupted once more. Chapter 207, Chapter 177, Wilson Enterprises exhibits 1586 words. Steve, shall we go to Will? Baki glanced a few more times at the booth girls who were busy putting out the fire on the car. He was never interested in things he couldn't understand. Going to the front line tomorrow, pondering why Stark's car could fly, or why Mr. Wilson never seemed to age wouldn't help his future in any way. The Great Depression taught people to be practical, and nowadays everyone was very pragmatic. Tom had told him while he was still alive, don't ask what shouldn't be asked, don't think what shouldn't be thought, that's how you live longer. Unfortunately, Tom said it, but didn't live by it himself. He still asked Joseph where he was going, and then they both joined the army together, only to die together from mustard gas in the crude trenches. Baki was also very saddened by his father's death, but he knew his father wasn't alone, as Tom was with Joseph till the end, which is what good brothers should do. If Steve could go to the battlefield, he would also live and die with him. But Steve's health was too poor, it was better for him to stay safely in the rear, while Baki avenged him. Watching the chaotic scene on stage, Baki smiled and thought about many things, then turned to speak to Steve, only to find Steve was gone. He had originally planned to take Steve along to visit the Wilson Enterprises booth with the girls. The theme there tonight was the efficient life and diet of the future people, and he heard that there were some new products to be launched today. Standing on tiptoe and looking around, Steve's frail figure was indeed conspicuous in the crowd, but even more conspicuous was Su Ming's outstanding aura, with no one daring to approach him and Steve. In the dimly lit corner, Su Ming, dressed in a black wool coat, had his arm around Steve's shoulder, conversing softly outside the crowd. Baki pulled his female companion's hand, walked through the crowd, and headed over. Stark Industries' presentation had already ended, so it was only proper to greet Wilson Enterprises. "Hey, Baki, just in time, my booth is about to start too." Su-Ming greeted him with a smile, and also gave a slight nod to the two girls Baki brought along. However, this smile made the girls feel a bit of fear. This one-eyed man had a unique dark aura, as if hiding something terrifying inside. But once they realized he was the boss of Wilson Enterprises, the fear instantly vanished, and they instead showed a sign of intimacy. Of course, Su-Ming knew what was going on. Wilson Enterprises' domestic mainstay products included beverages, perfumes, stockings, high-end lingerie, etc. If it weren't for traditional industries like brewing leading to domestic violence, he would be a true friend of women. He himself didn't care, the more harmless he seemed on the surface, the better. Who could associate him with Deathstroke, the demon of urban legends? Su-Ming led the four to Wilson Enterprises' booth, which was quite different from Stark's. He had seating and small tables prepared for people, making it resemble a high-end banquet hall. Each small round table was draped with a white cloth, and adorned with flowers and candles. In early spring, fresh flowers were a rarity. Thanks to the lack of technical difficulty with greenhouses, Su-Ming had managed one himself. On the front tables, Jin was already waiting for him. As always, he arranged all these trivial matters. Su-Ming had only returned from Hawaii to New York last night, and had been staying at home today. This time, he went to take over the procedures for Kahal Island. As expected, Bird was called back by the Royal Navy. Although only to command a transport ship, he sold the island to Su-Ming without hesitation. After all, he was going to the battlefield soon, and it remained to be seen if he would return. The German sea wolves continued to rampage in Europe. So Su-Ming took over his island, a few acres of pineapple fields, a small cargo ship, a simple wharf, and a row of thatched huts. He spent a few days surveying the island's interior himself, using Godslayer to transform various tools and dig out a cellar. Since the key plot was about to start here, he hurried back to New York. They sat down, and Jin nodded aside, indicating it was about to begin. So a tall, thin middle-aged man with slightly thinning hair wearing a high-neck thin sweater and jeans stepped onto the stage. He held a paper tube in one hand, posed with his chin pressed in the other, then began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wilson Enterprises." After the applause, he smiled and nodded around. "I am Joss, the spokesperson for Wilson Enterprises, and now let us begin our product introduction. As modernization deepens, the pace of life is getting faster. People used to spend the most time on the road, but with the popularization of cars, this time has been greatly reduced." People in the audience nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case, cars were certainly faster than walking. Now, what factors are shortening our working hours? In today's hourly wage system, wasting time is wasting money. Have you ever thought about what affects your income? The audience began to guess, though most thought it was sleeping, but sleep couldn't be shortened, could it? That would be deadly. Joss didn't keep them waiting, directly raising the paper tube, and everyone noticed the colorful patterns on it, with the distinctive yellow and black striped W logo. Many might say it's sleeping, but good rest is essential. Otherwise, it leads to accidents. So how can we work more in a day? Joss pointed to the paper tube in his hand, raising it high like the Statue of Liberty with a torch. "Exactly, Wilson Enterprises brings you the answer, which is to shorten meal times." The audience started talking among themselves. They understood, as in the United States, sandwiches and hamburgers were typical fast food, indeed very convenient to eat. But the problem was, either you queued up at fast food outlets, or you brought them from home to work and they're cold by noon. Joss pressed one hand down, gesturing for calm. Bringing the microphone close to his mouth, he continued with flair, "This is our new product from Wilson Enterprises, solving the shortcomings of hamburgers and sandwiches. It's called instant noodles. Words alone won't suffice, so let's give everyone a portion and learn how to prepare noodles." Then, a group of men in black brought in a few boxes, pulling out tubs of instant noodles, available in various flavors for choice. Soon, everyone at the booth had one in hand. Except for Su Ming, the creator of instant noodles himself. He joked to himself that he'd eaten so much of it he would vomit, so he'd better pass. The official debut of instant noodles was supposed to be in 1958, invented by Japan's Nissin Company. But in this Marvel world, it's hard to say, as history has taken a different course. Su Ming had asked his underperforming scientists to research it, and they quickly figured it out. They were experts in physics or chemistry, but why was the research on food so fast? They were clueless about things like rockets, but when it came to the process and equipment for drying noodles, and synthesizing new seasonings, they solved these hard issues right after hearing a concept from Su Ming. It was all a bit tearful, but it seemed the talents of his scientists were all in eating. So Su Ming watched quietly as the curious Americans followed the knockoff, Leader Joe, on stage step by step, learning how to make instant noodles. 3 minutes later, the sound of slurping began to resonate all around. To cater to American taste buds, his sauces were sweet, featuring primarily tomato and mayonnaise. Everyone was too busy eating noodles, including Steve and Baki. Life is truly lonely like snow. Su Ming sighed, turning his head to find Howard Stark also at the edge of the venue, surrounded by his booth girls, eating instant noodles around a table. He looked incredibly satisfied, eating with a little plastic fork while his mouth glistened with oil. Well, over there it's the hover car, and here it's convenience food. Both involved in everyday essentials, but strictly speaking, the instant noodles were more successful than his hover car. After all, since their invention, instant noodles have been destined to be part of people's lives. And the hover car? Only Howard himself has ever driven one. On stage, Leader Joe also wiped his mouth. The oil packet accompanying the instant noodles was too fragrant. Although this butter steak flavor didn't even have visible meat bits, he genuinely felt like he was eating beef. Ahem, how does everyone feel about our new product? A rousing applause erupted from the stage, the entire area enveloped in a familiar and intense aroma, reminding Su Ming of the feeling in a train car from years past. Leader Joe nodded, proud of being a Wilson Enterprises employee. He turned aside and quietly burped before turning back with a full smile to continue. Next, see our second product, which lets you quickly dine with friends anytime, anywhere. It's called Convenience Stew. Chapter 208, Chapter 178. The Immortal Points the Way 1171 words next. The smell of instant noodles transformed into creamy hot pot. Although the heating agent's packaging was somewhat crude and prone to odd smells, what could be better in this era than enjoying cheese hot pot in just 5 minutes? Of course, hot pot was just Su Ming's name for it. In the United States, it's called convenience stew. Anyway, it's something that lets you have stew even at the office or construction site. Even Howard, in the corner, felt like he'd lost when the beauty next to him fed him a piece of vacuum-packed, then cream-heated, vegetable. Wilson Enterprises' booth was much more bustling than his own. They didn't even need to have beauties with exposed thighs dancing, just a quirky guy in a tight sweater had beaten him. More crucially, even if the hover car research succeeded, it would inevitably be a toy for the rich, but as for their food, from offering free samples so generously, it's clear the price wouldn't be too high. Howard fell into contemplation, considering how to better benefit humanity with technology, like finding a new element containing a lot of energy. This way, people wouldn't start wars over energy. Act now and get started tonight when he goes back. Forget it, maybe the day after tomorrow. I probably can't find time tonight and tomorrow. Heh heh. But he noticed the booth girls around him were all looking at him with teasing smiles, and he immediately changed his mind. What scientific research could be more important than clapping for love? What new elements? Let's talk about it later. After eating, let's go home and have a party for everyone to exercise and digest together. As for Su Ming, he saw Steve absent-mindedly poking at a piece of lotus root, unable to take a bite for ages, while Baki and the two beauties were eating speechlessly. He certainly knew what Steve was thinking. He also knew that Steve's life-changing moment was actually at this venue. Fireworks still blossomed in the distant sky, yet the hustle and bustle around couldn't sway Steve's determination. His firm beliefs would not waver. Steve wiped his mouth, showing a sheepish smile. Invited to eat, he spaced out, which was truly inappropriate. Su-Ming shook his head, showing he didn't mind. He had barely eaten, as newfangled foods felt overly familiar to him. Soon, there were various kinds of sausages to showcase. Do you ever feel less of a man, unable to provide the happiness girls want? Su-Ming gestured towards the two girls engrossed with Baki. In their eyes, Steve seemed less than a man, almost non-existent. Steve sighed, nodding silently. It might sound harsh, but such was reality. Su-Ming, as if fully understanding, nodded, a gleam from the stage lights flashing across his single eye as he promptly inquired further. Have you considered writing some romance novels? Steve was immediately bewildered. Was he being suggested to become a female romance writer? While knights and princesses were outdated, cowboy love stories were popular lately. Su-Ming, not waiting for him to react, continued, you have talent and perseverance. Soon you will gain fame at light speed, with a plethora of works to your name. Then you'll realize that a man's romance isn't just the roar of engines and the cheers of the racetrack, but rather a heart shining like a gilded spear, clear as glass. By then, you can casually look up at a 45-degree angle, feigning tears streaming down, sweetly melancholy. That will be your tiny era. Steve touched his leg, though he was only 5 feet tall, his numerous works were too exaggerated. Sorry, sir, I never thought of becoming a writer. Steve laughed shyly, understanding well that this was all for his benefit. It's nothing, just a joke. Su-Ming meant only to tease a bit. Wilson, I know you are encouraging me to stay true to myself, and I will. With a firm gaze at Su-Ming, he expressed his resolve, taking these words as encouragement, thus boosting his confidence even more. Su-Ming laughed, patting Steve's shoulder. He and Baki had misunderstood each other's intentions far from one day or two. Their essence of Guangweijing was ingrained deeply, making every word heard transformed automatically into light. All right then, I'll point you in the right direction. But since childhood, you've known not to accept others' gifts without cause. Back then, you all traded labor for food, which makes this tricky. You have a way for me to enlist. Just promise to endorse my company's products after you successfully enlist. I have ways to get you to the battlefield. Steve awkwardly touched his chest and face. Was this for a patient endorsement? Does Wilson Enterprises have a pharmaceutical division? But since Mr. Wilson had a way for him to get to the battlefield, it was right for him to do some insignificant work in return. It was surely him considering his feelings. All right, I agree. Jin, endorsement contract. As if long prepared, Jin conjured up several contracts like magic. They stated all images of Steve Rogers would be granted free lifetime usage rights to Wilson Enterprises, with interpretation rights reserved to the company. The contract seemed odd, as Steve knew he might not live long, and was entirely penniless. Surely Mr. Wilson designed this lifetime contract to ease my mind. He's really a good person, even taking care of my pride. Steve nodded emotionally, taking the pen offered by Jin, signing his name. It was a done deal. Holding back laughter, Su-Ming put an arm around Steve's thin shoulder, pointing into the distance. Over there's a recruitment center. Just walk in leisurely, be yourself, and you will easily enlist. Steve turned to look but due to his height, could barely see the roof's tip. He hesitated, knowing he had come unprepared, with his fake identity undecided. Rest assured, enter boldly, I've arranged everything perfectly. Su-Ming gave a thumbs up, his sparkling teeth leaving Steve speechless. However, he didn't doubt Su-Ming's truth unwavering over the decade. He got up, whispered a few words into Baki's ear, who, upon considering Su-Ming, understood and nodded. Steve turned to leave, Baki turned back to watch him, feeling as if his friend's back had broadened. But in a moment that figure was swallowed by the crowd, never to be seen again. Baki sighed. Truly, he didn't want to see Steve go to war, but enlisting was Steve's lifelong wish. He knew his friend wouldn't let it go, so he could only wish him luck. If so, hopefully, they would be assigned to the same unit in the future. Baki resolved to continue the friendship their fathers shared, living and dying together. Su Ming told Jin to put away the contract, knowing his company's future revenues hinged on these papers. Once Captain America became a household icon, products emblazoned with his image and photos would likely sell like crazy. Chapter 209, Chapter 179, Dr. 1112 Words. It must be said, due to the exhibition, this recruitment center is more entertaining than the ones Steve had visited before. Not only were there advanced displays in the corridors playing propaganda films, but there were also many things for entertainment and taking pictures. For example, those large photos where the protagonist's head was a cutout hole allowing you to replace it with your own face for a photo souvenir. But Steve was too short. He saw others standing in front of the photos having fun, and he tried it too, but unfortunately, only the tip of his head showed through the hole. Steve shook his head helplessly. He could only pull himself together and continue to the formal recruitment examination area inside. Countless people have sacrificed their lives for this. I have no right to do less than others, I just need a chance to prove myself. His eyes were determined, as if he were encouraging himself. The thought of defeating fascism in his heart only grew stronger, it would not extinguish. Wilson said that as long as he stays true to himself, he can definitely do it. He moved through the crowd in the corridor, his frail body was like a lone raft on the ocean, yet he was exceedingly calm. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, an old man with balding hair and glasses heard his words, and secretly observed him, sizing him up with a gritty gaze as if he was very satisfied with what he saw. A few minutes later, he sat in the examination room, having taken off his shoes and coat, nervously waiting for the military doctor to examine him. At this time, a nurse walked into the cubicle, whispered a few words in the doctor's ear. The doctor nodded, put down what he was holding, and walked out. Wait here. Did something happen? Steve asked, puzzled. Just wait. The doctor left the examination room expressionless, the heavy curtain once again isolating Steve from the outside world. Steve began to panic a little. He noticed on the wall behind him a poster saying falsifying enlistment information is illegal. Was he discovered? He remembered Baki's warning to stop enlisting with a fake identity, saying that in prison, there are big tattooed tough guys who like his type, fair and small, treating him as their green pool, doing this and that. He shivered, he almost foresaw himself being treated like a doll by a group of toughs in a dark place with no daylight. He immediately got up from the examination bed to find his shoes. If it didn't work out, he would run away. In short, he couldn't go inside, he couldn't become someone else's green pool. However, just as he was tidying up to escape, the partition curtain was lifted, and in came a tall strong soldier wearing a white helmet, with an armband marked MP in black letters. That's the military police, handling illegal conduct in the army, and upon entering, he stared at Steve expressionlessly. Steve shrank into a ball, feeling his end had come. Goodbye, Baki, goodbye, Mr. Wilson, goodbye, my pure life. As he was wildly thinking, the curtain was lifted again, and in came an old man with glasses, wearing a brown suit over a slightly faded red sweater. Thank you. He spoke to the military policeman with a smile, then the military policeman, who had caused Steve's psychological shadow, left without a word, making Steve breathe a sigh of relief. But the elderly man's gaze was very strange, as if he was looking at a treasure. He kept his hands behind his back, smiling at Steve. So then. He pulled out Steve's recruitment file from behind, glancing casually through it. You want to go abroad and kill some Nazis. Steve was a little bewildered, though the departure of the military policeman was good, the old man was bizarre. Sorry, I don't quite understand what that means. The old man closed the document folder, walked towards Steve, and extended his hand. I am Abraham Erskine, Dr. Erskine, from the Strategic Science Corps. Stephen Rogers. Steve shook hands politely with him, speculating his intention, but at least he could be sure it wasn't to send him to jail. Erskine nodded, took a few steps to the side, and opened Steve's file on a small table, asking casually, "Where are you from?" As if worried he wouldn't understand, the doctor adjusted his glasses again and added, "I live in Queens, at the intersection of 73rd and Utopia Street. Before that, I lived in Germany. Does that bother you?" "No, not at all." "So where do you live, Mr.?" "New Haven." "You've taken 5 separate exams in 5 different cities." "This information may not be correct," Steve instantly responded, his desire to survive overwhelmingly strong. Erskine casually closed the file, knowing the information was accurate since the Strategic Science Corps' intelligence has always been precise. The long list of diseases on the file was real, and this patient indeed had tried many times even today, risking being caught and jailed. "No, I'm not concerned with exam reports, I'm just intrigued by the number of attempts. 5 times, you tried 5 times, why?" Steve was speechless. They had brought out all his previous fake files. This was undeniable evidence. Erskine once again walked in front of him, looking into his eyes, noticing the young man's eyes were devoid of hate, but what was driving his desire to go to war? "You still haven't answered my question, do you want to kill Nazis?" Steve frowned. "Is that a test?" The doctor nodded, observing Steve's face. Under the slightly yellow light, he still looked pallid. Steve pondered for a moment. Logically, he should answer yes, I want to kill the enemy. Admiral Halsey in the Pacific also said, "Kill the little Japan, kill the little Japan, kill more little Japan. In the future, let Japanese be heard only in hell." Words like these. Such words were most favored by the military. Soldiers existed to kill their enemies. But such impassioned words weren't his own answers. His heart didn't think that way. He wanted to stop the pain war brought to people, to end the war. He might kill, but it's for a better future. So he shook his head, organized his words, looked Dr. Erskine in the eye, and spoke his answer. "I don't like killing, nor do I like bullets. I don't even care where they come from." Erskine pressed his lips together, raising his eyebrows, making a relaxed expression, but Steve couldn't discern what it meant. Chapter 210, Chapter 180, all set 1597 words. The professor smiled. This young man was just as he imagined, honest and kind-hearted. "All right, this war already has quite a few big fellows involved. I think maybe what we need now is a little guy." The professor spoke in a calm tone, even making a small joke. "I can give you a chance, but it's just a chance." He turned around, lifted the drape of the cubicle, and gestured for Steve to follow him. Steve grabbed his clothes and quickly replied, "I'll seize it." "Very well." In the examination hall outside, the professor went to the doctor's desk, picking out a stamp. The old-fashioned desk lamp made everything blurry. "So, Mr. Steve, where exactly are you from?" Steve felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced to the side and answered quietly, "Brooklyn." Erskine made a sound of acknowledgement but said nothing. He flipped to the Brooklyn file, stamped it hard, and handed the folder to Steve. "Congratulations, soldier, you've been selected." The joy on Steve's face could no longer be contained. His wish had finally come true, and soon he would be able to wear the uniform and go to the front line to contribute to ending the unjust war. The stamp on the folder was 1A, which is the highest rating in the U.S. Army enlistment test, signifying that he could become any type of soldier, including high-demand roles such as paratrooper and pilot. The professor smiled as he walked out. Naturally, someone would later inform Rogers where to report, but it definitely wouldn't be as a pilot or submarine sailor as he imagined. "Professor, please wait a minute." Steve closed the folder, holding it tightly in his hand. He had one more question. Erskine stopped and turned around, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Had he gone so far as to criticize this? This young man was indeed upright, but would he be so principled as to criticize this? Steve was indeed upright but not stubborn. He hadn't enlisted with the intent to do anything wrong. Baki often said one had to know how to adapt. For a good purpose and result, the process wasn't really that important, but he still wanted to ask if Mr. Wilson had intervened. After all, he stood out too much like this and feared that he might be reported, bringing trouble to Mr. do you happen to know Mr. the One from Wilson Enterprises? Erskine tilted his head, thinking, and a strange expression appeared on his face. My shampoo and toothpaste are both produced by Wilson Enterprises, so I should count as a loyal user. The mint flavor is indeed refreshing, but personally, I don't know him. The professor laughed and smoothed his few remaining hairs, then turned confidently to leave, leaving Steve looking puzzled. Strange, didn't Mr. Wilson say it was all arranged? Could it be that the professor wasn't his friend? He scratched his head, looking around the examination hall, where people were bustling around, not even noticing him, the little guy. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him, and it turned out that the military policeman from before hadn't followed the professor out. Instead, he stood at a distance, gave a smile that was oddly similar to Jin's, and then disappeared into the crowd. Steve understood instantly, this military policeman was the person Mr. Wilson had planted. This military policeman was fake, just a brewery employee, otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence for Dr. Erskine to meet Steve? While Steve was heading to the recruitment center, this fake military policeman found Dr. Erskine, who was elsewhere at the venue, saying the recruitment center found someone repeatedly falsifying information wandering inside, and this person might have a unique hereditary disease. As a biology and anthropology expert, Dr. Erskine naturally became interested. He thought the military policeman was from the recruitment center, so he followed, only to meet the slow-walking Steve in the hallway. Meanwhile, the recruitment center staff assumed the military policeman was with the professor. The professor's authority was significant. Once his identity was revealed, everyone had to obey his orders, so this fake military policeman boldly followed. Military policemen are in charge of other soldiers, so naturally, no one would check him. Su Ming took advantage of all this, playing deceiving both sides to bring the professor and Steve together. And afterwards, the professor went to fetch the materials while the military policeman kept an eye on Steve, giving the professor the impression that if he didn't want this person, they'd take him away. In the hallway, having heard Steve's determination to enlist, there was no way the professor would let Steve be taken away. So upon entering the cubicle, the professor even thanked the military policeman, grateful he informed him or such a talent would have been wasted. Thank you. Even after knowing the truth, Steve was still stunned by Su Ming's series of daring moves. Falsifying enlistment documents was already a crime. The brewery staff even impersonated a military policeman. During wartime, getting caught would be disastrous. The key was that they really did it, and through some unknown means connected him with the professor, successfully enlisting him. A daring plan, an ideal result, everything was arranged perfectly. Steve didn't expect Mr. Wilson to go this far for him. He was incredibly moved. In reality, Su Ming's courage was far greater than Steve imagined. Unlike the useless researchers under him, the brewery's enforcers were all excellent, each one talented and eloquent. In a chaotic place like this, creating a military policeman out of thin air was just a basic operation. Steve now needed to find a place to sit down and cover his mouth to stop himself from shouting amazing. Soon, a real soldier approached, handing Steve a piece of paper with an address and report date on it. Caspian Camp. Steve hadn't heard of this place. The unit recruiting him wasn't the Air Force or Navy but the Strategic Science Corps, which the professor had just mentioned, signed as SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve. He held the report slip and his folder, intending to return to the Wilson Enterprises booth to thank Su Ming for his help, only to find that Su Ming and Baki had already left. Joss, who had been promoting products at the booth, was waiting at the table where the group had been. He looked like he had eaten too much, continually rubbing his belly and muttering something. Steve greeted him, glancing around, hoping to find Baki. Just like Jin, this middle-aged man in a tight sweater wasn't really named Joss. It's just a code name. Apparently, the boss originally wanted to name him Joe Not Torn, but then said he feared being scolded by Apple fans, so he's called Joss now, with the internal code Master John, abbreviated as MJ. He had no special skills, his greatest strength being his eloquence, and whatever he said seemed very credible. With Wilson Enterprises now a significant size, Su Ming had him handle external contacts and product releases. He completely rose to his position due to his uncanny resemblance to the real leader Joe. "Hi, Steve, done with the tasks?" "Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Where did he go?" Apart from the people around still savoring various foods, Steve didn't see anyone familiar. "The boss just returned from overseas last night, and has gone home to rest." Joss showed a friendly smile and reached into his jeans pocket to pull out a train ticket. "This is for you, left by him, for tonight's train to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Caspian Camp is just 70 miles north of Philadelphia's outskirts. The army will pick you up at the station." How did he know? Steve was surprised, as he hadn't mentioned it yet. Wilson already bought the ticket for him. Wasn't this just meticulous planning? It was practically a miraculous exhibition. "Our boss always has plans well in advance," Joss said with emotion. He had been working at Wilson Enterprises for many years, not as early as Jin, but from the major recruitment in 1929, and he's now an old hand at the company, used to the boss's genius performances. Steve didn't hold back and graciously accepted the ticket, as he owed too much already. He just wondered if he could safely return from the battlefield to be a spokesperson for Wilson Enterprises. If he returned from the battlefield missing an arm or a leg, he wasn't sure if Mr. Wilson would still want a disabled spokesperson, as it wouldn't do much for brand image. This era still had a lot of discrimination against disabled people. Steve shook his head, tossing these thoughts out of his mind as they were somewhat ominous. "What about my friend Baki?" Joss gave an obscure expression, raising his eyebrows at Steve with a mysterious look. "The boss booked the presidential suite at the Waldorf Hotel for him as a send-off to experience presidential guest service with his companion tonight. You know what I mean." All right, Steve understood. It seemed he wouldn't need to see him off tonight, just hoping Baki would catch the ship on time tomorrow. "All right, then I should head home to pack up." "Goodbye, mister, I wish you a safe return." Joss smiled in response. That's the most suitable thing to say to someone on their way to the battlefield. Covered by starlight, Rogers returned with quick steps to his home. He immediately packed his belongings, eagerly heading to the train station. Chapter 211, Chapter 181, On the Road to Enlistment. 1196 words. The journey wasn't actually that far. Pennsylvania is just south of New York State, and Philadelphia is 155 kilometers from New York City. It's just that there were no highways back then, and the fastest way to get there was by train, usually taking about 4 hours. Now, during wartime, military supply trains have top priority, so the train he was on had to yield to almost every other train they encountered. By the time Steve arrived in Philadelphia, it was already the next morning. However, Steve couldn't sleep at all during the journey. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation for the military camp. He just stared eagerly at the blackness outside the window, his eyes bloodshot from staying awake. Arriving at the Philadelphia train station, there were indeed military-arranged vehicles waiting. All he needed to do was to show his notice, and he boarded a truck, preparing to head to the camp. As expected, the carriage was filled with tall and strong muscular men, overflowing with testosterone. He felt a bit embarrassed needing the help of a soldier to get on board. But most others just glanced at him without much reaction. Only one guy, who looked like a bulldog, spat at him disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. The vehicle started moving soon after, and the carriage was relatively empty. Including him, there seemed to be only about 20 new recruits. The green canvas-covered carriage blocked any view of the surrounding scenery, leaving only the yellow dirt road behind them visible. Some small grass was sprouting by the roadside, and fresh green buds were emerging on the branches. With the shaking and bumping, Steve felt like he was on a small boat in a storm, and soon his face turned ashen, as if something was about to force its way out of his body. With the last bit of willpower, he crawled to the back of the carriage, and, like a rocket booster, projected his last night's dinner onto the road behind. It was just instant noodles and some other stuff, which certainly left his comrades with no good impression. "Hey, Mun. That's disgusting." Even though those people hadn't said anything, Steve could tell from their expressions what they wanted to convey. It was already bad enough to have a lung case like him enlist with them, but now it seemed like this guy would die right there in the car before even reaching the battlefield. That was no good omen. The guy who spat at him earlier immediately started yelling. Damn it, I thought I joined the US Army, and yet here are such weaklings. The contempt on his face grew more pronounced. He loved bullying people, often picking on those weaker than himself for amusement. He was tall and strong, muscles formed on his face like a bulldog. He had earned a 1A rating in recruitment, selected by the Strategic Science Corps. Hey, enough. We're all going to be comrades. When you get to the battlefield, trust me, you're a bigger target than he is. A deep voice came from the darkness within the carriage, where it seemed like no one was sitting. The bulldog turned his head, straining to make out a figure in the darkness. He spat again. You want to stick up for him, Blackman? You can call me Master Hodge, just lick my boots, and let me have some fun with your black ass, and I'll let him go. The surrounding people stifled laughter, well aware that outside of the army, black men are supposed to sit at the back of vehicles, not on equal footing with white people. But only in the army would you see such spectacle, right? Want to have fun with my black ass? Let's see if you're up to it. The black man in the carriage stood up. He wasn't as tall or as strong as Hodge, but his expression was calm, as if nothing could ever faze him. He moved across the bumpy carriage like it was solid ground, standing over Hodge. You son of a... Before Hodge could react, the black man suddenly lifted his knee and slammed it into Hodge's chin. The force sent Hodge's head colliding with the vehicle railing, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out with a grunt. The carriage turned silent instantly, replacing the previous laughter. Only the sound of Steve retching could be heard, along with the landscape flying past behind the vehicle. The black man brushed his curly hair, surveying the people in the carriage, and patted non-existent dust off his pants before asking calmly. Anyone else interested in my skin color? Or my ass? Naturally, no one answered. That lightning-fast move had proven he was not someone to be trifled with. Everyone in the vehicle was a civilian before, completely unable to match someone clearly professionally trained in combat. Though annoyed by the black man's show of power, they could only suppress their displeasure. All right then, we're done here. The black man walked towards Steve at the back of the carriage. Steve was leaning on the rear guard rail, eyes closed and panting. He didn't even dare open his eyes, he was just that dizzy. How are you, buddy, are you okay? The black man squatted beside him, patting his shoulder and turning his head slightly to avoid the smell of vomit. I'm fine, thanks. I heard you speak up for me earlier. Steve spoke haltingly, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. The black man casually tilted his head. To him, someone like Hodge wasn't much. He, like Steve, faced discrimination. Steve for his physique, and he for his skin color. Both shared the same plight. The black man leaned in closer, lowering his voice to blend with the rumble of the truck engine. If you ever want to take a shot at his back on the battlefield, count me in. No, I wouldn't do that. Steve was startled, shooting a comrade in the back was too extreme. He turned his head, eyes wide, looking at the black man behind him. The black man remained expressionless, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Just kidding. See, I scared you, and now you're no longer feeling dizzy, right? Indeed, the dizziness was gone, but Steve was unsure if he was truly joking, since there was no hint of humor in his expression. Hopefully just a joke. All right, I'm not really good with battlefield jokes, but thanks anyway. Steve climbed up from the floor of the carriage and returned to his seat, while the black man naturally sat beside him. The black man wore old clothes, suggesting a poor background, yet he sat upright as if wearing a high-end suit. Steve was filled with curiosity about him, wiping his hand on his clothes before extending it toward the black man. My name is Steve, from Brooklyn. The black man reached out and shook his hand, giving it a light shake. A New Yorker, huh? You're lucky. I don't even know where I'm from, but I'm lucky enough to have a name, Nick Fury. Chapter 212, Chapter 182, Agent Carter. 1254 words. Steve was not particularly good with words. Years of low self-esteem made him somewhat introverted, and as for Fury, he wasn't much of a talker either. The two only occasionally chatted along the way. Steve didn't know why, but he could sense a dark aura from Fury, as if his new friend had been through many things, bad things. The people in the train carriage subconsciously avoided eye contact with Fury, as if he had some contagious disease. When they spoke, they would secretly glance at Fury, and if Fury looked back at them, their voices would become quieter until they closed their mouths tightly. In this strange atmosphere, they arrived at Caspian Camp. Caspian Camp was built in a forest, quite spacious, and many people could be seen training inside. But by normal military standards, there were only enough for 1 or 2 companies, and everything seemed sparse. The tailgate of the truck was taken down, and a few soldiers stood below, with a sergeant watching them sternly. "Get down, rocks. Pack them." Steve was baffled. How could there be British Army in the United States of all places? And of Indian descent? That Indian accented American English was truly something. He hoped this wasn't the person to train him, as communication might be problematic. Fortunately, with the translation help of other soldiers, the people on the truck finally understood. They were being told to quickly get off the vehicle. Fury was the first to jump down from the truck, followed by the others disembarking in a haphazard line. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Indian sergeant held the list in one hand, and counted heads with the other. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. Why was there one person missing? Then he looked into the carriage and saw Hodge, who was sitting still, head drooping as if he wouldn't budge. The Indian man suddenly erupted. Hodge's behavior clearly showed no respect for him. He had heard that Americans were not as friendly as the British nobility when it came to Indians, and now he saw it firsthand. He detested this kind of racial discrimination. With a swift step, he rushed onto the truck. Fueled by the curry he had for breakfast, he energetically drew a stick from his waist and struck Hodge on the back. Hodge, already unconscious, had no way to react, only to be knocked to the ground. The people in the carriage averted their eyes, and under Fury's cold gaze, they pretended to chat or whistled towards the sky. If you listened closely, someone was whistling the Marseillaise. But the gaze of the soldiers accompanying the Indian sergeant was different. They looked at the Indian with admiration, as if conveying some unspoken understanding. "Congratulations, Sergeant, you've killed someone." The Indian sergeant was dumbfounded. Having been involved in dozens of battles in the more than 2 years since Britain joined the war, even though he had desperately fired on the battlefield, he never hit any Germans. And now, with just a swing of his stick, was this his first kill? Wait a minute, aren't Americans supposed to be allies? The Indian sergeant dropped the stick, felt Hodge's neck, and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out Hodge had only fainted. Moreover, he seemed to have fainted before the sergeant even acted. So there was only one truth: someone else in the carriage knocked him out. You wouldn't have guessed, would you? Americans, the British Empire is home to classics like Sherlock Holmes, and I could read the illustrated version at the age of 20. Who was it? Who did it? The sergeant, having seen through the truth, jumped off the truck and walked in front of the line, squinting as he observed each of them. Of course, Steve was immediately ruled out. He obviously couldn't have done it. Fury stepped forward voluntarily. He had completed the task given to him, though he didn't understand what was so special about this little guy, but an agent doesn't ask why. It was me. The Indian officer looked at him, then at the crowd. Someone behind Fury was subtly nodding vigorously, so it seemed that was it. Are you tough? Good at fighting? Of course, Fury answered calmly, looking straight ahead. The Indian sergeant circled Fury, sizing him up, while stroking his beard and tugging at the turban on his head. Good, we need people like you, follow me. Fury glanced at Steve, giving a slight nod, and followed the Indian, weaving through the training ground and disappearing into one of the barracks. The other soldiers took Hodge to the medical room, then led the others to another barrack on the training ground, assigning them lockers and beds. "There's your military uniform in the locker. Wear it tomorrow and report to the training ground at 7 a.m. Dismissed." The soldier left them with those words and departed. Steve put down his luggage and immediately went out to find Fury, but Fury seemed to have vanished into thin air. He returned to the barrack to wait, but even when Hodge returned, Fury was still nowhere to be seen. Hodge didn't dare provoke Steve anymore. After all, who could say when that black guy would return? The guy seemed to have taken lives before, his gaze alone was terrifying. Steve lay on the hard bed and inadvertently fell asleep. He was too exhausted, waking only when it was nearly time to line up the next day. They put on their uniforms and waited on the training grounds. Steve thought that if the training officer was still that Indian man, he would definitely ask where Fury had gone. After all, Fury had gotten involved for his sake. If punishment was due, they should face it together. However, it wasn't the Indian man who arrived. "Recruits, attention!" A crisp voice rang out, and a tall, beautiful, and sensuous woman in a women's military uniform came into view. "I'm Agent Carter, and I'm in charge of everything concerning your squad." "What's with your accent? Is that a Queen Victoria accent?" Hodge sneered, curling a corner of his mouth, unable to resist flirting with a pretty woman. "Your name, soldier?" Peggy paused, looking calmly at him. She'd seen many men who were full of themselves. "Gilmore Hodge, Your Majesty." He moved his jaw, answering flippantly. "Step forward, Soldier Hodge," Peggy gestured in front of her, "put your right foot forward." "What, are we wrestling?" Hodge smirked and moved closer as she instructed. "I know many positions, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it." But before he could turn and boast about his joke to his mates, Peggy Carter landed a solid punch to his face, knocking him out cold. Maybe it triggered a previous day's injury, or perhaps Agent Carter did hit him too hard, but Steve pressed his lips tightly, barely suppressing his laughter. This Hodge had really asked for it, getting knocked out twice in 2 days. "Agent Carter." At that moment, a jeep drove up, from which an officer disembarked, loudly calling Peggy's name. Peggy quickly turned, adjusted her clothes and hair, and saluted the approaching officer. "Colonel Phillip." A white man, about 50 years old, approached with large strides, appearing authoritative and businesslike. He glossed over the incident with little concern. "I'm glad to see you forming connections with our candidates as soon as I arrived." He noted the foaming at the mouth Hodge with some disgust. "Medic. Get this man out of here, and fix up his mouth." Chapter 213, Chapter 183, The Briefing 1173 words. Watching the military doctor drag Hodge away, Colonel Phillip rubbed his temples, realizing that someone was destined to be absent from the welcome speech. Nick Fury really could be a headache at times, but when Fury ventured behind enemy lines, the Nazis would have an even bigger headache. Thus, Nick Fury and Reed Hargrove were currently the best agents SSR had. General Patton said that wars are fought with weapons but won by people. "We will surely win, because we have the best soldiers." However, at that moment he noticed Steve in the ranks, and right at his position, the line suddenly sagged. It was way too conspicuous. Surrounded by sturdy men about 6 feet 2 inches tall, there stood Steve at 5 feet 0 inches. The visual impact was too strong, and Philip stammered, suddenly forgetting his next lines. He turned his head, almost unable to bear the sight of Steve's plight, casting a slightly annoyed glance at Dr. Erskine, who was hiding behind Agent Carter watching with amusement. But the doctor remained unmoved, nonchalantly signaling him to continue, as if he were just a bystander. Philip could only endure it. With the Super Soldier Serum project underway, Dr. Erskine was the leading scientist. This short guy was specially recruited by Dr. Erskine, and if he wasn't accommodated, the doctor might set back the progress by years, which would be unbearable. The Strategic Science Corps was currently surviving on the SSS project. So for now, let the little guy play for a few days. The training is so tough he surely won't withstand it, and soon enough, he'd voluntarily ask to leave. The colonel reorganized his thoughts and continued, averting his gaze from Steve. And because our soldiers will become stronger, even more exceptional. The Strategic Science Corps is an organization that brings together the finest scientists from the Allied nations. We will create the strongest army in human history. Philip paused, observing the expressions of the recruits, who all seemed overjoyed. Only Steve continued to stand in a standard military posture, expressionless, eyes forward. But every great army starts with a single soldier. This weekend, we will choose that person. He will become the first super soldier, personally escorting the little Hitler straight to the gate of hell. Despite how nice it sounded, the essence was to find a guinea pig. Although Erskine's serum had been validated once in Germany, it created a monster. Yet, everyone here was lost in fantasies of righteously pummeling the enemy, failing to realize the potential consequences of a failed experiment. The colonel achieved his goal and signaled Peggy to start the training. At least their physical fitness must meet a standard before the experimentation. He turned and walked towards the shade on the other side of the field, where a stretched black sedan waited, with a blurry figure watching from the back seat, a wine glass in hand. The colonel reached the car, looked around, and seeing no one else's attention but that of some soldiers doing push-ups in the distance, he quickly opened the door and got inside. "Sorry, I took some time." Su Ming placed the wine glass on the table, smiling as he shook hands with him. "Nice to meet you, Colonel. I wonder what business Mr. Wilson had to specifically relay a message through General Patton to see me." Colonel Philip was a military man who didn't like beating around the bush, aware that these big businessmen always sought opportunities within the military, especially arms dealers. Su Ming's smile widened as he produced a new cup to pour for the colonel, placing it in his hand. "Oh, nothing in particular. I just happened to hear Mr. Stark is providing technological support for a newly formed army, so I was a bit curious." Philip had never heard of any grudges between Wilson Enterprises and Stark Industries, nor was there any competing overlap in their products. One was a tech company focusing on communication and high-precision devices, while the other was a blood and sweat factory supplying rations and personal weapons. What connection could they have? Su Ming clinked glasses with him, spotting the colonel's thoughts easily. "No need to worry. I just heard Howard complain about funding shortages, so I decided to support you a bit, contributing to this country." Colonel Philip frowned. Was Howard's mouth too loose? Why tell everything? Far away in New York, Howard shivered amidst a mass of rosy legs and arms. It felt like a nightmare, but he quickly slipped back into deep sleep. He had been exhausted these days. Su Ming hadn't actually spoken with Howard, but pinning the blame on Howard was fine since even if the colonel sought him out, whatever he said had no credibility. "Colonel, you leaked information." "Howard, I did not." "Colonel, someone's already come after us." "Howard, believe it or not, I didn't." "Colonel, it really was you." "Howard, if you say so, then sure." The Stark father and son were of the same mindset, geniuses, inevitably misunderstood, led bold lives needing no explanation. People could think whatever they liked. He was just him, a firework of a different color. But what else could Colonel Philip say? General Patton had extended greetings, Howard had introduced the investor, and the Strategic Science Corps was severely lacking funds, to the extent that he himself constantly sought sponsors. "Thank you immensely. Will you be paying in cash or by transfer?" Su Ming tilted his head back, finishing his drink, and shook his head. "I'll provide in kind 10 tons of compressed biscuits, 20 tons of powerful beverage, plus our company's newly released instant noodles and convenient stews, ham sausages, and instant coffee. Of course, whether it's personal weapons or other daily consumables, Wilson Enterprises will supply one share." Without hesitation, Colonel Philip shook Su Ming's hand. In wartime, resources were even better. Sometimes, having money didn't guarantee access to necessities, so it was best to offer tangible goods. With nearly 1,000 people in the entire Corps, the daily expenses were no small matter, so receiving a donation was more than welcome. "Thank you for supporting the Strategic Science Corps. We will definitely defeat fascism, and let everyone in the world bask in the glory of democracy and freedom alongside the American people." Su Ming's smile was hollow as he shook hands, knowing his rise from the Marvel gang's bootlegging now led him to run the East Coast's largest sweatshop. Talking about democracy and freedom was laughable. But if that's how they saw it, it wasn't so bad. Building a closer relationship meant he could later plant a few spies within S. The Strategic Science Corps was the predecessor of the future S, its full name being the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, with the key being logistics. When their logistical supplies relied on Su Ming, it was easier to maneuver some people with clean records to liaise with S, logistics. No need to probe for information, just letting Su Ming know whenever S. made large-scale material moves was enough. Chapter 214, Chapter 184, Heart to 1387 words. In the following days, Steve underwent hellish training here, which for others would merely be basic training, just running and learning how to crawl forward, but for him, it was somewhat too intense. His heart condition and asthma made him feel like his chest was going to explode with pain every time. But he persisted, no matter what, he wanted to go to the battlefield, and this was the only hard-won opportunity. So even though he was the last place in every project, he still wouldn't give up. Initially, his teammates might have looked down on him because he seemed like a sickly person, making enlisting appear like a joke. However, after a few days, except for Hodge, everyone admired his tenacity and perseverance. Regardless of his physical condition, his soul was undoubtedly strong. In this era, Americans were still influenced by many honest and simple concepts. They would respect anyone worth respecting. Moreover, during training, Steve exhibited exceptional intelligence. When the instructor led them past a flagpole dozens of miles from Caspian Camp, and told them that no one had taken down the flag for 30 years, and that anyone who managed to take it down from the top of the flagpole would not have to run back and could ride back to camp with Agent Carter. There was a vehicle that could save energy, and with a beautiful instructor like Carter in the vehicle, others swarmed towards the flagpole, climbing up like monkeys. While Steve observed for a moment from the back, once the helpless crowd dispersed, he removed the pin at the bottom of the flagpole, causing it to fall, and he easily picked up the flag from the ground and handed it to the instructor. "Thank you, sir." Then he climbed breathlessly into Carter's jeep, his determination and wisdom causing Carter to look at him differently. Clearly on the verge of exhaustion, he could still think calmly. And after accomplishing something others couldn't, he remained humble and unassuming. This is a very valuable character trait. Su Ming had not met with them these days, occasionally coming to the camp just to take a distant look. Now the one-week deadline was about to end, and the appearance of Captain America was drawing closer. In the evening of the 7th day, Colonel Phillip and Dr. Erskine stood by the playground discussing these new recruits, needing to determine the final candidate. "Why, Doctor, why would you choose Steve? He's too small." Colonel Phillip helplessly complained to Dr. Erskine. Steve had persisted over the week. It was indeed not easy, but his actions were not like a soldier's at all. Erskine turned his head to look at the crowd under the sunset, tilted his head, and asked back, "Then who do you think is suitable?" "Hodge, that's what a soldier should be like." Philip had a favorable opinion of Hodge, though he was a troublemaker, but the more troublemakers in the army often meant more capabilities. The army was going to war, not to parades. Erskine shook his head. "Hodge is a brute. I need a good man. But he has courage. Going to war requires courage." Colonel Phillip took a hand grenade from the nearby ammunition box, pulled the pin, and threw it into the group of recruits. The green ball bounced into the crowd, then he shouted, "Grenade." In an instant, the recruits scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone began to look for cover, but only Steve dashed towards the grenade, hoping to protect his comrades with his own body. "Get away, stay far from me." Agent Carter, who knew, looked at him with admiration. Although small, his courage surpassed everyone else. She had a favorable opinion of Steve. This man was small, but his soul was enormous. She firmly supported the doctor's view that Steve was the right person. The grenade did not explode. It was a fake grenade used for training throwing. But the Hodge whom the colonel thought the bravest was hiding the furthest, finally poking his head out long after, making the colonel's face burn with humiliation. "He's still too small." Erskine looked at the colonel with a teasing gaze. Even if the colonel had thick skin, He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and finally squeezed out a sentence, then slipped away. In 2 more days, it would be the day of the experiment. These 2 days were for Steve to rest, and for other staff to prepare. That evening, the entire barracks was empty, only Steve was left, those comrades who had trained together. With his success came the realization that they had all failed. The failures had to leave, perhaps to other combat units, perhaps to other departments of the Strategic Science Corps, but the cruelty of war was also reflected in the barracks. No choice, survival of the fittest. There were some shadows moving outside the window. Steve continued to read with his head down. Erskine appeared at the door with a bottle of liquor and 2 glasses. "Mind if I come in?" "Of course." Steve closed the book in his hand, smiled, and invited the doctor in. He actually didn't know much about the upcoming experiment, just heard that after an injection, he would become stronger. The doctor walked towards Steve in big strides, placing the glass on the luggage crate by the bed. "Can't sleep?" "I guess. I'm a bit nervous." Steve shook his head slightly, speaking self-mockingly. The doctor sat on the bed opposite him. The room lights were bright, but the doctor's expression was not relaxed. "Me too." Steve clasped his hands together, placed them between his legs, and leaned forward slightly, watching the doctor's face, marked with the traces of time. "I've always had a question." The doctor opened his mouth, adjusted his glasses, as if recalling something, because his other hand was continuously squeezing the plug of the liquor bottle. "I guess that's the real reason you can't sleep." The doctor sighed, raising his eyebrows as if relieved. "The answer comes from Augsburg, my hometown." Steve listened intently to the doctor's words. The barracks was very quiet, the doctor's voice clearly reaching his ears, his mood mixed with excitement, anxiety, nervousness, and more. As if a condiment box had been overturned in his heart. The doctor continued his topic, reminiscing about his past when he was young. "In fact, many people have forgotten, the first country Nazi invaded, in reality, was their own homeland. You know, after World War I, my compatriots struggled, worked hard, but they only felt their own weakness, their insignificance." The doctor's empty hand patted his knee. He had always seen his homeland suffering, people not having enough food or clothing, England and France taking too many things from them. When they felt powerless, that mustachioed man appeared with his team, dressed in uniform, marching down the street with bright flags, promoting his struggle and beliefs. People found a straw to clutch at after falling into the water. The doctor lifted his glasses again, the lenses bearing minute scratches. His unconscious actions showed that his inner world was far from as calm as it seemed. "Then he heard about me, heard about my experiments. He wanted me to enhance his army, but I had no interest in such proposals, so he chose Hydra as his research institution." One of Hydra's leaders was John Schmidt, a charismatic madman. This was the first time Steve had heard of the Hydra organization. His expression became serious as a mysterious intuition told him that the Strategic Science Corps was established to counter such forces. The mustachioed man and Schmidt, both were very fond of mysticism. He used it to inspire his followers. But to Schmidt, these mystical things were not entirely fictional. He believed that his God had prepared some mysterious power for humanity, perhaps buried in some unknown place. So when he heard of my research, he could no longer hold himself back. The room became quiet, the doctor lowering his gaze as he reminisced about the past, while Steve pondered the doctor's words, feeling as if a dangerous unknown world had opened its doors to him. He has only seen the tip of the iceberg of the real world until now. Chapter 215, Chapter 185, The Better and the Worse. 1403 words. Schmidt sent his men to seize my research product, and he injected himself with the drug called the supersoldier serum. The doctor spoke with helplessness, feeling it was his mistake. Perhaps he shouldn't have invented it from the start, but now the die was cast, and all he could do was try to make amends. Steve nodded slightly, unable to comprehend the principles behind it. Did that thing really make him stronger? The doctor adjusted his glasses, hesitated for a few seconds, and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, but it also has side effects. The serum formula was not perfect at the time, and most importantly, it's about the person receiving the injection. The person? Yes, the serum enhances every aspect of the human body, so it makes good people better and bad people. The doctor scratched his bald head, explaining the principles of his research to Steve. The Super Soldier Serum, SSS, not only affects the body but also the mind and brain, amplifying a person's ambition and nature, making them feel invincible once they possess power. Steve roughly understood, but the doctor hadn't finished speaking. He waited quietly, and the two of them stared at each other in the quiet barracks, lost in thought. That's why you were chosen. If we chose a strong person, their familiarity with power might make them lose respect for it. A small person, on the other hand, can better appreciate the value of power and show compassion once they have it. The doctor pondered for a while and finally spoke the word. He wasn't sure if this was the correct English expression, but he knew Steve would understand what he meant. Steve thought for a moment and then looked at the doctor with a determined gaze. Thank you, I think I understand. Erskine smiled, pointed to the luggage over there, and motioned for Steve to bring the glasses over. He then opened the liquor he had brought and poured some into the two glasses. The brown-red liquor clinked against the glasses, emitting a blood-like hue under the yellow barracks light. The doctor took a glass, pointed to Steve's chest, and said, "Promise me, no matter what happens tomorrow, stay true to yourself. You don't have to be a good soldier, but you must be a good man." Steve smiled. Yes, he wasn't sure he could become a qualified soldier, as he couldn't even properly lift a rifle. But being a good man, he was confident. His father and Mr. Wilson had taught him to be an upright person, and that was what he wanted to be as well. He raised his glass towards Dr. Erskine, to the little guy and the weak. Erskine understood that Steve was referring to himself, and he wouldn't forget his mindset when he was weak, nor would he change because he had power. The doctor clinked glasses with him, to the weak. However, just as they were about to drink with smiles on their faces, the doctor suddenly took Steve's glass away. God, what am I doing? You have a physical tomorrow, you can't drink tonight. Steve shrugged. He recognized that bottle. It was a product of Wilson Enterprises, a 1925 vintage from the Prohibition era. He didn't think much of it. At that time, although he was young, his father drank, Uncle Tom next door drank, and many people bought alcohol privately. Steve didn't blindly believe in the law. He had his own understanding and views, measuring everything by a simple moral and values perspective. Selling and drinking alcohol weren't wrong, enjoying consumer goods should be a right everyone has. Prohibition laws that suppress human nature are what's truly wrong. But since the doctor said there was another physical tomorrow, he wouldn't drink. He shrugged, looking at the doctor with regret. All right, we'll drink together after everything's over. Why wait until later? The doctor looked at him with confusion, pouring the glasses of liquor together, swirling the glass, and inhaling the aroma. I don't have any plans for tomorrow. I want to drink now. Drip, drip, drip. Their doubts resolved, their conversation became more casual, and they chatted happily about the military corps and their past lives. They didn't notice that not far outside the window, Nick Fury turned and left. His mission was to protect Doctor. It was he and Reed who brought the doctor back from Germany, and given the doctor's previous service under Nazi rule, he still needed protection. This time he was specially deployed back from France for this mission. On the third day, Steve got into the military vehicle early in the morning, where Peggy Carter was waiting for him. They needed to return to New York for the transformation experiment. The entire surgery required a large amount of electricity, and the power grid in Philadelphia was clearly inadequate. The black car, though not as luxurious as Su Ming's, was much smoother than the truck Steve had ridden to the military camp. Throughout the journey, Steve looked eagerly out the window, as if he were particularly curious about every tree and flower. In reality, he was somewhat nervous. He had no idea what his fate would be, whether the unique serum would turn him into a muscle-bound maniac. Everything was unknown, so he focused on anything that could divert his attention. Peggy watched him with a look of helplessness, feeling he was too earnest. All along the way, he kept talking about things outside the window, as if the people in the car weren't worth his attention. The car returned to Brooklyn, where Steve had lived before and knew very well. As the vehicle moved forward, he kept pointing at the glass and talking to Agent Carter beside him. I got beaten up in that alley, and that parking lot, and the back door of that restaurant. Carter pursed her lips and awkwardly tried to lighten Steve's mood. Do you have any way to stop yourself from running away? Steve didn't notice the odd atmosphere and shook his head, answering seriously, once you start running, they won't let you stop. You have to stand up and fight back. Carter's beautiful lips curled into a smile. I can understand that feeling. Every door closes in front of you. She had the same experience, as this era was filled with various forms of discrimination, racial, gender, and social class biases. A woman like her wasn't traditionally expected to be in the military. Steve lowered his head and rubbed his fingers as if there was dirt on them. I just can't understand why you'd want to join the military, he pondered, worried his words might be misleading, and he added, you're a beautiful lady, woman, a female agent isn't just a woman, you're very pretty. The more he tried to correct himself, the worse it got. Peggy turned her head, stared at him sharply for a moment, then helplessly shook her head. You don't know how to talk to women, do you? Steve gave a bitter smile, scratching his head. I think this is the longest conversation I've ever had. A trace of joy flashed in Carter's eyes, but she hid it well, turning slightly so Steve wouldn't see her smile. In the camp, she'd seen many men, but none were quite like Steve. She had grown fond of his unique charm in just a few days. How much a person can endure doesn't define strength, but rather how much they can bear to live with. Having seen many ordinary faces hiding behind a facade of gentility in the United Kingdom, Carter wasn't interested in those men. Steve's fresh and understated nature, however, made her feel very comfortable. Now, knowing he didn't have a girlfriend, she was quite delighted. Steve still looked down, unaware of Carter's expression. He calmly recounted his past. Girls don't exactly line up to dance with a sickly guy. You say that, but you must know how to dance, Carter said with a concerned look. Her words touched her heart slightly. Steve chuckled, recognizing Peggy's concern from her tone. Actually, I haven't thought much about it all these years. I've only been waiting. Waiting for what? Peggy asked him curiously, her big eyes filled with tenderness. Waiting for the right dance partner. Steve looked at her, answering with perfect calmness. Carter laughed, she liked that answer. Chapter 216, Chapter 186, Experiment Preparation 1085 words. The car slowly drove into an inconspicuous alleyway, a common sight in places like Brooklyn. The street was filled with hurried pedestrians, and some children were playing ball games on the road. The surrounding buildings were not tall, exuding a classical charm. The old-fashioned windows had witnessed many changes in this city. The street was a bit wet, indicating it had rained yesterday. Steve breathed in the familiar air and followed Carter out of the car. They walked into a street-side shop called Brooklyn Antiques Shop. The shop windows displayed some vases and lamps, covered in dust, but Steve couldn't be sure if they were truly antiques. A few hat-wearing individuals loitered near the shop entrance reading newspapers, appearing like street idlers. But when they glanced at Carter and then looked away, it indicated they were also secret agents. Carter led Steve straight through the door. Inside, there were no customers and under dim lighting, only an elderly woman was tending the store. The walls were covered with a collection of old-fashioned clocks. Her hair was completely white, but she was energetic, wearing a kindly smile. She adjusted her pink sweater and greeted the visitors in a standard British opening line. The weather is really nice this morning, isn't it? Carter replied with the code phrase, yes, but I always bring an umbrella when I go out. The elderly woman chuckled, reached beneath the counter, feeling around until her aged hand skimmed over a Chicago typewriter, pressing a hidden button beside it. Then the three exchanged no more words. Peggy directly led Steve behind a curtain into the inner room, where a row of bookshelves shifted aside to reveal a secret passage. Numerous military personnel marked with military police emblems stood on guard. Several doctors and nurses in white coats hurriedly moved about. Curious, Steve followed Peggy among them. Beyond the door at the corridor's end was a massive laboratory. In the center stood a behemoth, resembling an iron coffin, stationed right under an entry platform. Various towering machines with incomprehensible instruments surrounded it, featuring dials and open slots for spitting out paper strips. Steve spotted Dr. Erskine observing him from below. Not far away, he recognized a familiar face, Howard Stark, with his rare serious demeanor and busy adjusting equipment, oblivious to Steve's arrival. Steve looked at Agent Carter beside him. Peggy sighed lightly. The experiment came with undefined risks, the biggest being Steve's ability to endure the immense pain. She turned her head, unwilling to watch, but her duty as a soldier meant following orders. Peggy led Steve down the stairs, his gaze fixed on the central equipment. From above it resembled a coffin, but up close it looked more like an Indian canoe. However, it was metal made with many spiral-shaped light bulbs inside. "Good morning," Dr. Erskine greeted Steve with a stern handshake. Suddenly, a blinding camera flash caught everyone off guard, capturing the scene for military records, but the doctor was displeased. "Not now, please hold off on taking pictures." Peggy hastily tidied her hair, wondering if in the flashing moment she'd been caught glancing at Steve's back. How embarrassing if recorded. The doctor glanced at Steve again, looking out of place as a small figure amidst the cold steel room. His face bore an unsure expression. "Are you ready?" Steve eyed the machine again. Its petal-like sides had opened, revealing an inner chamber designed to fit an adult man, obviously meant for him. He nodded. Erskine knew Steve had long awaited this chance. "Good, take off your hat, shirt, and tie, then lie down inside." Steve turned to look at Carter, unsure what to say, knowing despite the experiment's huge risk, it was Steve's long-held dream. He was willing to take the gamble, and Carter believed he would succeed. This man was the most likely on Earth to succeed. Steve began undressing, handing his uniform to a nearby nurse. Success or not, he might not need this uniform again. If successful, the outfit would become too small. If unsuccessful, there'd be no use for clothes for a pile of flesh. Especially seeing the busy Howard nearby, remembering the car at the expo, it always felt a bit unreliable. Colonel Phillip was busy greeting his guests in the observation room above the lab, inviting the regiment's major sponsors to watch the transformation process. The regiment needed more funding, and these were the financiers. Be it personal donations or federal grants, money was essential. "Senator Brandt, welcome," he greeted one with warmth, full of smiles. "Why have you brought me here?" The middle-aged man, appearing around 50 or 60, brusquely shook hands, his expression arrogant. Philip secretly spat but forced a smile, leaning closer to the senator. "We need access to the New York electrical grid." "Of course, if you can get me that generator I applied for last time." The senator brutally cut him off. "Colonel, many departments are applying for funding now, for bombers, larger battleships, and tanks, things you can tangibly see." He motioned a bespectacled young man over for an introduction to Philip. "This is..." The young man warmly took over, introducing himself to the colonel, Fred Crimson, representing the federal government. "If your plan succeeds, the Federation will strongly support you." As the colonel and young man networked, the senator surveyed the lab, observing through the observation room's glass as Steve below undressed, revealing his emaciated frame. So thin, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. The senator already knew the experiment's outcome. If successful, this frail invalid would become a supermuscular man. Unintentionally, the senator invoked God's name. "My Jesus, this little guy hit the jackpot." Unaware of the eyes above him, Steve lay on the test bed with firm resolve, comforted that the bedding was of thick leather instead of cold metal. Yet, despite this, his frail arms broke out in goosebumps. Erskine approached, adjusting the straps on the test bed. The experiment required Steve to be restrained. The intense pain would make anyone inadvertently struggle violently. "How are you feeling?" Steve smiled, trying to ease his shoulders and rest his head on the pillow, gazing at the gray ceiling. "All right, only this bed feels too big for me." "Do you still have that wine from last time?" The doctor chuckled, offering a reassuring look. "Sorry, there's only a little left, maybe not enough for the future you." Steve laughed too. "Then next time." I know where to find plenty of wine in New York. Chapter 217, Chapter 187, The time has come. 1413 words. Stark, how's the preparation going? Erskine turned to Howard in front of the instruments and asked. Howard quickly walked over, looking at Steve lying in the boat-shaped experiment table, speaking seemingly to him but also to himself. We might cause a blackout in Brooklyn, but I'm ready as always. This made Steve even more nervous. Why did your voice suddenly get softer when you said as always? And what do you mean by turning your head away and not daring to look at me? But there was no chance for him to ask. Howard had already slipped away, as if he was here just to cause trouble. Erskine adjusted his round glasses. The experiment was about to begin. Well then, Agent Carter, I think the observation room is more suitable for you. Oh yes, Doctor. Agent Carter looked at Steve, walking away with frequent backward glances. She found Steve was also looking at her, and so she gave him an encouraging smile. This made Steve feel much better. There were still reliable people around, even though Baki and Mr. Wilson were not present, but Peggy was. Yes, he had a crush on her, but he was too shy to speak up. He was still unsure if he could survive. How could he make promises to others? He watched Peggy's back as she ascended the stairs, taking a deep breath. If the experiment succeeded, he decided to confess to her, at least then people wouldn't laugh at her for dating a dwarf. But could the confession be successful? He was not confident either. He had never done anything like that before, let alone gone on a date. He shook his head, shook the thoughts out of his mind, and laid back down, staring at the ceiling. The group of people in the observation room was working on building relationships and connections. Politics required networks, and taking every opportunity, whether the location was a lab or a fancy banquet, it made little difference to them. Colonel, I heard Mr. Wilson also donated to you. Didn't you invite him today? Congressman Brandt asked Philip, realizing the experiment was about to begin, and the person he wanted to see hadn't appeared yet. He had found out that Wilson Enterprises was not only a defense supplier and a retail giant, but also Mr. Wilson himself had inexplicably good relations with many military leaders. Forming ties with the military during wartime was a great move. He had been wanting to build a connection for a while, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Brooklyn to visit a basement amid his busy schedule. He thought the colonel would invite all financiers to showcase the results to secure more funding, yet the person he wanted to see was absent. The colonel understood what the congressman was after. I did invite him, but his secretary said he went on vacation to Hawaii, supposedly because New York's weather has not been great recently, and he despises rain and snow. The congressman nodded helplessly. All right, then he could chat with Stark after the experiment. Stark Industries also had significant financial resources. Suddenly, a noise came from the observation room, causing everyone to wince. It was like fingers scratching a chalkboard with an electric tone. Professor downstairs was to speak. He helplessly looked at those politicians, the same in any country. Ahem, gentlemen, can you hear me? Our experiment is about to begin. He tapped the microphone, clearing his throat. Today, we are not taking the first step toward destruction, but the first step towards peace. Behind him, Steve could see the medical staff present beginning to bustle around. Nurses pushed in a large box containing rows of test tubes filled with blue liquid. They took out the test tubes, inserting them into the interfaces on both sides of his boat-shaped experimental chamber. They then swung over several metal supports, attaching them to his body. First, we'll perform a series of micro-injections into the main muscle groups of the test subject. The injected serum will immediately trigger cellular changes at the bodily level. The professor was speaking fluently below, while Peggy Carter bit her lip, nervously watching Steve below. Erskine explained his experimental steps to the bigwigs while ensuring the nurses did their job correctly, then continued, next, the test subject will be exposed to saturated Vita beam radiation. The beams, combined with the serum, will quickly induce beneficial mutations in the body. After briefly explaining the principle, the professor put down the microphone. The upper people did not care about the test subjects or the experiment itself. They were here just like attending a ribbon-cutting ceremony. It made no difference if this was a hotel or lab. Erskine had no interest in further elaboration. Returning to Steve's side, a nurse was puncturing Steve's arm with a small syringe, injecting some clear liquid into his body. "How are you feeling?" the professor asked. "Pretty good." The process was quite quick. Steve felt the needle didn't have much sensation, and he hadn't noticed any changes in himself yet. The professor rolled his eyes. "That shot was penicillin, just penicillin, we haven't started yet." Erskine pressed Steve's shoulder, signaling him to relax as he turned his head to give instructions to the staff. Serum injection countdown. People were tensely watching Steve on the experimental bed, with Peggy standing up even more nervously. 5, 4, 3, 2. 2 metal plates filled with needles plunged into Steve's upper arm, and the blue serum on each side of the test bench was injected into his body at a visible high speed. Instantly, intense pain surged. He felt like his blood was boiling inside him. He gritted his teeth, glaring with wide eyes at the air, his body curling up like a shrimp, but being restrained. He couldn't struggle. Every inch of muscle was being torn, bones began to transform. His soul felt like a leaf boat in a storm. Erskine knew this was a normal reaction. The transformation process of the serum was indeed excruciating. Conversely, the faster his team moved, the less torture Steve would endure. "Start the exposure." Howard nodded, put on his sunglasses, and began operating the control panel. The boat-shaped workbench closed like petals, truly wrapping Steve as if in a coffin, forming a small radiation-sealed experimental chamber, with several hydraulic devices raising it upright, while staff connected the oxygen pipes with the chamber. Erskine leaned next to the experimental chamber, tapping on the leaded glass. "How are you feeling?" "Steve, are you okay?" Steve was gritting his teeth. He now felt like ants were crawling inside him, but he could still bear it. "I suppose it's too late to go to the bathroom now, right?" Erskine chuckled, turned to nod at Howard, who immediately turned a large knob on the instrument, and those spiral bulbs inside the chamber began to emit strong white light, which instantly lit up the basement so brightly that all had to turn their heads away with tears streaming. It was at this time, in the antique shop as a cover for the Strategic Science Corps on the ground, that a new guest arrived. The elderly woman tending the shop looked up, her expression changing dramatically. She pulled out a submachine gun from under the counter and fired at the intruder, resulting only in scattering sparks. Countless bullets hit the black and yellow armor, bouncing around, and many wall clocks hung on the walls were hit by stray bullets, sending springs and gears flying. The tall figure seemed unaffected, walking towards the elderly woman step by step, the single eye on the mask glowing red. This was the demon of New York's urban legends, with any disappearance or death capable of being attributed to him, but the elderly woman never thought he actually existed. Deathstroke was the embodiment of the death god, not meant to exist like vampires or Frankenstein, only in fantasy. But the facts were clearly overturning her understanding. The legendary monster appeared right before her eyes, and the special agent guarding outside was taken down without causing a stir. The figure stood directly in front of her, allowing her random shooting until the submachine gun clicked empty. He tilted his head with interest. The elderly woman heard a clearly modified, low-pitched voice, as if coming from hell. "I have a question. Does the Strategic Science Corps provide you with health insurance?" Chapter 218. Chapter 188. Outside the antique shop 1408 words of course, it was Su-Ming who appeared. He hadn't actually gone to Hawaii. That was just his private jet flying empty as a cover. In fact, he arrived even earlier than Steve and Peggy, and had been waiting on the rooftop opposite, feeling the early spring breeze of Brooklyn, which really reminded him of the old days in Gotham. Of course, it was daytime here, so the atmosphere was a bit lacking. However, coming out as Deathstroke again, this small atmospheric flaw didn't matter. He watched as the Strategic Science Corps arrived first to secure the area, followed by Hydra agents disguised as chauffeurs hiding in the surroundings, and then Agent Carter leading Steve into the antique shop. "It's different from my memory." He stood on the rooftop of a residential building, looking down from the edge, the two-colored streamer behind his helmet fluttering in the breeze. He had long repaired his holy statue armor with X-metal, Godslayer was at his waist, and Nightfall greatsword and other weapons were strapped to his back. He was fully armed. Although Steve and Peggy still found each other appealing, and there was no change in the choice of Captain America, there were noticeably more people on the street at the moment. In the original movie, there were only 3 Hydra agents, 1 infiltrated, while the other 2 posed as the chauffeur and assistant to a senator outside. But now, there were no real pedestrians on the entire street at this time, and the people still moving around had some unusual traits, clearly divided into several groups. From high above, everything was crystal clear, like looking at a chessboard. He walked around the rooftop, imprinting every street around in his mind. Now SSR and Hydra agents were guarding the door of the antique shop, and besides that, there was a group disguised as a Mexican band at the street corner, a group of mysterious men in black in the alley behind the building, and on another street, there were buses and passengers pretending to repair cars. A hot dog vendor and a quarrelsome customer, patrolling policemen, and a scolded hooligan, a group of young mothers resting in the park at the end of the street with baby strollers. Could this Marvel world have merged with a spy drama? But so be it, it's just a bunch of ordinary people who pose no threat to him. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, over the alley behind, drew out Godslayer from his waist, and leapt down fiercely. In midair, Godslayer transformed into a long staff, and he aimed for the landing spot, calculating the moves and routes of various enemies, then waited. The group of men in black was originally hiding in the alley, occasionally peeking out to check the direction of the antique shop, with weapons inside their black coats. Hiss! What are we actually monitoring? The men in black waited in the alley, where the smell was unpleasant, with a sewage stream and garbage filling the narrow alley. They could only smoke here to cover the unpleasant smell, and one of them seemed impatient, asking his companion. But their apparent leader just gave him a cold glance. This is the boss's plan, we just need to keep watch here. The so-called boss apparently scared the complainer into shrinking his neck and closing his mouth in fear. Yet, in the next second, a black and yellow figure silently descended from the sky, landing right among them. What the? Bam 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 bam. Before they could utter a word, a dense series of strikes occurred instantly, and the golden staff knocked everyone down in an instant. Despite the different positions, reactions, and body types of each, the staff seemed to have eyes, accurately striking the same spot on the back of everyone's head, leaving only the little leader type still standing. But as he reacted, a black and yellow mask approached his face, and a powerful hand squeezed his neck. The intruder's skills and strength far exceeded theirs. Out of 8, only he was left in less than a second. Answer my question, resist, you die, lie to me, you die, call for help, you die, understand? A low voice came from in front of him, that red eye staring intently into his. The little leader wasn't particularly tough, and now a unique fear enveloped him. Understood. Good, who is your boss? Don't know. The man looked like he was about to cry, unable to answer the first question. However, the other didn't kill him, instead nodding as if it was expected. He was indeed a small fry, not knowing the boss was quite normal. What's the name of your organization? A corporation. The little leader knew this answer, hurriedly nodding. I know, our sect is called 10 Commandments. Su Ming knew who they were, minions of the Mandarin. Go back and tell your superiors to live their good life as a warlord and not to provoke Deathstroke in New York, got it? Aha aha. Su Ming knocked him out and tossed him onto a pile with his group of underlings. During this period in the United States, the 10 rings were still referred to as the 10 Commandments, a name the Mandarin used to attract foreigners to join his forces, a title reminiscent of a proverb from the Bible. Simply riding the coattails. These brainwashed Americans knew almost nothing, following orders from above without question. The true name of the Mandarin remained unknown, with a pile of aliases, among which Khan and Mandarin were commonly used. His intelligence was unmatched, and he was cunning and devious, with 10 powerful magical rings on his fingers that could fulfill his every wish. These 10 magic rings were truly troublesome, especially the Jin Chensi, by Yun Yen, and Profound Universe rings, which posed the greatest threat to Su Ming. This was a spoofing theory from the internet, These rings didn't actually have names but were distinguished by color. Their powers were the Marvel version of the Great Splitting Technique, manipulation of Earth's gravity, and a weaker version of the Reality Gem. Fortunately, as a mage, the Mandarin should not dare to come to New York personally, with Kunlun and the Divine Spear Bureau balancing against him on one hand, and on the other hand, the magic temple of the Ancient One being here. If he were to use powerful magic against outsiders in this place, the Supreme Mage would certainly stop him. One organization confirmed, now the rest should likely be of a similar origin. Su Ming climbed quietly onto the other side of the rooftop, to the street corner to tackle those fake band members. The strategy wasn't innovative, dealing with them, the overhead descending staff technique was always effective. After some interrogation, discovering this group wouldn't talk, he had to knock them all out. While hiding these unconscious individuals, Su Ming discovered a peculiar tattoo on them, an M letter with a small arrow-shaped tail. The astrological sign of Scorpio. Well, these were people from the Zodiac 12, annoying but predictable. After discovering that this was a world merging movies, comics, and television series, he was mentally prepared. The Zodiac 12, stemming from Da Vinci's founding of the principal 12 palaces, meant more cases might not align with the comics, thus currently remaining unknown. Unlike Hydra, though both were underground espionage organizations, the Zodiac 12 preferred using economic means to control Earth, being more covert and harder to detect. After dragging this group into the alley's garbage dump, Su Ming created some noise to lure those young mothers into the alley. These women turned out to be more skilled than he imagined, competent and silent. However, their behavior exposed their identities. They were originally wearing pretty dresses, a group of blonde beauties pushing baby strollers. As soon as they realized they were lured into the alley, they immediately threw out a few smoke bombs, instantly changing into tight-fitting red ninja suits, with only their eyes showing. A group of cross-dressing men, and they were all Japanese. Su Ming shook his head, unsure whether to call them smart or foolish. No need to ask any more, you've already revealed, you're from the Hand Union. The ninjas exchanged glances and then silently pulled out various weapons from the baby strollers, rushing toward Su Ming. Trying to kill and silence. I like. Chapter 219, Chapter 189, Street War 14:02 words. These ninjas are said to be difficult to deal with, but that's only compared to the previous two groups. Just look at the weapons they've brought out, samurai sword, ame needle, nunchaku, and kunai. Are they seriously going to use these against a weapon master in super armor? Moreover, Su Ming doesn't need to hold back this time. After all, ninjas won't divulge more information. The Hand Union is an assassin organization, and is in competition with Deathstroke, the mercenary. Even though it's impossible to completely uproot the Hand Union, killing a few more assassins now is a good thing. With a change of mind, the golden long staff in his hand instantly transformed into dual blades, and Su Ming met their charge, brandishing the blades to slash at them. No need for defense, just attack. Their weapons can't even leave a mark on the holy statue armor, while Su Ming takes them down one by one. All their evasion techniques were accounted for, leaving no chance of escape. Most of their ninja techniques are just blinding techniques. As long as he doesn't believe the illusions of his vision, relying on his superhuman brain's spatial awareness and air flow, Su Ming makes an accurate strike every time. A few seconds later, this group of cross-dressers all lay dead in the alley. After their deaths, they bizarrely turned into brown ashes, leaving nothing behind. It's completely the style of death warriors, even arranging posthumous measures for their own comrades' corpses. Next up are the people on the bus. They are agents from Leviathan, whom Su Ming knocked out and released. The current leaders of Leviathan should be Vasily Dasaev and Viktor Yuvarov. Let them continue developing slowly over in the Ferber area. Leviathan doesn't get along with SSR or Hydra, so they'll just add to the chaos. Finally, there are the people in the street. These scattered individuals are of unknown origins. Su Ming originally planned to sweep through them, but after knocking a few down, the others realized the situation and shouted, "Hail Hydra," instantly uniting. Su Ming discovered they didn't know each other initially. Only after shouting the slogan did they confirm they were on the same side, which prompted him to stay alert. It seems there aren't just Red Skull's people here, subordinates of other leaders have also been sent. Over the years, he's gathered some intelligence, learning that the situation differs slightly from the comics and movies. For example, Wolfgang von Strucker, codenamed Baron Strucker, was Hydra's original leader. He later clashed with Red Skull, who nearly killed him, so he fled to Japan to start anew. Though still called Hydra, he and the Germans went in different directions, and are now researching electromagnetic weapons. Then there's Daniel Whitehall. He and his followers should be in Southeast Asia, searching for mystical items for Xiaohuzi, and researching Tibet's legends of immortality. In addition, there are other leaders whose whereabouts are unknown. Names like Viper, Kraken, Baron Zemo, Hive, and Medusa. Counting Red Skull and Dr. Zola, there are 9 people in total. They are Hydra's current generation of leaders. After Strucker was overthrown, none of them acknowledge each other. Now they mostly operate independently, occasionally engaging in internal conflict. They are all future patrons, so for now, it's best not to kill their subordinates. But Su Ming is determined to obtain the SSS serum, others will have to wait for the next opportunity. With exceedingly high running speed, Su Ming transformed into a black and yellow phantom. These people were very professional, all using silencers on their pistols, which bought him more time. Running on the slippery road, Deathstroke rushed at each agent quickly. Tomatoes by the roadside were blown away by bullets, and stray bullets hitting lamp posts sparked like fireworks. Their resistance was futile. Before long, everyone on the street was taken down by the unpredictably lengthening and shortening golden long staff. He glanced at the 2 knocked-out SSR agents by the doorway, then gathered some newspapers to cover them up. Such a pity, with nearly every well-known organization of this era present, you've been infiltrated too. He walked to the antique store entrance, wiping bloodstains off his armor. After all, he was about to meet everyone as Deathstroke for the first time, so he ought to make a good impression, right? Too much bloodshed isn't good, he plans to con S. For money in the future. And so came the scene of him, politely, walking into the antique store earlier. The elderly lady running the store was too old, and Su Ming worried she couldn't endure being hit with the Godslayer. So he used his long and used weapon, the Deathstroke standard titanium alloy long staff, to give her a zap. A flash of blue light passed through the cluttered antique store, and the old lady instantly collapsed. Let's hope she didn't have a heart condition. But with her firing off shots, those below would surely know an intruder had arrived, so there was no time to worry about the elderly's health. Su Ming went directly behind the counter, took the Nightfall greatsword off his back, and thrust it at the bookshelf. The guards at the entrance obviously detected the commotion outside, but before they could react, a piece of pitch-black metal pierced through the thick door in front of them. They were stunned. The door was the same level as the White House's tunnel door, yet it was so easily breached by a cold weapon. Looking at the Nightfall greatsword glinting with X metal, it was like they were gazing into the cosmos, feeling an intense chill. This was Su Ming's specially designed dramatic entrance. Of course, he knew there was a secret door switch beneath the counter, but wouldn't that render his entrance less imposing? Directly destroying what they held invincible would bring more shock to them. Ch. The greatsword moved slowly, a heavy steel door slicing open like butter. Had it not been spitting sparks and scorching their uniforms, the soldiers guarding the underground lab might have thought they were hallucinating. In less than 5 seconds, a circular hole appeared in the door, the cut metal falling like a giant coin. A person clad in yellow and black armor appeared before them. Su Ming had noticed the flickering streetlights outside, knowing Stark was drawing power from New York, causing unstable voltage. After taking care of everyone outside and entering here, the lights continued to flicker. It seems Captain America's sunbathing was only halfway done, precisely as calculated. Hello, I'm your new neighbor, my name is Deathstroke. Slinging the Nightfall greatsword over his back, Su Ming waved gently, like a supervisor conducting an inspection. Of course, the soldiers wouldn't greet him warmly. Cutting through the door like that made him an obvious enemy. The dread of the unknown and strict security protocols prompted the soldiers to take aim and fire frantically at Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, truly unfriendly. The weapons in your hands are even sponsored by Wilson Enterprises. He couldn't be bothered to use Godslayer, instead just using the titanium alloy long staff to carve his path. Sweeping, lifting, shocking. Despite the commendable discipline these soldiers had, ordinary men couldn't stop a super soldier. Within a corridor of about 100 meters, Su Ming reached the lab door in seconds. At the door, a female officer was cornered, curled up in a corner. Blood and bodies littered the hallway, yet they couldn't even hinder the armored man. In an instant, he was in front of her. His exquisite martial arts and powerful physique made the combat seem like a dazzling performance. She noticed the red monocle focusing on her, rendering her too afraid to fire, since previous attempts proved bullets futile. Don't worry, they're not dead. You can now thank me on behalf of all American women. While saying this, Su Ming tapped the spot on his mask where his lips were. She was Colonel Phillips' secretary, Officer Lorraine, a side character in the Marvel world. However, the actress playing this role went by the nickname Little Rose. Su Ming had seen her performances in Elementary and Game of Thrones. Encountering someone both familiar and foreign, Su Ming's mood lightened slightly. This world was indeed a mix of everything, but at least there was another person he knew now. Chapter 220, Chapter 190, The Tour of Inspection. 1236 words. Lauren's heart was collapsing. This madman actually wanted her to kiss him. A faint moan came from the hallway. Those people were indeed still alive, but all were gravely injured. Clearly, he was the one who wounded them, yet it seemed like sparing them was some sort of favor. However, she was an agent, although a desk job, still an agent. Since the enemy seemed to fancy her looks, why not make use of it? Then take off your helmet, or how else am I supposed to kiss you? Lauren smoothed her blonde hair, trying her best to calm her heartbeat, revealing a coquettish smile. Her red lips parted slightly as she leaned slightly on the cold armor. This armor's material is unknown, so are the weapons. Keep gathering intelligence, Lauren, you can do it. Her eyes shifted slightly, contemplating her plan. In fact, Su Ming was just making a casual remark. He had anticipated her reaction. Most female agents have received seduction training, but he had other important matters to attend to. He'd play with Little Rose another time. Sorry, wrong person. You're not Agent Carter, I'm here for her. Please step aside. Su Ming reached out and gently moved her to the side, then unsheathed his sword and sliced open the laboratory door, walking through without looking back. Lauren. Could it be because both she and Peggy were British, he misidentified her? But she was blonde and Peggy was brunette, what a flimsy excuse. Moreover, how was she any less than Peggy? She was slimmer and taller. Don't Americans love blondes? She even had a military rank, albeit just a sergeant, but Peggy wasn't even there, she was just Agent 13. Failure, her first attempted seduction ended in failure. Lauren collapsed limply to the side, finding herself without the courage to pursue. The voice from beneath the mask was like a roar from hell, its chilling tone was self-evident. Su Ming passed through the gaping door and headed directly to the observation room beside it. Inside, high-ranking officials were huddled together. These politicians were utterly useless on the battlefield. Nearby, several large MPs wearing white helmets fired fiercely at Su Ming, but the big shots in the observation room could only watch helplessly as the person in black and yellow armor casually approached them, and nonchalantly knocked the MPs down, tossing them like toys over 10 meters away into a heap. This made their breathing difficult, and they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. The thin door of the observation room could not hold this person back. Among the crowd, only Colonel Phillip and Agent Carter seemed relatively calm, but they had no solution at the moment. They were conducting a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the super soldier, while someone else's super soldier was already at their door. However, the lab staff below did not notice the commotion above. Steve's experimental pod not only emitted a strong light, but also produced a piercing sound, capturing the attention of the professors. Su-Ming glanced at their situation. Through the tactical goggles on his helmet, he saw the radiation level on the experiment platform showing only at 60%. He could afford to spend some time bonding with these spectators. He kicked open the door of the observation room, scaring everyone into a shiver, and immediately glanced around to count the people in attendance. Not bad, similar to the movie universe. Who here is Mr. Fred Crimson from the federal government? A hoarse voice emerged from beneath his mask. Nobody stepped forward to answer to the name Fred, but others around him betrayed him. Instantly, the crowd distanced itself slightly, isolating him. The young man with glasses turned pale. The situation had changed too drastically, and the task given to him by the Empire seemed impossible to complete. Before he could say anything, Su-Ming blew his head off with a handgun. .45 bullet has always been reliable. If you can precisely control the shooting angle, it can make a person's head explode like a watermelon every time. This German had a bomb on him, and a remote control in his hand, so he couldn't stay. The people around him were still of use. Seeing them scream in horror as their bodies were splattered with brain matter and blood, Su-Ming fired a few more shots at the ceiling to signal them to be quiet. Colonel Philip, please keep your hands away from the weapons, or I will detonate a grenade right here. Su-Ming, seeing Philip and Carter looking like they were plotting something, immediately reminded them. The light from below grew stronger, as if they planned to launch a sneak attack on him. Unfortunately, there were plenty of high-ranking hostages here. Without Su-Ming's supervision, the fat politicians glared at Colonel Philip and Peggy with murderous looks. Colonel, don't resist. Yes, Philip, don't get us killed. Damn it, I order you to lay down your arms. Colonel Philip sighed helplessly. Being a soldier often meant being unable to act freely. Where the hell had Fury run off to? He raised his hands, indicating his surrender, while observing the masked man in front of him. The unique one-eyed mask was very distinct. Who are you? Su-Ming waved the gun, signaling everyone to stand against the wall, leaving only the colonel and Carter. Mercenary, Deathstroke. Upon hearing this name, Colonel Philip finally connected the person before him with the urban legends he had heard. He wasn't a New Yorker, but he'd heard about the popular urban legends there. Legends spoke of a demon lurking in the New York nights, wearing black and yellow armor, stalking the streets and alleys in search of sacrifices. Those chosen by him would suffer greatly, their souls torn into fragments and dragged to hell. Now this demon stood alive before them. But if he was a mercenary, perhaps money could solve the issue. SSS didn't have much, but the organization's resources must surpass personal wealth, no doubt. What do you want? Philip probed. What do you think? I'm after the same target as the 70 lying in the street outside. What else could it be for? Su-Ming amusedly observed him. The Strategic Science Corps was riddled with espionage, yet he seemed oblivious. He was a competent soldier but unfit as the leader of an intelligence agency. Spy warfare was beyond his capacity. The serum is impossible to give you, and it seems you don't need it anyway. We can offer you double your fee if you identify your employer and leave. Carter cut in immediately, a resolute expression on her face. She knew many adversaries desired the SSS serum, but it could never fall into the wrong hands. Such a substance was too perilous. If controlled by a mad dictator, it would endanger all of humanity. Su-Ming nodded as if agreeing with her. You indeed should pay because your midst has been infiltrated by a German agent, whom I just killed. The most surprised wasn't Philip or Carter but the senator who accompanied the young man. He wasn't familiar with the young man. He only heard he was a Washington official and coincidentally, also coming here, so they traveled together. But now, the situation had changed. If anyone found out he had associated with Nazi, the consequences would inevitably affect him, jeopardizing his future political career. Chapter 221, Chapter 191, Doing Business 1265 Words Impossible. You're lying. Don't believe him. The congressman shouted at Su-Ming. The last sentence was directed at the others around him. Under no circumstances could he be associated with Hydra. Su Ming fired another shot into the air, indicating that he indeed had a gun in his hand. The smell of gunpowder and the debris falling from the ceiling reminded them once again. The congressman suddenly realized, yes, his life was still in someone else's hands. Political life or human life, that was the question. Whether I'm lying or not, let Colonel Philip verify it for himself, won't we see? Su Ming graciously invited Philip to inspect the young man's body, while Philip signaled Carter to go, keeping his eyes on the newcomer. How do you prove he's with Hydra? He has a bomb and a remote control on him. Federal officials wouldn't carry these things around, would they? Besides, he also has a cyanide capsule and a Luger pistol on him. Carter had already discovered the bomb on the body, disguised as a cigarette box, and she also found the weapon. Although it couldn't be confirmed as Hydra, the deceased was clearly not an ordinary person. Colonel Philip gave the senator a deep look, noting this account in his mind for bringing an unknown spy into SSR. Now he had dirt on the senator. Next time funding and equipment are short, this would be the person to turn to. But discovering the existence of a spy didn't solve the problem at hand. This mercenary was still here, showing no intention of leaving. We can pay you money. Name a way of transaction, as long as you've left and we're safe, we'll pay you. Colonel Philip rubbed his big nose, his thick eyebrows knitted into a bunch. Su Ming shook his head, turning to look through the glass at the experimental site below, where Steve was screaming in agony. Sorry, I've already taken another job, the employer specifically wants the super soldier serum. As a mercenary, I have to keep my promise. This was, of course, an excuse. The serum was indeed what Su Ming wanted, but not for himself. He had already undergone one transformation surgery, and now with the support of X-Metal's world origin, he didn't need this small vial of blue liquid at all. The most important thing was that this stuff would make good people better and bad people worse. That was a terrifying side effect. Su Ming didn't know if he was considered a good or bad person, but he didn't want to change either way. He just wanted to be himself. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy again. Neither the colonel nor Carter could possibly hand over the serum, but the mercenary in front of them wanted nothing but the serum, which posed a problem. The politicians on the side leaned against the gray cement walls, covering their mouths, their eyes shifting from the colonel to the armored person. It was then they noticed Deathstroke looking at them, and they immediately held their breath. Why haven't you left yet? Can we still leave? The politicians were dumbfounded. Was leaving still an option? Of course they could leave. Su Ming dealing with Captain America, and Peggy Carter didn't require hostages. Steve wasn't Batman. We'll leave. We'll leave right away. The politicians were relieved as if granted amnesty, quickly putting on smiles as they headed out of the observation room. They had already thought it through. Once they left here, they would run wildly on the street, laughing heartily, to release the fear in their hearts. Then, just like the absent Mr. Wilson today, they would go on vacation to Hawaii for a good relaxation. Hey, wait. Su Ming suddenly called them back, forcing them to suppress the impulse to run wildly. They knew that no matter how fast a person could run, it wouldn't be faster than a bullet. Haha, Mr. Deathstroke, is there anything else? Congressman Brandt turned around, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Deathstroke rummaged in his thigh holster, pulling out a stack of business cards to distribute to everyone. You've all seen my capabilities. Ready-made super soldier, the price is absolutely fair. If you have any political enemies or dissenters in the future, you know, I do things very cleanly. This wasn't for money but for other purposes. Su Ming didn't have a large-scale advanced intelligence network. The subordinates in his brewery were still of low caliber, good for gathering street rumors. But these people were different. The political network could sometimes uncover particularly secret things. When they commissioned tasks from Su Ming, it would inevitably come with mission intelligence. The Marvel world was deep waters, and Su Ming needed this information to prepare for the future. Any seemingly insignificant client today might know some secrets of the world's survival in the future, unknowingly becoming part of an intelligence network that would work for Su Ming. Haha, no political enemies, everyone is for the country. Brandt smiled and shook his head, but his hand wasn't slow at all, slipping the business card into the inside pocket of his suit. Su Ming also smiled. That's right, we're all for making this country better. The card only had Deathstroke's code name and the address of a fast food restaurant. When someone said the code words on the card, the server in the store would direct them to wait at the public phone across the street. When Su Ming confirmed that the person was indeed a client, he would make a call from a safe place for discussion. Now it was rather troublesome, like a spy rendezvous. When the internet was available, things would be much more convenient. Haha, goodbye, Mr. Deathstroke. Haha, take care, watch out for unconscious people on the road, don't trip over them, there are hydras all over the street. Colonel Philip and Peggy Carter tilted their heads, looking at Su Ming, and the politicians waving goodbye with a look of despair. These guys were scared out of their wits earlier, yet now they were all smiles. It seemed like New York would become less peaceful from now on. But that had nothing to do with them. The SSR was only responsible for dealing with Hydra, city security was up to the police. Right now, they had another hurdle to get past. Su Ming turned around, walking straight past Carter and the colonel who were both tense. He walked down the observation room stairs, the timing was perfect. At this point, the surrounding machines were sparking, as if about to explode. Howard's apparatus malfunctioned once again. Su Ming felt that Howard must have been a goblin engineer in a past life. His products never failed to explode. When he worked for S, in the future, what he created was truly terrible. He strode to the apparatus, pulling out the last serum from the box, placing it into the prepared bag, then looked at the dazed Dr. Erskine beside him, and knocked him out with a punch. Carter only then chased out from the observation room. Deathstroke acted too fast for a normal person to catch up with. But what could she do even if she caught up? The opponent was invulnerable, and their martial arts were frighteningly advanced, with infinite strength. The government officials had indeed left, but all the lab technicians below were still hostages. Crackle. As the strong light dimmed, Howard turned around. The experiment was completed, although he wasn't confident, he pressed the button to open the hatch. Chapter 222. Chapter 192. Don't want to understand 1126 words. Howard anxiously stroked his mustache, pushed his sunglasses up onto his head, and stared at the experimental chamber. Did the experiment succeed or not? It seems like it should have succeeded. He bared his teeth. But at the last critical moment, the equipment was overloaded and burned out, so it's hard to say. I hope I didn't turn this little guy into a roast goose. That would be kind of gross, man. In his mind, a scene from Thanksgiving popped up, where the family gathered around the dining table, illuminated by the fireplace, smiling with various sumptuous dishes laid out. Then they lifted the lid of a grand platter to reveal a charred Steve. He quickly shook his head to chase away the terrifying thought. He would definitely succeed. He was the best physicist in the world, with no possibility of failure. Su Ming silently walked behind him. Howard seemed unaware of the addition of a stranger, his focus on the science causing him to overlook his surroundings. So Deathstroke stood just behind him, both of them raising their heads to watch as the experimental chamber slowly opened. Only that Su Ming had pocketed the last serum, and he carried Dr. Erskine like a sack over his shoulder. The chamber opened, first emitting a cloud of white vapor. Was this really a biochemical chamber? Why did it look like a steaming pot? However, Howard was relieved. As long as it wasn't emitting black smoke, the person inside might still be saved. Stark, what's going on? Howard didn't turn his head, staring nervously at the chamber, but the smoke inside blocked his view, and he waited somewhat apprehensively for the results. This is because the radiation saturation also generates heat, and now in the colder external environment, opening the chamber causes the air to condense, resulting in mist. Oh, I see. Su Ming nodded knowingly behind him. Howard really was amusing. Next, the hatch fully opened, and as the mist gradually dissipated, it revealed a strong body inside, chiseled with muscles, with the bare chest shining brightly with oil. Stark, does your equipment have an automatic oiling feature? Is this really a modified oven? The hoarse voice came again from behind, laced with amazement. In reality, Su-Ming raised the gun in his hand to the back of Howard's head, then held up a finger to signal Colonel and Peggy to remain silent. Not far away, Philip and Carter bared their teeth and made faces, gesturing wildly to Stark to turn around and look. Deathstroke stood holding Dr. Erskine, weapon in hand, right behind you. If we speak, he'll shoot you dead. Howard only glanced distractedly at them before quickly diverting his gaze. Seriously, Colonel Philip, such a big man, yet so mischievous. Even though the experiment was successful, don't stick your tongue out at me. And Agent Carter, where did your English ladylike restraint go? Though I know you fancy Steve, don't roll your eyes in glee, all right. By comparison, Howard preferred the person behind him, eager to learn and progress, even though he lacked basic knowledge. But no worries, he could explain. That's because the serum transformed his body, expelling all internal fat through the skin, making it appear so oily now. Howard wiped his mustache on both sides, patiently explaining, given that Steve used to be very thin, most of the fat was accumulated on his backside, so we can deduce that the back of his pants must be wet, so if you see, don't laugh, it's not wetting his pants. Howard, you know so much. Su-Ming chuckled mischievously, praising him. This fool still hasn't noticed, right? Colonel and Carter's faces must have cramped by now. Is that right? I'm just that outstanding, can't be helped. Stark, have you realized your talent for making everything explode? Ever considered making a big bomb? Turns out I have. Maybe Stark Industries will venture into the military field someday. Howard had long realized his talent. A scientist's experiments always accompanied explosions, and the federal government had recently approached him, secretly authorizing him to organize a team to develop a superbomb powered by nuclear fission. That's child's play, he could finish it alone in less than half a month, why build a team? Are they underestimating this genius? Therefore Howard was quite displeased. Anyway, the country gave him 3 years, he'd let them wait. The work here was done, time to head to Hollywood and indulge in being a director for a year or two. Heard there were plenty of aspiring actresses there, hee, better not think about it. Su-Ming looked a bit odd. In the beginning, Howard answered seriously, but suddenly his expression twisted and seemed a bit sleazy. All right, then I wish you success. Oh, I didn't mean to sleep with actresses, what success, who are you? Howard turned around with a playful look on his face, saying no interest in sleeping, yet his eyes were filled with unruly amusement, with a tone of boasting and showing off. This thirsty. People say geniuses have quirks, but at this level, it's pathological, isn't it? Howard turned around to find it wasn't some lab-coated intern behind him, but a sturdy man in yellow and black armor, with Dr. Erskine slung like a sack over his shoulder. With the hot and cold air caused by the experimental chamber, the few remaining hairs on Dr. Erskine's head swayed slightly. Howard's smile froze, realizing that the man before him was pointing a gun at him. He turned to glance at Colonel and Carter, who looked at him helplessly. Now he understood. Howard painfully closed his eyes, shaking his head at them. I don't want to understand. Stark, I'm just here today to meet you. You're a very ambitious patriotic scientist. Here's my business card. If you ever get into trouble, you can come to me, guaranteed satisfaction. Su-Ming put down the gun, just wanting to have a little fun with them, then he also handed Howard his business card. So who exactly are you? Deathstroke, mercenary, so I need to preemptively inform you, my services are all paid projects, and if you can't pay later, you'll die quite miserably. Oh. Howard dumbly held the business card, letting Deathstroke walk past him. He got everything he needed, watched all the drama. It was time to leave. There were still plenty of things to deal with. Carrying Dr. Erskine, he headed towards the observation room stairs, following the same route back. Put down the doctor. Su-Ming turned his head to find Steve had awakened, leaping out of the chamber, barefoot and charging at him. Chapter 223, Chapter 193, Sent Away to Pioneer. 1683 words. A shirtless muscular man covered in grease charges at you, which isn't a pleasant sight, and Su Ming has no intention of wrestling with such an oily fellow. Steve, who had just completed the transformation, still without a shield and lacking combat skills, was uninteresting to Su Ming. History was developing in the direction Su Ming was familiar with Steve becoming Captain America, and that was enough. Moreover, Dr. Erskine couldn't remain in the hands of the military representing SSR. Even if Su Ming couldn't use him, he surely had to take the doctor away. No way, young man, let me show you something precious. Su Ming sidestepped, dodging Steve's attack, and seized one of his arms, flinging him towards Peggy and Colonel Phillip. So greasy, Su Ming felt like he was grabbing a fish, and when he let go, there was a whoosh sound. Steve instantly turned into a human, T-shaped boomerang, knocking down the two who were about to shoot. Su Ming secretly pulled out a small black ball from his bag, pressed the button on it, tossed it high above his head, and then turned and left. As Steve got up to pursue, the inconspicuous little ball happened to land right in front of him. Whirl! Steve didn't know what it was. The object was hardly larger than a sugar cube, and he didn't pay it much attention. However, this unremarkable little thing emitted a terrifying bright light and noise, making the room's would-be pursuers momentarily blinded and disoriented, unable to stand steadily. A powerful flashbang swiped from the Brisbat cave, unseen in this era. According to the distance from the detonation point, ordinary people would take about 3 to 5 minutes to recover, but Steve only needed around 30 seconds. But even with someone on his shoulders, Su Ming could cover a considerable distance in that time. Retracing the path back was easy. The knocked-out military police remained unconscious where they fell, though little Rose was nowhere to be seen. However, just as Su Ming was about to leave the underground corridor, his sixth sense picked up on something. In a dark room at the side of the corridor, someone was aiming at him. Basically, masked characters' helmets undergo special modifications, allowing them to smell scents even while blocking gases, enabling superheroes and villains to perceive their surroundings early in combat. As Su Ming passed the door, he caught a faint scent of liquor and tobacco. And the feeling of being watched. Although the other party tried hard to hide any murderous intent, the super soldier's senses were sharper, and the target was Dr. Erskine on his shoulder. Su Ming was bulletproof, but the doctor, wearing only a white coat, was clearly not. Rather than let the doctor fall into others' hands, it was better for no one to get him, a standard special agent mentality. The hidden person was quite cunning. He didn't fire when Su Ming passed, but waited until he'd moved away slightly before peeking out to shoot. He aimed for the doc's drooping head, but was evidently ignorant about super soldiers. Before he could fire, Su Ming turned around, catching the bullet with his armor. The small brass bullet flattened into a metal pancake on the Prometheum-made armor, then fell to the ground. Ding! The young black man fired repeatedly, each shot aimed at the doctor, while Su Ming effortlessly blocked each bullet at close range. It sounded challenging, but it relied on calculation and anticipation, not speed. The black man had good marksmanship, but that was all. He still needed to use his eyes to aim, and the pulling of the trigger caused his hand muscles to twitch. Su Ming could sense when he'd shoot, and the rest was like catching fruit under a tree. There are many who can hit targets without looking, like Death Shooter, Hawkeye, and Green Arrow, but unfortunately, they weren't here. Oh, not bad, swift moves. Su Ming commented while catching bullets, slightly tilting his head to talk to the black man. Which agency are you from? The black man didn't answer, abandoned his empty gun, and drew a dagger, charging forward. All right, among agents, there are those like 007, suavely charming and hitting on women everywhere. Naturally, there are also these silent types, and staying silent in combat is indeed a good habit. So Su Ming stood still, letting him stab his chest, the alloy dagger skimming sparks off the Prometheum armor, then he backhanded a slap, knocking the black man unconscious. Deathstroke was already a modified human, with considerable strength, and now with the enhancement of X-Metal, if he didn't hold back, he could smash an ordinary person's head with ease. He bent down to check the black man's neck and pockets. Nicholas Joseph Fury. Su Ming dropped the dog tag onto his black chest and turned away. Just a piece of advice. Even though you're now part of the army, it's best for agents not to wear dog tags. Who knows when this Blackman Fury will come to understand this truth, but there was something interesting about him. This world now, so many changes. He walked out of the antique shop, and the sound of police sirens could be heard from afar. He twisted and turned, slipping into a small alley, and directly lifted the manhole cover to enter the sewers. Let them search on the surface all they want. Su-Ming seemed to be transported back more than 10 years, to the time when he first arrived in New York. Even the familiar sewers felt novel. The once familiar world seemed to be becoming strange. Of course, it could also be because the increase in chemical products over the years has changed the smell of the sewers. Listening to the sound of sewage flowing and the squeaking of rats, he briskly carried the professor back to the Underground of Peace restaurant, changed out of the holy statue uniform, blindfolded the unconscious professor, bound his hands and feet, loaded him into the car, and headed straight for the airport. His own factory could only produce twin-engine small planes, but it's still a private jet, isn't it? Stark Industries, on the other hand, had 4-engine large planes. Su-Ming bought one, hoping his Bricksperts could copy it. However, Howard's level far surpassed that of this era, and everyone else. For the Bricksperts, the cost of copying a plane would be more than directly buying one from Stark. Over the years, Su-Ming observed some patterns. It seemed as if he was being targeted by the world's consciousness in this regard. Regardless of how brilliant the scientists were in the past, once they joined Wilson Enterprises, attempting to help Su-Ming break through the military technology of the era, something like a Sopon would lock their brains, making the experiments and research a mess. However, if they were to research household goods or food, this restriction would disappear, and they would all become top talents. Now Wilson Enterprises' semi-automatic washing machines are about to be launched. Su-Ming still didn't know who, or what, was obstructing him, but he had been keeping track all along. A day and a night later, after several takeoffs and refuels, the plane finally arrived at Cahal Island. On the surface it still looked the same, but the underground space was mostly complete. Su-Ming dumped the awakened professor in a straw hut. He was still blindfolded. Now was not the time for a meeting. Old Zhang, keep an eye on this old man, don't let him escape. The business of butcher old Zhang couldn't be continued, either. After the Japanese army bombed Pearl Harbor, life in Hawaii wasn't as good. After taking over Cahal Island, Su-Ming had old Zhang bring a few familiar households over to help manage the farmland and the island as part of a cover. They were completely in the dark, unlike Jin. Well, Mr. Wei, who is this old man? Old Zhang rubbed his hands, hesitating. The massacre in Honolulu from more than 10 years ago was still fresh in his memory, and he both respected and feared Su-Ming. He's a German scientist, Germany, you know. Japan's ally. Su-Ming checked the plane again and refueled it. He needed to return to New York. Upon hearing that he was Japan's ally, Old Zhang immediately displayed hatred. So he's one of the little devils, Mr. Wei, just tell me, what do you want to do with him? The situation is a bit complicated. This scientist isn't completely on Germany's side, but the things he creates are dangerous. Naturally, we can't let the Americans have them, so just keep an eye on him. Su-Ming dropped the fuel nozzle, picked up a rag to wipe his hands, enjoying Hawaii's pleasant sunshine. All right, got it. We'll take turns watching him, even recording when he goes to the bathroom. No need for that, just make sure he doesn't escape, commit suicide, or contact the outside world. The island has nothing, and the professor could only study pineapples and coconuts if he wanted to experiment. All right, rest assured, Mr. Wei, everyone on the island is my relative. This old man won't fly away even if he has wings. Okay, just don't let him get bored and cause problems. Let him help with farming and chopping firewood if there's nothing else. You figure it out, I'm leaving. Su-Ming shrugged, signaling old Zhang to handle it, then climbed back into the plane and left Cahal Island. The professor went from one extreme to another, helping Hydra develop serum only to realize it was wrong, then decided to help Hydra's enemies. But is the United States military good people? If they were to truly gain a super soldier army, it would essentially be another group of Nazis. So the professor stays here, helping Su Ming grow pineapples. He's an expert in genetics and biology, maybe he'll come up with some new breed. Chapter 224, Chapter 194, Origin of the Plan 1173 words. Su Ming returned to his home at Wilson Mansion. The recent weather in New York wasn't very good, reminding him somewhat of Gotham. Moreover, New York is indeed about to become a city filled with masked people, not only various maniacs but the first batch of heroes is about to appear. The cause has something to do with Steve, but more so, it's the prologue laid down in the past. Steve wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision by the military but rather a result of competition with Germany, and the cause wasn't Dr. Erskine's serum but mutants. Over 20 years ago, there was an American soldier named John, who participated in the First World War, went to Europe but was captured by Germans after a shipwreck and near drowning. The Germans discovered that although he fell into a sleep-like state underwater, he did not die. His body was as hard as steel, capable of withstanding ordinary bullets and shells, and possessed infinite strength. They placed him in a large water tank, storing him in a secret base for research. Hydra naturally learned about this matter as well. They believed this person was a revelation from God to them. Since there is one before them, there must be more in the world. If they could obtain their abilities or their bloodline, then Hydra could rule the world. So they recruited a group of scientists to conduct comprehensive research on this mutant, with Dr. Erskine being one of them. They discovered the source of John's abilities. It was due to his unique genes. In the 1860s, geneticist Mendel proposed the concept that biological traits are controlled by genetic factors, but this was merely a logical deduction. In the early 20th century, geneticist Morgan realized through fruit fly genetic experiments that genes are located on chromosomes, and arranged linearly, concluding that chromosomes are carriers of genes. At that time, several German scientists seemed to see the future of humanity from the samples. Due to the mystery and uncertainty of its genes, they called it the X gene. The initial experiments were very unsuccessful. What result could there be if ordinary people forcibly fused mutant genes? They generally turned into a puddle of liquid due to gene collapse. Thereafter, differing opinions emerged within the research team, leading to a division in research directions. Erskine couldn't bear to see experimental subjects die in vain, coupled with Red Skull taking his serum and becoming a monster, so he secretly contacted the U.S. Army to defect. Nick Fury successfully rescued him, and the doctor also brought the concept of the serum to the United States. Why is the super soldier serum injected into Steve called serum? Serum refers to the pale yellow transparent fluid separated from plasma after blood coagulation, or plasma with fibrinogen removed. Its primary functions are to provide basic nutrients, supply hormones and various growth factors, provide binding proteins, supply contact promotion and spreading factors to make cells adhere and resist mechanical damage, and offer some protective effects to cells in culture. There can only be serum if there is a blood sample, and this blood is actually the blood of the mutant John Steele. The serum does not contain the X gene, but the serum itself has been accustomed to supplying energy for a body with the X gene, so he used a series of means to match the serum with a normal human body. Although the people transformed were not as strong as the original, this was already the gentlest approach. Of course, he wasn't the only expert on the research team. If asked who the true genius of the team was, it wasn't actually Dr. Erskine, he was just the first to succeed. There was a Jewish doctor named Erich Schmidt, who was thrown into a concentration camp by Red Skull because his Jewish identity was exposed. In the concentration camp, relying only on basic medicines from the infirmary, without any research conditions, merely from personal memory and hatred for the Nazis, he formulated a chemical agent that, through compounds, induced human mutation, simulating the existence of the X gene to bring people up to mutant ability levels. Schmidt transformed his fellow prisoner Keen Marlowe, whose real name was Brian Fosworth, and his father was the famous masked commander Union Jack of the British Army during the First World War. The doctor unfortunately sacrificed himself, and Brian, due to this potion, became the new superhero Destroyer, and this single bottle of potion was also called the Destroyer Potion. As for Professor Hans Bruder, who remained in Hydra to continue his research, due to the disappearance of the other two, he gained the greatest authority and full support. He had the mutant body at hand and countless prisoners of war and Jews for live experiments. He, through constant exploration of the X gene, and having a large amount of samples to deduce patterns, finally found a way for ordinary people to integrate the X gene, but due to limitations in genetic engineering technology, there were minor flaws. The transformed people did not exhibit John's bulletproof ability, but rather like children of mutants, each with different abilities. This agent was called the X compound, also known as the longevity potion. Although there were risks with the injection, if successfully injected, this potion would extend one's lifespan. Thus, this thing also circulated among the upper echelons of the Nazis and Hydra, as immortality is a temptation for anyone. The influence of these studies was profound, including the future infinite formula used by Nick Fury, and the Winter Soldier, which was derived from Steve's blood by Dr. Berthold Stengberg. The leech agent used by Black Widow in the Red House was also modified from the X compound by Leviathan scientists. Therefore, many heroes that appear in Marvel can actually be connected to mutants. The SSS transformation experiment that Steve participated in, codenamed Weapon Plan I by the military, would continue indefinitely, 3, until the famous Weapon Plan X. It led to the creation of the Mute Deadpool, and the alteration of Wolverine, leading to X-23 being made. The military's experiments will never stop. In the future, they will use alien genes for experiments, always seeking a more powerful weapon. Sometimes, the spirit of competition is more evident in them, pursuing higher, faster, stronger. So in the future, those companies in Marvel, any biochemical enterprise will have a mutant gene laboratory, relentlessly researching various mutants, seeing it not just as a weapon, but as the Monk Tang's flesh. Wealth, power, longevity, all are hidden within the X gene. In this era, mutants hide and conceal themselves too well. Without deploying national power, they simply can't be found, but in the future, with technological advancement, it will become easier for ordinary people to catch mutants. Being able to easily capture mutants represents faster progress in various research, and more paths for humans to obtain superpowers. This means that in this increasingly unfamiliar world, Su Ming will face more variables. Chapter 225, Chapter 195, Dual Gun Hero 1329 words on the day Su Ming raided the laboratory, New York, Brooklyn. There is an old building about 5 stories high here, and every window and red brick speaks of its history. It is like an old man who has witnessed everything in New York. And at this moment, there is an old man looking out of a window on the 4th floor, trying his best to prop himself up from the bed to see the location of the Brooklyn Antiques shop. But this small building is not the Empire State Building. The height of 4 floors is not enough to see several blocks away. This is a nursing home, the hallways filled with the scent of urine and decay, where many elderly people with no one to care for them are placed, receiving somewhat professional treatment and care, or quietly awaiting the arrival of death. When I get old, just let them bring me back here. The old man leaned against the head of the bed and spoke to the doctor beside him. His hair and teeth were gone, and his sagging skin was covered with age spots, but his eyes remained bright. Not in Texas, nor in Boston, cough cough cough. The doctor and nurse gathered around to support his body, and the doctor with a small mustache patted him on the back in comfort. Relax a bit, Mr. Hawk, it's all right. However, in reality, the old man's condition was not optimistic at all. He was suffering from cancer, and had been unconscious for several days. This morning he suddenly woke up and became clear-headed. If he weren't unable to move, he would have planned to go see the streets a few blocks away. Holloway had also lived in Brooklyn as a child, and was familiar with the surrounding streets. He knew of the Brooklyn Antiques shop the old man mentioned, and also knew that the shop owner was an extraordinary old lady. But oh, mister, in your current condition, as a doctor I've seen this often, you should take the chance to say what needs to be said, eat what you want, and don't concern yourself with chasing women. Hawk steadied his breathing and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's all right, no matter what, everything began in New York. I hope to witness it all with my own eyes. Witness what? Holloway sat at his bedside. This was the first time he had spoken to this patient since taking over his care. Witness. The beginning of the future. So the entire afternoon, Dr. Holloway sat quietly by the bed, listening to the old man tell him about the future. In the old man's description, he talked about gods and monsters, masked heroes, and also that man with a shield. The doctor jotted these down in his little notebook because listening to the last words of a patient is a form of end-of-life care. This was supposed to be the priest's duty, but now even the priests have gone to war, just like the German priests, shouting God's name while shooting at each other or throwing grenades. Yet in times like these, God tends to favor trained killers rather than pious believers. Holloway recorded these stories, initially thinking of them as unrealistic ramblings, but the old man's eyes were clear, his logic coherent, and he recounted everything about the future. Networks capable of connecting everyone, ships that can take people away from Earth, stones that can destroy the world instantly. Holloway could only admit that it was all true. The old man was not muddled at all. This was his very serious last testament. The doctor loved the stories of these heroes punishing evil and promoting good. If not for living in this terrible era, he certainly would have gone out to fight for justice like Zorro. But now, he was the last doctor in the nursing home, he couldn't leave. That evening, a young nurse entered the doctor's office to inform him that Mr. Matthew Hawk had passed away. He returned to the old man's room, where under the dim yellow light, the old man lay peacefully, his face pale. "Can you sign the death certificate, doctor?" The nurse asked him. "Ah, okay, it's such a pity, he was a good man." Holloway nodded. This is the most important duty of a nursing home doctor, to sign death certificates. The nurse nodded in agreement. He passed away in his sleep, a kind old man. "Oh, doctor, he asked me to give this to you before he slept," the black-haired nurse said, turning to lift a fairly large wooden box from the medicine cart, with beautiful engravings that made it look quite weighty. "Before sleeping?" "Yes, it's as if he knew he would never wake again." In the early morning, Holloway returned to his Upper East Side home, which had a warm study, luxurious carpets, and he could enjoy the finest Skywalker wine at any time. Before taking over the nursing home, he was the best surgeon in New York. If it weren't for many high officials and dignitaries needing his services and forcibly keeping him, he should have gone to the front lines. But his medical skills could not cure cancer. The Ebers Papyrus from ancient Egypt, dated to 3000 BC, recorded 8 cases of cancer, yet even today humanity remains helpless. Under the study lamp on his desk, he opened the wooden box left by the old man. Inside was a pair of revolvers, a Zorro-style mask, and a small note. Gifted to Dr. Thomas Holloway. Without needing to read the note, the doctor already knew what it was. He was beating himself up, blaming his own carelessness. Matthew Hawk, the lawyer from Texas and Boston, was merely an alias for the old man. His real name was Matt Hawk. He was the dual-gun hero. He came from the West, a masked hero who roamed the Old West decades ago. He had a fast black horse, a black mask, and a pair of Peacemaker revolvers. His marksmanship was exquisitely accurate and fearless. He could single-handedly confront a gang of 100, protecting those gold rush towns for nearly 10 years. Until all his enemies were eliminated, then he rode off into the desert sands and fierce winds, disappearing. It was only afterward that people learned his name, but his whereabouts remained unknown until today. If what he said was true, then he went to the future. Holloway grew up reading his stories, the title of dual-gun hero existing in nearly all Western novels. Many Americans were also aware of his exploits. The old man was once the symbol of a hero. The doctor kept berating himself. He should have told the deceased hero what his stories meant to him, that the dual-gun hero had inspired him, and inspired almost everyone with a sense of chivalry. When he opened the small note from the box, it clearly read, "For the next hero." He knew the old man had already sensed his unfulfilled desires, perhaps through his eyes, his way of speaking, or the way he walked. He revealed himself. The doctor wished to be a hero, like the ones in Western stories, those gallant figures of justice, but various real-world factors always held him back from taking that step, unable to make the final decision. But today, an aging hero had passed his weapon into his hands. Holloway suddenly felt the room a bit stuffy, his heart beating quickly. He finished his drink and walked to the window. Even on an early spring evening, he needed to open the window to get some air, to carefully think about the future. Looking at the city outside, the glow of neon lights outlined towering shadows, he felt that the world the old man had described to him, that world filled with heroes, didn't seem so far away. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.